Hey everyone, we're continuing to look into the weird audio issues every day to make sure they do not return, so please bear with us. Now, tonight my friends, you don't need to hold on to details. This is a story that unfolds slowly, layer by layer. Around 50,000 years ago, people lived near what is now Brazil's oldest rock art, leaving behind traces of shelters, tools, pigments, and daily routines that archaeologists would one day piece together in silence. If you enjoy these slow, careful journeys into the deep past, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, let a fan or soft background noise fill the room, and let's begin, shall we? You're settling into a time long before cities or written words, in a landscape of ancient rock shelters and wide valleys in what will one day be called Brazil. The people who live here move through their days with deep familiarity, guided by seasons and the reliable patterns of the land around them. You wake as light begins to filter through the shelter entrance. The rock wall behind you still holds yesterday's warmth. Around you, others are already stirring, reaching for tools stored near the wall, stretching and moving toward the morning without hurry. The air smells clean and slightly cool. Someone has already stepped outside. You can hear the soft shuffle of footsteps on packed earth, the quiet rustle of movement through the grass that grows near the shelter's edge. You stand and walk out into the early light. The sky is pale and clear. The land stretches out in familiar shapes. The line of trees along the water source, the open areas where certain plants grow thick, and the rocky outcrops that mark distances you know by heart. Others are already moving across the terrain. You see a few figures near the tree line, bending and straightening as they work. Someone else walks slowly along the water's edge, scanning the ground. There is no rush. Everyone knows where to go. You head toward a patch of low shrubs you noticed 2 days ago. The fruits there were still green then, but today they might be ready. As you walk, you pass through areas you have crossed hundreds of times. Your feet know the uneven spots, the stones that shift slightly, and the places where roots rise above the ground. The plants you're looking for grow in a cluster near a flat rock. You crouch down and check the fruits. Some are soft now, their skins yielding gently under your fingers. You pick these and place them in the woven container you carry. Others are still firm. You leave those. Nearby, another person is digging at the base of a plant with a pointed stick. They work steadily, loosening the soil around a root. When it comes free, they brush off the dirt and add it to their own container. You exchange a glance but do not speak. There is no need. You move on to another area where tall grasses grow. You know the seeds on these grasses are good to gather. You run your hand along the stalks, letting the ripe seeds fall into your palm, then transfer them to your container. The motion is simple and repetitive. Your mind does not need to focus hard on the task. Instead, you notice the warmth beginning to build in the air, the way the light shifts as the sun climbs higher, and the small insects that hover near the grass tops. A child walks past, following an adult at a short distance. The child stops to examine something on the ground, picks it up, turns it over in small hands, then drops it and continues walking. The adult does not turn around, but seems to know the child is there. You reach a stand of trees and begin looking for certain leaves. These leaves are useful. They can wrap food, they can be layered for softness, and they can be shaped when wet. You select the larger, undamaged ones and fold them carefully into your container. The morning continues this way. You move from place to place, following a path shaped by memory and season. You know which areas will have what you need. You know because you have walked this route many times, and because others have shown you through their own movement and selection. At one point, you find a cluster of mushrooms growing at the base of a dead tree. You recognize the type. These are safe and good. You gather them gently, leaving the smallest ones to grow larger. Someone taught you this approach, though you do not remember exactly when or how. It is simply what you do. The sun is higher now. The air is warm. You notice others beginning to move back toward the shelter area. You follow, not because anyone has signalled, but because the rhythm feels right. Your container is full enough. Your body is ready to sit and rest. Back at the shelter, people are arriving from different directions. Everyone carries something. Containers are set down near the fire area. People sit on rocks or on the ground, settling into comfortable positions. There is quiet conversation, though you do not always join in. Sometimes it is enough to simply be near others, sharing the same space and the same ease. Someone sorts through the gathered plants, separating types into small piles. Another person examines seeds, checking for quality. These tasks happen naturally, without instruction. Everyone knows what needs to be done because everyone has seen it done countless times. You reach into your container and pull out one of the fruits you gathered. You bite into it. The taste is familiar, sweet and slightly tart. Juice runs down your chin. You wipe it away with the back of your hand and take another bite. A child sits down beside you, watching. You hand the child a fruit. The child takes it and bites carefully, then chews with concentration. You watch the child's face, noting the flicker of satisfaction there. The day has only just begun, but already there is a sense of completion. The gathering is done. What comes next will unfold at its own pace, just as it always does. After the gathered materials are sorted and set aside, attention shifts to other tasks. You stand and walk to the area where tools are kept. This space is near the back of the shelter, where the rock wall curves inward slightly. Tools lean against the stone or lie on flat surfaces. Some are new, some have been used so many times their surfaces are smooth and dark. You pick up a stone tool that has a small chip along one edge. You noticed this chip yesterday but did not have time to address it. Now you do. Now, you sit down on a low rock and set the tool on your lap. You reach for a rounded hammerstone nearby and hold it in your other hand. The work of reshaping the edge requires patience. You strike the stone tool carefully, aiming for the spot just behind the chip. A small flake breaks away. You examine the result. The edge is better, but not quite right. You strike again, more gently this time. Another flake falls. The edge is sharper now. This process does not demand intense focus, only a steady rhythm. Your hands know what to do. You have shaped stones like this since you were young, first watching others, then trying yourself under their gaze. Over time, the movements became automatic. Around you, others are engaged in similar work. One person is wrapping cordage around a wooden handle, securing a stone point to make a composite tool. The cordage is made from plant fibres that were soaked and twisted days ago. The person winds it tightly, then tests the connection by pressing the stone gently. It holds. Another person sits near the shelter wall, working with pigments. There are shallow depressions in the rock nearby, natural bowls where water sometimes collects. The person grinds mineral stones in one of these depressions, adding a little water to create a paste. The colour is deep red, earthy and rich. This pigment will be used later, though you do not know exactly when or for what purpose. It is simply part of the ongoing work. A child sits beside this person, watching closely. The child holds a small stone and tries to grind it in another depression. The motion is clumsy at first, the stone slipping in the child's hand. The adult reaches over and adjusts the child's grip, then lets the child continue. The child's grinding produces only a faint smudge of colour, but the effort is real. You finish sharpening your tool and set it down. You reach for another object, a woven mat that has begun to fray along one edge. The fibres there are coming loose. You pull out a few strands of prepared cordage from a bundle nearby and begin weaving them into the damaged section. Your fingers move through the pattern without hesitation. The repair is simple, a matter of matching what is already there. Nearby, someone is smoothing the surface of a wooden digging stick. The person uses a rough stone to scrape away splinters and rough patches. The motion is slow and methodical. Wood shavings fall to the ground. The stick's surface becomes smoother with each pass. Another person is mending a container made from bark. The seam along one side has split slightly. The person presses the edges back together and wraps them with thin strips of wet bark, which will dry tight and hold the seam closed. The work is quiet and unrushed. You notice that the shelter itself is also part of this ongoing care. The walls are natural stone, but areas near the entrance have been reinforced with piled rocks and packed earth. Someone checks these spots periodically, adding more material when erosion begins to create gaps. This maintenance happens so gradually that it is barely noticeable, yet the shelter remains solid year after year. A small fire burns in the central area. It has been burning continuously for many days. Someone adds a few pieces of wood to it now, adjusting the placement so the flames stay even. The fire is not for warmth right now, but it is useful. Tools can be hardened in its heat, food can be prepared, and its presence is a kind of anchor for all the activity around it. You set aside the repaired mat and pick up a bone tool that needs attention. The tip has become dull from use. You use a stone flake to scrape along the tip, shaving away tiny curls of bone until the point is sharp again. The bone has a smooth, almost polished feel from handling. The work continues through the middle part of the day. There is no clear beginning or end to these tasks. When something is finished, something else is picked up. When someone tires of one type of work, they shift to another. The rhythm is personal yet somehow synchronized. Everyone contributes, but no one directs. A breeze moves through the shelter entrance, stirring the air. The smell of dust and stone mingles with the faint scent of the pigments being ground. You hear the scrape of stone on wood, the soft tap of tool against tool, and the quiet rustle of fibres being woven. A young person, not quite a child but not yet fully grown, sits nearby practicing knotwork. The person's hands fumble with the cordage, creating tangles more often than secure knots. An adult glances over, says nothing, but reaches out and slowly demonstrates the motion again. The young person watches, then tries once more. This time the knot holds. You finish with the bone tool and stand, stretching your back. You walk to the shelter entrance and look out at the land. The light has shifted. Shadows are shorter now. The day is moving forward in its familiar way. When you return to your spot, you pick up a hide that needs softening. The hide has been dried and now feels stiff. You work it between your hands, bending and flexing it, rubbing it against a smooth stone. Gradually the fibres begin to loosen. The hide becomes more pliable. This process will take time, perhaps the rest of the day, perhaps longer. There is no hurry. Around you, others continue their own tasks. The sounds of making and mending form a steady background hum. It is the sound of continuity, of objects being kept useful, of materials being shaped and reshaped to meet familiar needs. Children move through the space with a kind of easy freedom. They are not confined or directed, but neither are they alone. Adults are always nearby, always aware, even when their attention seems elsewhere. You see a young child, perhaps 3 or 4 years old, crouching near the fire. The child is poking at the edge of the ash with a stick, watching how the ash collapses and reforms with each prod. An adult sits close by, working on a tool. The adult does not look directly at the child, but you can tell the adult is tracking the child's position, ready to move if the child gets too close to the flames. Another child, slightly older, wanders over to where someone is preparing fibres. The child picks up a loose strand and tries to twist it the way the adult is doing. The twist comes undone immediately. The child tries again. The adult watches for a moment, then reaches over and shows the motion more slowly. The child mimics it. This time the twist holds a little longer. Childcare here is not a separate task. It is woven into everything else. Children are simply present, learning by watching and trying, corrected gently when necessary, and mostly left to explore within the safe boundaries that adults create without announcing them. A group of children plays near the shelter entrance. They're building something from stones and sticks, arranging them in patterns that make sense only to them. Their voices rise and fall. One child disagrees with another about where a stone should go. They negotiate briefly, then rearrange the pattern. The disagreement dissolves as quickly as it appeared. An adult walks past the playing children, pauses, glances down at their construction, and then continues on. The pause is brief, but attentive. The adult has assessed that everything is fine. The children do not look up. They are absorbed in their work. You notice an infant secured to an adult's back with a woven sling. The adult is moving around the shelter area, gathering items and organising materials. The infant's head bobs gently with each movement. The infant is awake, eyes open, watching the world from this safe vantage point. The adult reaches back occasionally to adjust the sling, ensuring the infant is comfortable. Another infant lies on a soft hide near where several adults are sitting. The infant is on its back, arms and legs moving in the aimless way of very young children. An adult reaches over now and then to touch the infant's belly or hand, offering brief contact. The infant does not fuss. The presence of others is enough. Children old enough to walk but still young enough to tire easily drift between activity and rest. One child plays energetically for a while, then comes and sits in an adult's lap, leaning back, half asleep. The adult continues talking with another person, one arm loosely around the child. After a while, the child stirs, slides down, and wanders off to play again. You watch a young child attempt to climb onto a low rock. The child's legs are not quite long enough. The child tries several times, each attempt ending with a slide back down. An older child, perhaps 7 or 8, notices and comes over. The older child does not lift the younger one, but instead shows how to use a smaller stone as a step. The younger child tries this method and succeeds. Both children seem satisfied. Feeding happens throughout the day. When food is prepared, children come and take what they want. They eat a little, then run off. They return later and eat more. No one scolds them for this irregular pattern. It is simply how children eat. An adult sits shaping a piece of wood. A child leans against the adult's side, watching the work. The child asks a question, though you cannot hear what it is. The adult answers briefly and continues working. The child seems content with this response and stays leaning there, quiet now, simply being close. You see another child carrying a small container, perhaps imitating the gathering work done by adults. The container is mostly empty except for a few leaves and a stick. The child walks with purpose, as if on an important errand. An adult smiles slightly as the child passes but does not comment. Nighttime care begins long before full dark. As the sun lowers, children start to slow down naturally. Their play becomes less energetic. They sit more often. They seek out adults more frequently, leaning against them and climbing into laps. One child becomes fussy, rubbing eyes and whimpering. An adult picks the child up and walks slowly around the shelter area, swaying slightly. The child's head rests on the adult's shoulder. The whimpering fades. The child's eyes close. The adult continues walking for a while longer, then sits down carefully, still holding the child. Other children are already lying down on hides near the back of the shelter. They curl up close to adults, or to each other. Their bodies relax into sleep without resistance. There is no formal bedtime, no ritual. Sleep simply comes when it comes. An older child lies down but is not yet asleep. The child stares at the shelter ceiling, eyes open. An adult lies down nearby, not touching the child but close enough that the child can see another person there. After a while, the child's eyes begin to drift closed. You see a child wake briefly in the middle of the night. The child sits up, looks around, and sees the dim shapes of others sleeping nearby. The child lies back down and is still again. No one has moved to comfort the child. The child did not need it. This pattern of care requires no discussion. It is maintained by presence, by watchfulness that does not intrude, and by a shared understanding that children are everyone's concern. The children move freely, but they are always tethered, always held within a web of attention that keeps them safe without confining them. Work does not fill every moment. Throughout the day there are natural pauses, times when people simply stop and sit, and times when movement slows to almost nothing. You finish a task and set your tool down. Instead of immediately picking up something else, you sit. The rock you're sitting on is smooth and warm from the sun. You lean back slightly, letting your weight settle. There is no particular reason to move right now. Around you, others are also resting. One person lies on their back on a flat area of ground, eyes closed, face turned toward the sky. Another person sits with legs stretched out, hands loose in lap, gazing at nothing in particular. The silence is comfortable. A child runs past, then stops and flops down onto the ground nearby. The child's breathing is quick from exertion. The child lies there, limbs sprawled, and does not get up for a long time. No one tells the child to keep playing or to do anything useful. The child simply rests. You watch the way light moves across the landscape. The sun is past its highest point now. Shadows have begun to lengthen. The air is warm, but not uncomfortably so. A light breeze occasionally stirs, bringing with it the scent of grass and dust. Someone nearby is sitting in the shade of the shelter entrance, back against the rock wall. This person is not asleep, but is very still, with eyes half closed. The person's hands rest on knees. Breathing is slow and even. Rest is not sleep, though sometimes it becomes sleep. Rest is simply the absence of effort, the permission to be still. It does not require justification. When bodies are tired, they rest. When tasks are complete, there is time to sit. This is understood by everyone. You notice an older person sitting a little apart from the group. This person rests more often now than they used to. You remember when this person was quicker and more active. Age has changed the rhythm. The person's contributions are different now, more about knowledge shared in quiet moments than physical tasks completed. The person sits and watches, and this too is a valid way to spend time. A group of people sits together in a loose cluster, not talking, just being near each other. One person idly picks at the ground with a stick, making small marks in the dirt. Another person watches this without comment. The marks mean nothing. The activity is simply something to do with hands while resting. You stand after a while and walk slowly to the water source. You drink, cupping water in your hands and bringing it to your mouth. The water is cool and clean. You drink until you're no longer thirsty, then sit down beside the water. You can hear its gentle movement over stones. The sound is constant and soothing. Another person comes to drink. This person sits down near you after drinking. Neither of you speaks. The presence of another person is pleasant but does not require conversation. You both simply sit, looking at the water, at the plants growing along its edge, and at the way light reflects off the surface. The day's heat is easing now. The sun is lower, and the air feels less heavy. This time of day often brings a kind of collective slowness. People move less. Tasks are set aside more readily. There is an unspoken agreement that evening is approaching, and with it will come different activities, but for now, rest is what the moment holds. You return to the shelter area. You see people in various states of repose. Some are sitting, some are lying down, and some are in that in-between state where they are awake but not quite present, minds drifting. A child sits in an adult's lap. The adult's arms are loosely around the child. Both are very still. The child's eyes are open but unfocused. The adult's chin rests on top of the child's head. They are simply being together, sharing warmth and presence. You find a spot near the shelter wall and sit down. You lean your head back against the stone. The surface is hard but familiar. You close your eyes. Behind your eyelids, the light is red-orange from the sun. You can hear the sounds of the camp, quiet breathing, the occasional shift of a body, the faint crackle of the fire and distant bird calls. Time passes in a way that is hard to measure. When you open your eyes again, the light has changed. The sun is lower still. Others are beginning to stir, moving toward the tasks that come with evening. But for now, you remain sitting. There is no urgency. The day will progress at its own pace. and you will join in when you are ready. As the day moves into late afternoon, attention gradually shifts toward food. People begin gathering near the central fire area. The gathered materials from the morning are brought out and examined. You see someone sorting through roots that were dug up earlier. The person brushes off the remaining dirt, sets aside any that are damaged, and arranges the good ones in a pile. The roots are pale and firm, their surfaces slightly bumpy. Another person works with the fruits that were gathered. Some are eaten fresh, simply picked up and bitten into. Others are set aside, perhaps to be used later in a different way. The person works methodically, creating small, organised groups. The fire is built up slightly. More wood is added. The flames grow taller and the heat intensifies. Flat stones are placed near the fire's edge, where they will heat slowly. You pick up a few of the roots and carry them to the water source. You rinse them, rubbing away any clinging dirt. The water runs clear over your hands. When the roots are clean, you carry them back to the fire area and set them down. Someone takes these roots and begins to prepare them. Using a sharp stone flake, the person cuts them into smaller pieces. The pieces are then wrapped in large leaves, the same kind you gathered earlier. The wrapped bundles are placed directly into the coals at the fire's edge. Other foods require different preparation. Seeds that were gathered are placed in a shallow stone depression and ground with a rounded stone. The motion is rhythmic and produces a coarse powder. A little water is added to form a thick paste. This paste can be shaped and heated or simply eaten as it is. Someone is preparing meat that was obtained a day or two ago. The meat has been stored in a cool spot and is still good. The person cuts it into strips using a stone blade. The strips are then laid across a wooden frame positioned near the fire, where the heat and smoke will cook them slowly. Children come and take small pieces of food as they are prepared. They eat while standing or wander away with food in hand. Adults eat as well, but more slowly, often while continuing to work. You reach for one of the fruits and eat it. The taste is familiar and pleasant. You take another, then another. The eating is casual, driven by hunger rather than ceremony. Wrapped roots are pulled from the coals using sticks. The leaves are blackened and smoking. Someone carefully unwraps one, peeling back the charred leaf to reveal the steamed root inside. The person breaks off a piece and eats it, chewing thoughtfully. Satisfied, the person leaves the rest for others. A large hide is spread on the ground, and various prepared foods are placed on it. People sit around this hide reaching for what they want. There is no particular order. People take what appeals to them, eat until they are satisfied, and then move away. Others take their place. You sit down near the hide and select several items. You eat slowly, tasting each thing. The flavours are simple but satisfying. There is a pleasant tiredness in your body from the day's activity. The food eases this tiredness. Conversation is quiet and sporadic. Someone mentions something noticed during the gathering. Another person responds briefly. The talk is not urgent or animated, just the gentle exchange of observations. A child sits down next to you and takes a piece of food from the hide. The child eats quickly, then takes more. You hand the child a piece of fruit. The child accepts it and bites into it, juice running down the child's chin. Someone tends the fire, adjusting the wood to maintain an even heat. The meat strips on the frame are beginning to darken and curl at the edges. The smell is savoury and appealing. The preparation of food is not a single event, but an ongoing process that stretches across the late afternoon. People prepare, eat, prepare more, and eat again. The rhythm is loose and accommodating. As the sun begins to lower toward the horizon, the intensity of food preparation eases. Most of the gathered materials have been processed or set aside. Bellies are full. The pace slows. You see an older person sitting near the fire, eating very slowly, chewing with care. The person pauses often between bites, resting. There is no rush. The person will finish when they finish. Seeds that were ground earlier are mixed with a little fat and shaped into small cakes. These are placed on the hot stones near the fire. They cook quickly, their surfaces turning golden. When they are done, They are lifted off the stones with sticks and set aside to cool. You take one of these cakes when it has cooled enough to handle. You break it in half. The inside is soft and slightly crumbly. You eat one half, then the other. The taste is mild and earthy. Food that is not eaten now will be available later. Some things keep well, others will be consumed over the next day. There is an intuitive understanding of what should be eaten soon and what can wait. The fire settles into a lower, steadier burn. The heat is less intense. People begin to move away from the immediate area, finding spots to sit and digest, to rest after eating. You lean back and let your hands rest on your stomach. You feel full and content. The light is softer now. Evening is beginning to arrive, bringing with it the particular quality of that time of day when activity winds down and the land prepares for night. The sun has dropped low enough that its light comes at a slant, casting long shadows and painting the landscape in warmer tones. People gather near the fire, drawn by the comfort of its light and heat, as the air begins to cool. You sit on the ground close to the flames. The warmth feels good on your face and hands. Others arrange themselves in a loose circle around the fire. Some sit on rocks, some on the ground, and some on folded hides. The arrangement is casual but deliberate enough that everyone has a view of the fire and of each other. The fire itself is steady now. Flames low and even, coals glowing deep red underneath. Someone adds a piece of wood. The wood catches, and the flames rise briefly, then settle again. The light flickers across faces, illuminating them in shifting patterns. Conversation is quieter at this time of day. Voices are softer. People speak less frequently and in shorter phrases. Much of the communication happens through glance and gesture. Someone points toward the horizon. Others look. The sunset is unfolding in bands of colour, orange, pink and deepening blue. You notice children settling down. The restless energy of the day has faded. They sit closer to adults now, leaning against legs or tucking themselves into laps. One child lies on the ground, with head pillowed on an adult's thigh, eyes open but heavy. An older person is working on something, hands moving slowly in the firelight. You cannot see exactly what it is, but the motion is familiar. Careful, repetitive work. The person's face is calm, focused inward. No one interrupts. The smell of the fire is pleasant, a mix of wood smoke and the faint scent of roasted food still lingering from earlier. The smoke rises and disperses into the evening air. Sometimes the wind shifts and the smoke blows toward you. You turn your head slightly, and it passes. You hear the sounds of the land as day transitions to night. Birds are making their evening calls, different from the sounds of midday. Insects begin to hum and chirp. The air feels fuller somehow, as if the cooling temperature brings everything closer. Someone starts to hum, a low sound without clear melody. Another person joins in, matching the tone. The humming continues for a while, then fades naturally. It is not quite music, more a shared sound, a way of being together without words. A child asks a question. An adult answers in a quiet voice. The child seems satisfied and snuggles closer. Another child is already asleep, curled up on hide near the fire's edge, face peaceful in the warm light. You look around at the faces in the circle. These are the people you see every day, whose presence is as familiar as the landscape itself. There is comfort in this familiarity, in knowing without thinking who will be here, and in recognizing the particular way each person sits or moves. The light continues to fade. The sky above is turning from blue to deep purple. The first stars are beginning to appear, faint but visible if you know where to look. You gaze up at them. They are always there, these lights in the night sky, constant and distant. Someone shifts position, adding another piece of wood to the fire. The motion is unhurried. The wood settles into place and begins to burn. The fire remains the centre of attention. Its light and warmth, the reason everyone stays close. You feel your own body relaxing, the tension of the day's work dissolving. Your shoulders drop, your breathing slows. The fire's warmth is making you drowsy, but in a pleasant way. You're not ready to sleep yet, but you are aware of sleep waiting at the edges of consciousness. A person near you is mending something, fingers working by feel as much as by sight. The task is almost finished. The person ties a final knot, tests the repair, then sets the object aside with a small sound of satisfaction. The night is fully arriving now. The land beyond the fire's light has become dark. You cannot see far into that darkness, but it does not feel threatening. It is simply the other side of day, as familiar as morning. People begin to prepare for sleep, but there is no hurry. Some remain by the fire, others move toward the sleeping areas in the shelter. The transition is gradual. The evening stretches out, unhurried and peaceful. You stay sitting for a while longer, watching the fire, feeling its warmth, and listening to the gentle sounds of people settling. This time of day feels suspended somehow, neither fully day nor fully night, a time of quiet togetherness before sleep separates everyone into their own private rest. Sleep does not come all at once for everyone. People settle into rest at their own pace, guided by their own tiredness. You watch as the sleeping area gradually fills. The sleeping area is toward the back of the shelter, where the rock wall provides protection and holds the day's warmth. Hides and woven mats cover the ground, creating soft surfaces. People arrange themselves in clusters lying close together. There is no privacy, but there is no need for it either. You see a family group settling down. An adult lies on their side. A child curls up against the adult's chest. Another child nestles against the adult's back. Another adult lies nearby, close enough that their bodies are almost touching. This closeness is automatic, unremarked upon. It is simply how sleep happens. You move to your own sleeping spot. You lie down on a hide that still smells faintly of the animal it came from. The surface is soft and familiar. You pull another hide over yourself for warmth. The air is cooling now that the sun is gone, though it is not uncomfortable. Around you, people are shifting and settling, finding comfortable positions. You hear the rustle of movement, the soft sounds of people adjusting hides, and the quiet murmur of a voice speaking to a restless child. A baby begins to cry, a thin wail in the quiet. You hear an adult shifting, moving closer to the baby. The crying stops almost immediately, replaced by the soft sounds of nursing. The baby's breathing becomes rhythmic and even. The adult continues to hold the baby close, one hand supporting the small body, the other perhaps stroking gently. Sleep begins to pull at you, but you remain aware of the space around you. You can feel the warmth of bodies near yours. You can hear breathing, some slow and deep, some quicker and lighter. The sounds are reassuring. You're not alone. A child wakes partway through the night. You hear the small sound of confusion. Then the child moving, seeking an adult. There is a murmur of response. The child is gathered close. Within moments the child is quiet again, sinking back into sleep. The fire outside has died down to coals, but it still provides a faint glow that reaches into the shelter. Enough light to see shapes if you open your eyes, not enough to be disruptive. You drift in and out of light sleep. At one point you wake and need to relieve yourself. You rise carefully, stepping over sleeping bodies. Outside, the night air is cool against your skin. The stars are brilliant overhead, more numerous than they seemed earlier. You move a short distance from the shelter and take care of your need, then return inside. You lie back down and pull the hide over you. Sleep comes quickly this time. Later, you wake again briefly. Someone else is moving, returning to their sleeping spot after going outside. The person settles back down with a soft sigh. The shelter is quiet except for breathing and the occasional small sound of someone shifting position. A child makes a sound in sleep. Not quite a cry, but not peaceful either. Perhaps a dream. An adult's hand reaches out, finds the child and rests there. The child quiets. The adult's hand stays where it is for a while. then withdraws as the adult returns to deeper sleep. The night passes in this way, a series of small wakings and returnings to sleep. No one sleeps straight through without interruption, but the interruptions are minor and easily managed. Sleep is not a single block of unconsciousness, but a fluid state, responsive to the body's needs and the needs of others nearby. You wake once more as the first hint of dawn begins to lighten the sky. It is not yet morning, but night is ending. You lie still, not yet ready to rise. Around you, others are still sleeping. The breathing is even and slow. The air in the shelter has warmed from the collective body heat. A child stirs, opens eyes, looks around, then closes eyes again, and is still. An adult shifts, changes position, and continues sleeping. The shelter is peaceful, holding everyone in its sheltered space. You close your eyes again. There is no reason to get up yet. The day will arrive when it arrives. For now, there is only this: warmth, safety, the presence of others, and the gentle continuation of rest. Morning arrives again, much like all the mornings before it. The light returns. People wake and rise. The day begins its familiar pattern. Nothing has changed, and yet everything continues. You stand near the shelter entrance and look out at the land. It is the same land you saw yesterday, the same shapes and colours and textures. The knowledge you have of this place is deep and unquestioned. You know which plants will ripen next, which areas will flood with heavy rain, and which paths lead to which resources. This knowledge is not written down or formally taught. It simply is, passed through repetition and observation, absorbed over years of living in constant contact with the same terrain. Children are already moving around, playing the same games they played yesterday, and learning through the same processes of watching and trying. They will grow, and they will know what you know, and they will pass it on to the children who come after them. You see an older person sitting near the fire working slowly on a task. This person has done this task thousands of times. The movements are automatic, efficient, and refined by decades of repetition. When this person is gone, others will do the work in much the same way, because they have watched and learned and practiced alongside this person. The rock shelters where you live have been used for longer than anyone can remember. Generations have slept here, worked here, and raised children here. The walls bear marks of this use. There are places worn smooth by countless hands touching the same spots. There are shallow depressions in the stone where tools have been sharpened again and again. There are faint traces of pigment on the rock face, applied at some point for reasons you may or may not fully understand. You think about these marks. They are evidence of presence, of lives lived here. But they do not tell stories in the way language does. They are simply traces, quiet and persistent. They will remain long after you and everyone you know are gone. The work of the day unfolds. Gathering, making, caring, eating, resting. Each task flows into the next without fanfare. The day will end and another will begin. The pattern is reliable. You watch a young person learning to chip stone. The person's efforts are clumsy, the strikes imprecise. Flakes fly off at wrong angles, the edge does not form correctly. But the person continues trying, learning through failure and correction. Eventually, after many attempts, after much wasted stone and much time, the person will achieve the skill, and then they will teach another person in the same patient, wordless way. This is how knowledge persists, not through grand instruction or formal record, but through presence, proximity, and repetition. The young watch, the old. The inexperienced watch the skilled. The patterns are absorbed, internalized, and enacted. And so the ways of doing things continue, changing only very slowly, shaped more by the demands of materials and land than by innovation or choice. You think about the future, though the concept is not as distinct for you as it might be for someone living in another time. There is tomorrow, and there are the seasons ahead, and there is the general sense that life will continue. But there is no grand plan, no distant goal. There is only the ongoing now, each day building on the day before in small incremental ways. You look at the children again. They are the future, in the simple sense that they will be here when you are not. They will gather in the same places, use the same shelters and follow the same paths. The land will shape them as it has shaped you. The sun is climbing higher. The morning work is underway. You see people moving with purpose, their actions guided by need and habit. There is no urgency, but there is also no idleness. Life requires work, and the work is done. You think about the pigments that were ground yesterday. They will be used to make marks on the rock walls, to add to the traces that are already there. These marks are not pictures in the sense that they depict specific events or tell particular stories. They are more abstract than that, more symbolic. They might represent ideas or simply be aesthetic expressions, ways of marking the space as belonging to people, of leaving evidence of thought and hand. These marks will last. Long after the people who made them are gone, long after the memory of those people has faded, the marks will remain. Future people may see them and wonder what they meant, or they may not wonder at all. The marks will simply be there, as permanent as the stone itself, quiet witnesses to lives lived. You move back into the shelter and pick up a tool. There is work to do. The day continues. The pattern holds. In the evening, as the light fades and people gather by the fire once more, you feel the same sense of quiet completion that comes at the end of every day. The work is done. Food has been eaten. People are settling. Sleep will come. You look around at the faces in the firelight. Each person is distinct, familiar and known. And yet each person is also part of a larger pattern, a continuity that stretches back and forward, beyond memory, beyond individual life. The stars are beginning to appear. The fire burns low. Children are already sleeping, curled up against adults. The shelter is warm and safe. You lie down in your sleeping spot. You pull the hide over yourself. The day is ending. Tomorrow will come. The pattern will continue. And in this continuation, in this quiet, unremarkable persistence of daily life, there is a kind of peace. Nothing dramatic happens. Nothing needs to happen. Life is simply life, lived one day at a time, in a place that holds and sustains, among people who share the same land and the same rhythms. The rock art will remain. Future people will find it and try to understand what it meant. But the real story is not in the marks on the wall. The real story is in the days themselves, in the gathering and the making and the caring, in the children learning and the fires burning and the seasons turning. It is a story without drama, without beginning or end, a story of continuity that asks nothing more than to continue. You close your eyes, your breathing slows, sleep comes gently as it always does. The shelter is quiet, the land is quiet. The night settles over everything, and somewhere in that vastness, the marks on the rock wait in the darkness, holding their silent testimony to the ordinary, extraordinary persistence of human life. Eleanor Roosevelt's name evokes images of a dignified First Lady, championing human rights and redefining the role of women in politics. Yet her story begins in an era marked by hushed assumptions about what women could and should do, and her journey from shy orphan to global influencer was no predictable progression. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11th, 1884, she entered a family steeped in prestige, but also riddled with private heartbreak. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was renowned for beauty and social graces, while her father, Elliot Roosevelt, was the charismatic but troubled younger brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt. Some narratives cast her parents in stark contrasts, her mother's aloof manner, her father's erratic behaviour. Yet Eleanor recalled them both with a child's longing, craving acceptance. Her mother's criticisms of her looks haunted her, and her father's struggles with alcohol often overshadowed his tender devotion. These paradoxes shaped Eleanor's earliest perceptions of self-worth. By age 10, she had lost both parents. Her mother died of diphtheria, and her father, long embroiled in personal turmoil, passed away 2 years later. left without their protective presence. Eleanor moved in with relatives who maintained the typical decorum of New York high society. She was a timid child, overshadowed by cousins who found her seriousness perplexing. She found some solace in reading, stories of daring heroines and moral dilemmas. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, insisted on conventional decorum with the hope that Eleanor would bloom into a proper debutante. Instead, the girl quietly internalized a sense of duty and self-consciousness. She learned how to host teas and navigate social niceties, but she also developed an inner resolve. The gulf between the confident girls around her and her insecurities never fully disappeared, but she forged a methodical approach to self-improvement. At age 15, she was shipped to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school outside London. There, under the guidance of Marie Souvestre, an educator known for fostering independent thought, Eleanor found a nurturing environment for the first time since her parents' deaths. Souvestre saw potential in her seriousness and urged her to speak her mind. Gone were the constraints of superficial society gatherings. Instead, classes focused on world affairs, literature, and critical thinking. Eleanor travelled across Europe, absorbing cultural differences, forging friendships, and learning to question assumptions. The timid girl from New York high society was awakening to the world's complexity. Returning to the United States at age 18, she struggled to reacclimate to the rigid expectations of debutante life. Gowns, balls, and polite suitors filled her schedule, yet she yearned for deeper substance. Family members urged her to embrace tradition, marry well, produce heirs, and carry on the Roosevelt name with appropriate decorum. Internally, she felt her convictions hardening. There was a broader realm where she might be of use. She began volunteering in settlement houses, encountering immigrants grappling with poverty and discrimination. It was her first intimate brush with social injustice. Around this time, she reconnected with her distant cousin Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a dashing young man set on a political career. Their shared family name and ties to Theodore Roosevelt added a certain inevitability to their courtship, yet their bond was more complex than a convenient match. Franklin admired her seriousness and warmth. She found in him a lively optimism that promised adventure. Despite concerns from his domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, they married in 1905. Theodore Roosevelt, then president, gave away the bride, an event that overshadowed the couple's day with national headlines. Early married life plunged Eleanor into the complexities of the extended Roosevelt clan, dominated by Sarah's strict ideas about household and social status. As she bore children, eventually 6, one dying in infancy, Eleanor struggled to maintain her identity. She discovered that her new role often felt like a performance. The shy orphan recast as the society hostess and dutiful political wife. Yet beneath the formalities, she was observing, learning, and quietly resolving to find her voice. Her childhood taught her to survive loss and isolation. Marriage would teach her to navigate duty and compromise. By her mid-20s, Eleanor Roosevelt stood at a crossroads, respectable wife in a prominent family, yet privately aware of how little she truly belonged to herself. She'd endured tragedy and internalized criticism, and now balanced motherhood with a sense that she was meant for more. As her husband's political ambitions gathered momentum, she would face new tests of resilience and discover just how profound her influence could become. In her first years of married life, Eleanor Roosevelt found her space and autonomy overshadowed by the imposing figure of her mother-in-law, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah managed the household finances and even designed adjoining living quarters so she could oversee Eleanor's management of the children. This arrangement stifled Eleanor's independence, leaving her feeling perpetually monitored. Franklin seemed comfortable with his mother's involvement, and this tacit acceptance further isolated Eleanor. Nevertheless, she made the best of her circumstances. She immersed herself in child-rearing, determined that her children would experience a warmth she had too often lacked. Simultaneously, she sought outlets for her curiosity about social issues. Volunteering for the Junior League, she assisted in settlement work on Manhattan's Lower East Side, coming face to face with poverty and labor injustices. Observing the hardships of immigrant families, Eleanor recognized the stark gap between her privileged circle and those struggling at America's margins. Around 1910, Franklin's political career began. Elected to the New York State Senate, he moved the family to Albany. Though still reluctant to step into the public spotlight, Eleanor gleaned insights into legislative processes and networking. She watched as lawmakers engaged in negotiations, formed alliances, and faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. At social gatherings, she was the dutiful wife, exchanging pleasantries while quietly absorbing the undercurrents of power. Her vantage point revealed a system in dire need of empathetic leadership. Tragedy soon intervened. In 1912, Eleanor's world was rocked when her eldest daughter, Anna, nearly died of illness. Shortly thereafter, she endured her health scares and a complicated birth. The precariousness of life, combined with the relentless swirl of political obligations, frayed her nerves. Sarah's hovering presence exacerbated tensions, yet adversity stirred in Eleanor a growing resolve. She ventured beyond polite tea-room talk, forging links with progressive women seeking to address glaring social inequities. She admired activists who battled for child labour laws and workplace safety reforms. By 1913, Franklin was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy by President Woodrow Wilson, prompting a move to Washington, D.C. The capital's elite social scene revolved around formal receptions and ranking protocols, neither of which thrilled Eleanor. Still, she recognized the city as a crucible of national decision-making. She developed friendships with progressive-minded officials and activists, exchanging ideas about wages, education, and women's suffrage. World War I broke out in 1914, drawing America in by 1917. Washington became a hive of wartime mobilization. Hospitals overflowed, and soldiers returned with devastating injuries. Eleanor volunteered at the Red Cross canteens and naval hospitals, an experience that brought her face-to-face with war's human toll. She found it impossible to return to trivial chatter at lavish parties after seeing wounded veterans struggle to rebuild their lives. Even as she navigated demands for appearances by Franklin's side, she yearned to channel her growing empathy into concrete action. Meanwhile, her personal life took a shocking turn. In 1918, she discovered Franklin's romantic letters to Lucy Mercer, her social secretary. A betrayal rocked Eleanor's foundations. She confronted her husband, and while divorce was considered, Sarah Roosevelt threatened to cut off financial support. The scandal never fully reached the public ear, but it jolted Eleanor into rethinking her marriage. Although she remained married, the emotional bond between them changed. She began cultivating her identity separate from him, forging alliances and friendships that didn't revolve solely around Franklin's ambitions. As the war ended, Washington shifted back to peacetime routines. The Roosevelts returned to New York, where Franklin resumed his political climb. However, Eleanor's worldview had expanded. No longer content to linger in the background, she immersed herself in political clubs, particularly the League of Women Voters and the new Women's Trade Union League. She devoured reports on social conditions, labour rights, and civil liberties. She overcame her shyness when speaking in public, fueled by the conviction that she had something to contribute. This evolution coincided with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. Energized by this milestone, Eleanor campaigned for Franklin when he ran as the Democratic vice presidential candidate that same year. Though they lost, the experience broadened her political network. She saw how campaigns were orchestrated, how messages were spun, and most importantly, how public opinion could be swayed toward progressive ideals if approached with authenticity. By the early 1920s, Eleanor Roosevelt had traversed heartbreak, war volunteerism, and political initiation. She had begun forging her path, shaped by the direct encounters with suffering and by her growing circle of reform-minded peers. Her marriage, once the axis of her existence, now became just one facet of a broader calling. As she discovered, adversity often planted the seeds of purpose. The once quiet, shy girl, now determined to stand on her own terms, guided by a conscience that refused to stay silent, was emerging. The 1920s brought both hardship and opportunity to Eleanor Roosevelt. Franklin's political career stalled when he lost the vice presidential race in 1920, but his future seemed boundless until polio struck him in 1921. That summer, during a vacation in Campobello, he suddenly found himself paralysed from the waist down. Doctors offered little hope for complete recovery. The family rallied, yet the crisis triggered another shift in Eleanor's life. Overnight, she transformed into Franklin's indispensable ally, juggling therapy regimens, household logistics, and public relations. Many within the Roosevelt clan believed Franklin's political days were over. Sarah Delano Roosevelt pressed him to retire quietly, but Eleanor discerned that relinquishing his ambitions would crush his spirit. She supported his determination to regain mobility, helping him navigate new routines. She also shouldered tasks Franklin previously handled, from correspondence to scheduling. Suddenly, she was more than a supportive spouse. She was a gatekeeper, an intermediary, and an architect of her husband's comeback. Her own organizational skills flourished. She managed Franklin's affairs and dedicated time to committees that advanced her interests. She joined the Women's Division of the New York State Democratic Committee, recruiting women voters and championing issues that aligned with social reforms. This dual role, family caretaker and political operator, displayed an emerging confidence. She shed the last vestiges of social timidity, speaking at rallies and forging alliances with party leaders. While some ridiculed her for lacking classic oratory flair, others appreciated her sincerity. In 1924, Franklin ventured back into politics by supporting Al Smith for the position of governor of New York. Behind the scenes, Eleanor arranged events, wrote letters, and networked on his behalf. She began to see how her initiatives merged with broader political machinery. The Women's City Club and the League of Women Voters offered her platforms to discuss labour issues and child welfare. Her voice carried an authenticity rooted in hands-on experience, and she found an audience eager for that perspective. Yet her personal journey wasn't all smooth. Living under the same roof as Sarah, she faced constant friction about how to manage Franklin's care. Moreover, echoes of the Lucy Mercer affair lingered, complicating the emotional bond with her husband. Their marriage, though stable in outward appearance, evolved into more of a partnership than a traditional romance. Trusted friends, such as journalist Lorena Hickok, entered her life, providing emotional support. Speculation about the nature of these friendships arose later, but at the time they served as lifelines, anchoring Eleanor's sense of self-worth. As Franklin's mobility improved incrementally, supported by crutches, braces, and daily exercises, his political aspirations reignited. He ran for governor of New York in 1928 and won. Suddenly, Eleanor had to navigate her new role as the governor's wife. She disliked the ceremonials of the executive mansion in Albany, but she saw an avenue to shape policy from within. She was no longer content with simply greeting dignitaries at receptions. Instead, she turned the governor's residence into a meeting point for activists and policymakers. Under her watch, progressive agendas on labour laws and social welfare found an informal forum. Meanwhile, she continued building her own reputation. She wrote articles for women's magazines, pushing readers to engage in civic matters. In one piece, she insisted that the success of democracy depended on informed citizens, especially newly enfranchised women. Her writing style was direct and personal, resonating with readers tired of lofty rhetoric. Critically, she believed that compassion and practical solutions, not empty slogans, made politics meaningful. By the close of the 1920s, the Roosevelts had become a formidable team. Franklin's charismatic optimism drew public admiration, while Eleanor's growing expertise on social issues injected substance into his political image. The 1929 stock market crash sent the nation reeling, intensifying scrutiny of leaders' efforts to alleviate economic despair. As governor, Franklin grappled with relief measures for the unemployed. Eleanor, for her part, travelled the state, visiting factories, tenements, and rural communities to assess problems firsthand. Her dispatches back to Albany shaped policy debates, ensuring that the voices of ordinary citizens didn't get lost in the shuffle of bureaucracy. It was during this period that Eleanor solidified her belief in the potential of government to uplift the vulnerable. While critics accused her of meddling in affairs beyond a spouse's domain, she brushed off the barbs. If democracy was to thrive, she reasoned, it needed more than figureheads. It needed informed advocates willing to engage directly with citizens' struggles. As the 1932 presidential election approached, Franklin emerged as the Democratic frontrunner. With the Great Depression tightening its grip, Americans craved leadership that promised hope and decisive action. Eleanor steeled herself for the next stage. Little did she know, the White House would offer an even broader platform, yet also test her capacity to balance public influence with private conviction. When Franklin D. Roosevelt won the 1932 presidential election, America was in the throes of the Great Depression. Lines for bread and soup stretched across city blocks, farms were foreclosed, and unemployment soared. Millions looked to the incoming president for salvation. Amid the frenzied national attention, Eleanor Roosevelt stepped into the role of First Lady with an approach that defied convention. Rather than focusing on high society receptions, she resolved to become the eyes and ears of the administration, travelling extensively to gauge people's realities. From the onset, she carved out an unprecedented public profile. She held weekly press conferences for female reporters, ensuring that women in journalism retained access to the political heart of the nation. This move sparked controversy. No First Lady had ever done something so openly proactive. Critics labelled her a meddler, but Eleanor persisted, explaining that women's voices deserved inclusion in national discourse. She believed that an administration ignoring half the population's perspective was doomed to fail. She also launched a syndicated newspaper column, My Day. In it, she chronicled her observations on policy, social conditions, and even personal reflections. While some columns offered daily glimpses into her travels or family life, others pushed readers to consider labour issues, civil rights, and youth programmes. The column garnered a massive following. Americans, especially women, found an advocate in the White House who spoke plainly about societal injustices. Detractors howled about an overstepping spouse. But she refused to cede the platform. Her pen became a conduit for the unheard. Meanwhile, the Roosevelt administration rolled out the New Deal, an array of programs aimed at relief, recovery, and reform. While Franklin handled the sweeping political maneuvers, Eleanor visited factories, slums, and rural backwaters, reporting her findings back to him and other officials. Her input influenced initiatives like the National Youth Administration, which provided jobs and education for young people. Eleanor believed that social welfare wasn't about handouts, but about giving people the tools to regain dignity. She pressed agencies to ensure these programs reached women, minorities, and rural families often sidelined in bureaucratic distribution. Her activism caught attention outside Washington. Labour leaders praised her empathy, while some conservatives accused her of championing socialism. Unions, especially the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, saw her as an ally willing to bring workers' grievances to her husband's ear. Civil rights groups, led by African-American leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune, found in Eleanor a rare White House ally who would openly address racial injustice. She famously defied segregation norms in 1938 by sitting in the middle aisle between black and white delegates at a Southern conference. Critics deemed it a publicity stunt, but for many African Americans, it was a symbolic stand by someone in power. In private, though, she battled frustration and loneliness. Franklin's polio limited his mobility, and the relentless demands of the presidency deepened the emotional gulf between them. The White House brimmed with staff and visitors, leaving little time for introspection. She relied on friendships with women like Lorena Hickok, who provided an emotional outlet she rarely found in her marriage. Historians later scrutinized these relationships, but at the time they served as islands of understanding and affection in a sea of political chaos. Despite the strain, Eleanor recognized her unique influence. She championed the arts through projects under the Works Progress Administration. Believing creativity spurred hope. She publicly supported progressive women in office, including Secretary of Labour Frances Perkins, the first woman to hold a US cabinet position. In doing so, she advanced the notion that women could excel in governance. Skeptics sneered at the idea of female leadership, but Eleanor's calm assurance, backed by real accomplishments, countered their doubts. She also found herself entangled in controversies around housing reforms, rural electrification, and migrant labour camps. In each case, her approach was consistent: travel to the sites, talk to affected families, and push her husband's advisors to craft solutions. If she couldn't persuade through formal channels, she sometimes appealed directly to the public through her column or radio addresses. She skillfully balanced between being a supportive First Lady and being an independent political actor. By the late 1930s, the Roosevelt administration confronted new challenges: fascism rising in Europe and a still wobbly economy at home. Through it all, Eleanor's schedule remained relentless. She believed in direct engagement, convinced that a leader unaware of suffering had no moral right to shape policy. Though she never held official office, her council influenced decisions that altered millions of lives. With war clouds gathering overseas, she would soon discover that her role required not just empathy, but a steely resolve to face a global crisis poised to test America's ideals. As the 1930s ended and World War II loomed, Eleanor Roosevelt sensed a shifting global landscape. She saw fascism trampling human rights in Europe and Asia, while America debated isolation versus intervention. Though Franklin initially focused on domestic recovery by 1940, it was clear the nation couldn't ignore international turmoil. Eleanor, never shy about voicing her stance, argued that America's moral responsibility extended beyond its borders. She wrote passionately in My Day, warning readers that democratic values needed defending, lest they perish in the onslaught of tyranny. When Franklin won an unprecedented third term in 1940, the Roosevelts steeled themselves for a tumultuous period. Eleanor accelerated her advocacy for civil rights and women's involvement in war preparedness. With men joining the military, she championed female workers to fill industrial roles. Touring factories, she highlighted the contributions of Rosie the Riveter types, urging Americans to shed old prejudices about a woman's place. Her stance was pragmatic. The nation required every capable hand to beat looming threats. Yet Pearl Harbor's bombing in December 1941 brought war to US soil, igniting frantic mobilization. Eleanor plunged into morale-building efforts, visiting troops, meeting with families of servicemen, and pushing for improved conditions in military camps. Eleanor believed that even small actions like providing decent food, medical care, and pay could demonstrate the country's commitment to those who served. Despite the War Department having its structures, her personal visits frequently revealed areas of concern, such as segregated facilities, limited mental health services, or insufficient resources in remote training sites. She penned frank memos to generals and even her husband, demanding improvements. On the home front, war fever sometimes fueled racism. Japanese Americans were forced into internment camps, a policy Eleanor struggled to reconcile with her belief in democratic principles. She quietly lobbied behind the scenes, but her opposition to the policy never gained enough traction to reverse it. Critics later labelled her sentence on internment as one of her greatest moral failures. Still, she strove to mitigate conditions by visiting camps and advocating for educational programs inside them, mindful that these efforts fell short of outright justice. Meanwhile, civil rights leaders urged the administration to address discrimination in defense industries. Eleanor became their conduit in the White House. Franklin issued Executive Order 8802, banning racial discrimination in defense contracts, partly due to her persistent urging. Though enforcement was patchy, it set a precedent. She continued her bold stands, like publicly supporting the Tuskegee Airmen and ensuring African American nurses were integrated into the Army Nurse Corps. Each symbolic action fanned controversy among segregationists, but to her, equality was non-negotiable, especially in a war purportedly fought for freedom. Abroad, Eleanor's reach extended through her goodwill tours. She travelled to Britain and the South Pacific, meeting soldiers and Allied leaders. Her presence was more than ceremonial. She asked probing questions about troop morale, supply lines and local tensions. Often, she cabled back suggestions for improvements. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised her empathy, even if some in his entourage found her activism unorthodox for a First Lady. She reassured war-weary civilians that American aid wasn't just strategic, it was driven by a genuine commitment to liberty. At home, she confronted a personal heartbreak. Her brother, Hall Roosevelt, struggled with alcoholism, echoing the family's tragic legacy. She tried to arrange support and discreet care, balancing private loyalties with public responsibilities. Her circle of intimate friends provided emotional ballast. Lorena Hickok remained a confidant, though war logistics limited their time together. Through letters, Eleanor confided her exhaustion, admitting that the public's expectations often felt insurmountable. As the conflict raged on, Franklin's health waned. His blood pressure rose and stress weighed heavily. Eleanor stepped in more assertively, bridging gaps in his schedule. She delivered radio addresses championing war bonds, visited hospitals treating wounded veterans, and comforted grieving families. Some cynics dismissed her as Madame Do-Good, but many others found solace in a leader unafraid to see suffering firsthand. By 1944, the Allied forces were making significant progress, yet victory seemed a complicated prospect. The war's devastation would require not just triumph over Axis powers, but a blueprint for peace. Eleanor's mind buzzed with questions about refugees, post-war reconstruction, and a reimagined global framework that might prevent future catastrophes. She saw glimpses of a potential role for the United States as a moral leader, though she worried domestic politics might hamper that vision. In the final year of the war, she began hinting that the world needed a robust international body to maintain peace, foreshadowing her eventual pivotal role in the United Nations. Franklin D. Roosevelt died in April 1945, mere weeks before Germany's surrender. The nation mourned a four-term president whose New Deal and wartime leadership had reshaped America. For Eleanor Roosevelt, the loss was both intimate and public. While she and Franklin had forged a practical partnership over the years, she grieved the passing of a companion who, despite all their marital complexities, had walked beside her through monumental transformations. When Harry Truman succeeded to the presidency, he recognized Eleanor's unique standing. At first, many assumed she would retreat from public life. Instead, she showed no sign of disappearing into widowhood. She considered her husband's death a passing of the baton, a moment demanding continued engagement. The war with Japan still raged, and global politics were in flux. She quietly rebuffed suggestions to retire, stating famously, "The story is over, but not the journey." In May 1945, V-Day, victory in Europe, arrived, overshadowed by the looming final battles against Japan. Eleanor immersed herself in relief efforts, focusing on wounded veterans returning from both theatres. She visited hospitals, consoled families, and championed bills aimed at their rehabilitation. While Truman's administration tackled the complexities of forming a post-war order, she used her platform to advocate for a strong, cooperative international community. One of Truman's defining acts was to appoint Eleanor to the first American delegation to the United Nations in 1945. Many in Washington questioned the choice. Could a former First Lady, albeit well-travelled, effectively navigate high-stakes diplomacy? Truman saw something others overlooked, her blend of empathy and pragmatism. The appointment signalled a fresh chapter for both the UN and Eleanor. She approached the role with disciplined study, brushing up on parliamentary rules, international law, and economic recovery proposals. Attending the UN's early sessions in London, and then at Lake Success, New York, she immersed herself in the complexities of post-war negotiations. Nations wrestled with forming stable governments in war-ravaged regions, setting up structures to prevent future conflicts. While seasoned diplomats haggled over boundaries and reparations, Eleanor centred her efforts on human rights. She found common cause with delegates from smaller nations, forging alliances that transcended Cold War lines just beginning to emerge. In 1946, she chaired the newly formed UN Commission on Human Rights. Initially, some delegates saw her as an American figurehead, polite but lacking intellectual heft. They swiftly learned otherwise. She steered discussions with firmness, ensuring smaller nations had their say. She insisted the Commission draft not just broad statements, but actionable principles. This laborious process required reconciling different cultural values, economic realities, and political ideologies. Hours of debate tested her resolve. She found an ally in French philosopher René Cassin, among others, who appreciated her unwavering focus on practical outcomes. The Commission's most famous product, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, emerged as a collaborative masterpiece, though it bore Eleanor's imprint. She reminded delegates that lofty words meant little unless everyday people could understand them. She pushed for language that was clear, universal, and free from legalistic clutter. Late-night sessions often ended with her scribbling revisions by lamplight, fueled by an unshakable belief that each article mattered to someone's dignity. Her experience among the poor and marginalized during the Depression shaped her commitment to ensuring each clause addressed fundamental human needs. Throughout these intense negotiations, she maintained a public speaking schedule, travelling to universities and women's clubs to explain the UN's mission. Detractors at home accused her of naivete, suggesting the Soviet Union's looming power rendered human rights talk meaningless. She countered that precisely because of geopolitical tensions, a moral framework was indispensable. She refused to let cynicism overshadow the potential of collective action. By 1948, the Commission finalised the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN General Assembly's adoption of it marked a significant milestone. Though not legally binding, it set a moral standard. Eleanor delivered speeches describing it as a Magna Carta for all mankind, ensuring the public understood it as a tool to uplift the disenfranchised. International media credited her leadership, albeit sometimes grudgingly, as she had shattered prior assumptions about a First Lady's capabilities. In the aftermath, she found little time for rest. The world was shifting into the Cold War era. Economic reconstruction, decolonization, and ideological battles now defined global relations. Even as she stepped away from the commission, she continued to serve as a roving ambassador of sorts, championing human rights across continents. Eleanor saw her late husband's passing as an opportunity to forge her own unique legacy, rooted not in being a president's wife, but in shaping international norms at a pivotal moment in history. In the final decade of her life, Eleanor Roosevelt continued as an indefatigable voice for social justice, human rights, and democratic ideals. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, remained her crowning achievement. However, she refused to rest on her past achievements. With the onset of the Cold War, critics claimed the UN's ideals would crumble under superpower rivalry. Eleanor believed otherwise, maintaining that shared principles could mitigate conflict, even if progress unfolded slowly. She returned to private citizenship in 1953, but stayed active in public discourse. Writing, lecturing, and advocating, she championed civil rights at home. When African American students integrated previously all-white schools under court orders, she lent moral support, reminding Americans that equality was part of their national fabric. Her columns remained unflinching, calling out racism, poverty, and the complacency of those who benefited from the status quo. Some saw her as anachronistic, others discovered in her words a beacon for an America struggling to reconcile its ideals with its realities. Her personal network still included political heavyweights, enabling her to press for reforms behind the scenes. She served under President John F. Kennedy as chair of the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women, established in 1961. At an age when many retire, Eleanor dissected legal codes, employment practices, and educational barriers hindering women. She demanded data, case studies, and policy recommendations, aiming to transform rhetoric into tangible steps. That the Commission's final report spurred legislative changes underscored her ability to channel moral vision into legal frameworks. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, she travelled the globe. Invitations poured in from countries wanting to meet the woman behind the Declaration of Human Rights. In India, she walked through villages discussing rural development. In Israel, she marvelled at kibbutz communities. In Africa, she observed newly independent nations grappling with post-colonial reconstruction. Where American ambassadors might exude formality, Eleanor embraced dialogues with everyday people. She returned from each journey energized, writing extensive notes for policymakers, cautioning against condescending attitudes toward emerging nations. Her willingness to learn from other cultures became a hallmark of her diplomacy. Time and again, she confronted critics who branded her a busybody. She was neither a scholar nor a government official. Why should she meddle in foreign or domestic affairs? She answered that democracy was every citizen's business, and moral responsibility didn't vanish with the end of official appointments. Observers noted that her brand of activism hinged on practical empathy, nurtured from her earliest volunteer days. Whether lecturing at a university or chatting with a rural cooperative, she asked questions and listened. Her convictions were firm, yet she respected the complexity of local struggles. She also mentored rising figures, both men and women, urging them to wield compassion as a strength, not a weakness. From civil rights activists in the American South to young diplomats in the UN, she encouraged them to merge policy with humanity. People she mentored often recalled her direct manner, no idle flattery, just pointed questions that forced them to clarify their own beliefs. Rarely did she scold in public, but in private, she offered candid criticisms designed to sharpen strategies. As her health began to decline in the early 1960s, she scaled back her demanding itinerary, though not her convictions. President Kennedy valued her counsel on international relations and domestic policy. She remained a fixture in press interviews, her voice steady even if her physical stamina waned. She firmly believed in transferring the responsibility to the next generation. In one of her final interviews, she expressed hope that the seeds planted by the Universal Declaration would bear fruit, even if it took centuries for humanity to fully embrace the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality. Eleanor Roosevelt died on November 7th, 1962. Tributes poured in from heads of state and ordinary citizens alike. Many lauded her as the First Lady of the World, a title first coined in recognition of her global humanitarian work. Over the coming years, her legacy would be revisited Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading chair on a foggy Edinburgh evening in 1886. The gas lamps flicker outside your window, casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets that seem to whisper secrets. This exact atmosphere enveloped a young medical student named Arthur Conan Doyle as he sat in his cramped flat staring at a blank piece of paper and questioning how he would manage to pay his rent. You know that feeling when you're desperately trying to come up with a brilliant idea and your brain feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool? Well, that's precisely where Arthur found himself. He'd been scribbling away at various stories, trying to make a name for himself as a writer, but nothing seemed to stick. His medical practice was about as successful as a chocolate teapot, and his bank account was looking rather anemic. But here's where the story gets captivating. Arthur had been studying under a professor named Dr. Joseph Bell, and this man was absolutely extraordinary. Not in a flashy look-at-me sort of way, but in a quietly brilliant fashion that would make your jaw drop. Dr. Bell had this uncanny ability to look at a patient and deduce their entire life story just from observing the smallest details. He'd glance at someone's hands and tell them their profession, notice a particular type of mud on their boots, and know exactly which part of Edinburgh they'd walked through that morning. It was like watching a magician, except the tricks were real, and the magic was simply keen observation mixed with logical thinking. Arthur would sit in those medical lectures completely mesmerised, watching Dr. Bell work his deductive wizardry on unsuspecting patients. The excellent doctor would peer at a man's fingernails and announce, "Ah, I see you're a carpenter who's been working with oak recently, and judging by that slight stain on your thumb, you've been using a particular type of varnish that's only sold in 3 shops in the city." The patients would stare at him like he'd just read their minds, but Arthur began to understand that it wasn't mind reading at all. It was merely the skill of recognising what others missed, and linking seemingly unconnected elements. Dr. Bell wasn't performing magic tricks. He was demonstrating that the world is full of clues if you just know how to read them. As Arthur sat in his flat that foggy evening, the memory of Dr. Bell's methods began to percolate through his mind like a perfectly brewed cup of tea. What if, he thought, someone could solve crimes using these same techniques? What if a detective could see not just what happened at a crime scene, but how, who, and why? The idea began to take shape slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Arthur imagined a tall, thin man with sharp features and even sharper intellect. He had the ability to enter a room and instantly identify the 17 details that others had overlooked. A person who found the ordinary world rather dull, but came alive when presented with a puzzle that needed solving. And so, in that small Edinburgh flat, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamp flickering on his desk, Arthur Conan Doyle began to write about a consulting detective named Sherlock Holmes. He had no idea that he was about to create the most famous fictional detective in history, or that over a century later, people would still be arguing about whether Holmes was real or not. Dr. Bell's methods didn't just inspire the character Arthur created. He was a blend of Victorian anxieties, scientific optimism, and the growing belief that logic could solve any problem. Holmes represented everything the Victorian era wanted to believe about itself, that reason would triumph over chaos, that careful observation could reveal truth, and that even the most complex mysteries could be unravelled by a sufficiently clever mind. Little did Arthur know that his creation would outlive him, outgrow him, and eventually become more real to many people than the man who dreamed him up. Let's delve deeper into Dr. Joseph Bell, as comprehending him is akin to comprehending the hidden element in your grandmother's renowned recipe. Without him, there would be no Sherlock Holmes, and the world would be a significantly less interesting place. Dr. Bell wasn't your typical Victorian gentleman. While other doctors of his era were still debating whether washing hands between patients was really necessary, Bell was revolutionising the entire approach to medical diagnosis. He believed that a doctor's job wasn't just to treat symptoms, but to become a detective of the human body, piecing together clues to solve the mystery of what was actually wrong with a patient. Imagine walking into his classroom at the University of Edinburgh. The room would be thick with anticipation. The students waited to see what miracle of deduction their professor would perform that day. Bell would summon a volunteer patient, prompting a hapless individual to shuffle forward, likely pondering their current circumstances. Bell would meticulously circle around them, his keen eyes scrutinising every detail. "Ah," he might say, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I see you've recently returned from the continent. Germany, I'd say, based on the particular type of clay under your fingernails. You're a gardener by profession, but you've been doing some carpentry work lately. Oak, judging by the wood shavings in your hair, and that slight limp suggests you injured your left leg about 3 weeks ago, probably from a fall." The patient would nod in amazement, confirming every detail while the students scribbled frantically in their notebooks trying to capture the magic. But Bell would always explain his reasoning. The clay was a specific type found only in certain German regions. The calluses on the man's hands showed the pattern of someone who worked with plants, but had recently been gripping different tools. The wood shavings were a clear indicator, and the man's preference for his right leg during walking revealed a recent injury. What made Bell truly extraordinary wasn't just his powers of observation, though those were remarkable, but his ability to teach others to see the world differently. He would tell his students that most people looked but didn't observe. They saw a man with dirty hands and thought, labourer, but they missed the specific type of dirt that could tell them exactly what kind of work he did and where he'd been doing it. Bell had this wonderful way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. He'd pick up a walking stick left behind by a patient and turn it into a treasure trove of information. The wear patterns on the handle could tell him if the owner was left or right-handed. The type of wood and craftsmanship revealed their social class. Scratches and dents told stories of how it had been used. Even the height of the stick provided clues about the owner's stature and gait. Arthur Conan Doyle would sit in these demonstrations, absolutely captivated. Years later, he would write about Dr. Bell with obvious affection, describing him as a man who could diagnose not just diseases but entire life stories. Bell became Arthur's model for what a truly observant person could achieve, and those classroom demonstrations became the blueprint for countless Sherlock Holmes adventures. But here's something delightfully ironic about the whole situation. Dr. Bell, the man who inspired the world's most famous detective, was actually quite modest about his abilities. He insisted that his methods weren't magical or even particularly difficult. They just required patience, practice, and a willingness to pay attention to details that others ignored. Bell would often say that the key to his success was simply remembering that every person carries their story, written on their body, in their clothes, and in their mannerisms. Most people, he explained, are so focused on looking ahead that they never really look around. They miss the poetry written in calluses, the stories told by shoe leather, and the novels hidden in the way someone holds their shoulders. When Arthur finally created Sherlock Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what if someone took Dr. Bell's methods and applied them not to medicine, but to crime? What if that keen eye for detail and logical mind were turned towards solving mysteries instead of diagnosing illnesses? The result was a character who could walk into a room and immediately see things that would take ordinary people hours to notice, if they noticed them at all. Let's transport ourselves to Victorian London for a moment, because understanding the world that embraced Sherlock Holmes is like understanding why certain songs become hits. It's all about timing, atmosphere, and what people desperately need to hear at exactly the right moment. Picture London in the 1890s, and you'll find yourself in a city that was both magnificent and terrifying, often simultaneously. The Industrial Revolution had transformed it into this massive, sprawling beast of a metropolis, with over 4 million people crammed into spaces that had been designed for maybe a quarter of that number. The city was growing so fast that it seemed to be bursting at the seams, like a sausage that's been overstuffed. You'd walk down streets where magnificent Victorian mansions stood just a few blocks away from slums that would make your stomach turn. The contrast was jarring. One moment you might be strolling past elegant gaslit boulevards where well-dressed gentlemen tipped their hats to ladies in elaborate bustles, and the next you'd find yourself in narrow, fog-choked alleyways where the sun barely penetrated and danger lurked around every corner. This was the London of Jack the Ripper, after all. The very real terror of those unsolved murders had gripped the city just a few years before Holmes made his debut. People were genuinely frightened, and the police seemed completely baffled. The idea that someone could commit such horrible crimes and simply vanish into the urban maze was deeply unsettling to a society that prided itself on order and progress. But here's where it gets intriguing. This era was also the age of scientific optimism. People believed that rational thinking and careful observation could solve any problem. Darwin had shown them that even the mysteries of human existence could be unravelled through patient study. Electric lights were beginning to push back the darkness, and the telegraph was shrinking the world. There was this wonderful sense that humanity was on the verge of conquering all the great mysteries of existence. Into this mixture of fear and hope stepped Sherlock Holmes, and he was flawless for the moment. This character could make sense of the chaos of city life. He could walk into the most baffling situation and, through pure logic and observation, restore order to the world. He was like a lighthouse in a storm, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with the bright beam of reason. The timing couldn't have been better. People wanted stories that showed the world made sense, that every problem had a solution, and that good could win over evil through cleverness rather than luck or divine intervention. Holmes represented the Victorian dream of the rational man who could solve any puzzle if he just applied enough intelligence and careful observation. But there was another layer to London's readiness for Holmes. The city had transformed into a vibrant hub of individuals from diverse backgrounds. In a single day, you might encounter a Russian count, a Chinese merchant, an Irish dock worker, and a Scottish professor. Each person carried their own story, their own secrets, and their own mysteries. The city itself had become a kind of living, breathing puzzle, and people were fascinated by the idea that someone could read the clues hidden in plain sight. The police, bless their hearts, were doing their best, but they were essentially using medieval methods to solve modern crimes. They heavily relied on confessions, eyewitness testimony, and capturing criminals in the act. The idea of carefully examining a crime scene for clues, of using scientific methods to analyse evidence, of building a case through logical deduction. These were revolutionary concepts that most real detectives hadn't even considered. So when readers opened those early Holmes stories, they weren't just getting entertainment, they were getting a glimpse of what crime solving could be like if someone really smart was in charge. Holmes represented everything that Victorian readers wished their actual police force could be: observant, logical, incorruptible, and successful. The stories also tapped into something deeply satisfying about the Victorian belief in progress. Here was proof that human intelligence, properly applied, could triumph over any challenge. Holmes never solved crimes through luck or accident. He solved them through careful observation, logical thinking, and refusing to accept that any mystery was unsolvable. This was a society that was simultaneously proud of its achievements and worried about its problems. Crime was rising, the cities were becoming more complex and dangerous, and traditional solutions weren't working. Holmes offered hope that intelligence and method could restore order to a world that sometimes seemed to be spinning out of control. Now here's where our story takes a fascinating turn, because Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just create a character, he accidentally invented an entire literary genre. Before the arrival of Holmes, crime fiction lacked a crucial component. You see, crime stories existed before Holmes, but they were quite different creatures. Most of them were sensational tales focused on the gruesome details of murders or the dramatic capture of villains. They were less about solving puzzles and more about shocking readers with tales of urban horror. Think of them as the Victorian equivalent of those breathless newspaper headlines you see at the grocery store checkout, designed to grab attention rather than engage the mind. The few detective stories that did exist were often clumsy affairs, where the solution came out of nowhere, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat without showing it to you first. Readers were expected to sit back and be amazed rather than participate in the solving process. It was entertaining, but it wasn't particularly satisfying entertainment. Then along came Holmes, and suddenly everything changed. Arthur created what would become known as fair play detective fiction. Stories where the reader was given all the same clues as the detective and could, theoretically, solve the mystery themselves. Of course, most of us would miss the significance of tobacco ash patterns or the 17 different types of footprints, but the clues were there for anyone sharp enough to spot them. This innovation was revolutionary. Instead of just reading about crimes, people could now participate in solving them. Arthur had turned passive entertainment into an interactive experience. Readers would eagerly follow Holmes through his investigations, trying to spot the clues themselves, attempting to deduce the solution before the brilliant detective revealed it. It was akin to the difference between observing someone play a game and engaging in it yourself. But Arthur's innovation went deeper than just including clues. He devised an impeccable and gratifying framework for detective stories, which remains in use today. Every Holmes story follows a similar pattern. A baffling mystery is presented. Holmes observes details that others miss. He forms a theory based on logical deduction, and then he proves his theory through dramatic revelation. Once you've immersed yourself in this well-choreographed dance, other types of crime stories begin to feel incomplete. The genius of this structure is that it mirrors the way our minds work when we're trying to solve a problem. We gather information, we form hypotheses, we test them, and we reach conclusions. Holmes's stories felt natural because they followed the same thought processes that readers used in their own lives, just with much more dramatic stakes. Arthur also created something that hadn't existed before, the recurring detective character. Previous crime stories typically featured different protagonists in each tale, but Holmes was the same brilliant detective in every story, growing more familiar to readers with each adventure. People began to feel like they knew him personally, like he was a friend they could rely on to make sense of a confusing world. This familiarity allowed Arthur to develop Holmes's character in ways that wouldn't have been possible with one-off protagonists. Readers learned about his habits, his methods, his preferences, and even his weaknesses. Holmes became real to people in a way that few fictional characters ever achieve. He wasn't just a problem-solving machine. He was a person with quirks and flaws and a distinctive personality. The success of Holmes's stories also established the template for the detective's sidekick. Dr. Watson played a crucial role as the reader's representative in the story. He was intelligent enough to understand Holmes's explanations, but not so brilliant that he could solve the mysteries himself. He asked the questions that readers wanted to ask, and expressed the amazement that viewers felt when Holmes revealed his deductions. Arthur had stumbled upon something that would become one of the most enduring formulas in all of literature. The brilliant detective, the loyal companion, the baffling mystery, the careful investigation, the logical solution. These elements were so perfectly balanced that they created a template that countless writers would follow for the next century and beyond. What's particularly remarkable is that Arthur didn't set out to create a new genre. He was merely attempting to craft entertaining stories that would contribute to his financial stability. But in creating Holmes, he had tapped into something fundamental about how human minds work, and what kinds of stories satisfy us at the deepest level. The impact was immediate and lasting. Other writers began creating their own detective characters, but they all followed the Holmes model. The genre that Arthur had accidentally invented became one of the most popular forms of fiction, spawning thousands of books, plays, movies, and television shows. Here's where our story takes an ironic twist that would make Holmes himself smile wryly. Arthur Conan Doyle, having created the most beloved detective in literary history, began to view his creation with something approaching horror. It's like watching someone create a beautiful garden and then become frustrated when everyone wants to talk about the flowers instead of the vegetables. You see, Arthur had bigger ambitions than writing detective stories. He fancied himself a serious literary author, the kind who would write important historical novels that would be studied in universities for generations. He dreamed of crafting sweeping epics about medieval knights and noble causes, stories that would elevate the human spirit and earn him a place among the foremost literary masters. But every time he published a historical novel, readers would politely applaud and then immediately ask, "When's the next Holmes story coming out?" It was like being a chef who creates an elaborate 7-course meal, only to have everyone ignore the artistically arranged vegetables and ask for more of the simple bread rolls. The problem was that Holmes had become phenomenally successful. By the 1890s, Arthur was earning more money from his detective stories than he had ever dreamed possible. The Strand magazine was paying him handsomely for each new Holmes adventure, and readers couldn't get enough of them. However, Arthur realised that success could also be a form of isolation. He began to feel like Holmes was overshadowing everything else he wanted to accomplish. People introduced him as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, not as the author of historical novels about medieval England. His serious literary work was being treated as a side project, while his detective stories were considered his main achievement. It was deeply frustrating for a man who had worked so hard to establish himself as a serious writer. In 1893, Arthur made one of the most shocking decisions in literary history, bringing the situation to its peak. He decided to kill off Sherlock Holmes. He did not kill off Sherlock Holmes gradually, through old age, or in a subtle manner. Instead, he did so dramatically in a story called The Final Problem. He sent Holmes tumbling over the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, locked in mortal combat with his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Arthur believed he was liberating himself from the detective, whom he considered a burden. He imagined that with Holmes gone, readers would finally pay attention to his other work. He could write about historical subjects, explore spiritual themes, and create the kind of literature that would earn him lasting respect. But Arthur had seriously underestimated how much people loved Holmes. The reaction to The Final Problem was unlike anything the literary world had ever seen. Readers were devastated. The Strand magazine lost 20,000 subscribers overnight. People wore black armbands in mourning. Some readers wrote furious letters accusing Arthur of literary murder. Others simply refused to believe that Holmes was really dead. The outcry was so intense that it surprised even Arthur. He'd considered Holmes to be merely another character in yet another story, but to readers, Holmes had evolved into something far more significant. He was a symbol of rational thought triumphing over chaos, of justice prevailing over evil, of intelligence solving problems that seemed impossible. Killing Holmes felt like killing hope itself. For 8 years, Arthur held firm. He continued writing his historical novels, his spiritual explorations, and his serious literary works. But the ghost of Holmes haunted everything he did. Readers kept asking when the detective would return. Publishers kept offering him enormous sums for new Holmes stories, and Arthur kept insisting that the character was dead and buried. Finally, in 1901, Arthur gave in to the pressure. He wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he positioned as a story from before Holmes's death. But readers weren't satisfied with a prequel. They wanted their detective back in the present, solving new mysteries. The demand was so intense that Arthur eventually had to perform literary resurrection surgery, bringing Holmes back to life in The Adventure of the Empty House in 1903. Arthur's explanation for how Holmes survived the fall was ingenious, but clearly written by someone who was trying to solve a problem he'd never intended to create. Holmes had faked his death, he explained, living in hiding for 3 years while tracking down the rest of Moriarty's organisation. It was a clever solution, but you could almost hear Arthur sighing as he wrote it. The whole episode reveals something fascinating about the relationship between authors and their creations. Arthur had intended Holmes to be a temporary character, a means to an end, a way to pay the bills while he worked on more important projects. But great fictional characters have a way of taking on lives of their own, becoming more real to readers than the people who created them. For the remainder of his life, Arthur continued to write Holmes stories, yet he never fully reconciled with the success of his creation. He was proud of the detective's popularity, but he was also frustrated that his serious work never received the same attention. It's one of literature's finest ironies that the work Arthur considered his lesser achievement turned out to be his greatest contribution to the world. Now let's dive into something that makes the Holmes stories particularly fascinating. The way Arthur wove real scientific advances into his fictional detective work. It's like watching someone build a bridge between the world of imagination and the world of scientific progress, creating something that was both entertaining and educational. Arthur wasn't just a writer. He was a trained physician who had studied the latest scientific methods of his time. When he created Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what would crime-solving look like if it were approached with the same scientific rigour that was revolutionising medicine and other fields? Consider Holmes's famous method of deducing someone's entire life story from tiny physical clues. This approach wasn't just literary fantasy, it was based on real scientific principles that Arthur had learned in medical school. Dr. Joseph Bell had shown that careful observation could reveal incredible amounts of information about a person's life and habits. Arthur took this concept and applied it to detective work, creating a character who could read people like books. Holmes's use of fingerprints is particularly intriguing because Arthur was actually ahead of his time. Police forces didn't widely use fingerprinting until the early 1900s, despite the publication of the first Holmes story in 1887. Arthur had read about the scientific work on fingerprints, and incorporated it into his fiction before most real detectives had even heard of it. In many ways, Holmes was using forensic techniques that wouldn't become standard police procedure for another decade or two. The same was true for many other scientific methods that Holmes employed. He analysed handwriting, studied different types of tobacco ash, examined footprints with scientific precision, and used chemical tests to detect bloodstains. These weren't just clever plot devices, they were based on real scientific techniques that were being developed in laboratories around the world. Arthur was particularly fascinated by the emerging field of toxicology, the study of poisons and their effects on the human body. Arthur's medical background and his interest in using science to solve crimes are evident in several Holmes stories that feature exotic poisons and their detection. He understood that poison was often a weapon of choice for clever criminals because it was difficult to detect with the crude methods available to most police forces. Holmes's laboratory at 221B Baker Street was filled with the kind of equipment that real scientists were using to make breakthrough discoveries. Any serious research facility of the time would have contained the chemical apparatus, microscopes, and reference books that Arthur described. He was showing readers that scientific methods could be applied to criminal investigation, turning detective work from a matter of luck and intuition into a systematic process. But Arthur's genius was in making these scientific methods accessible to ordinary readers. He didn't bog down his stories with technical details or lengthy explanations of scientific principles. Instead, he showed Holmes using these methods in action, solving crimes through careful observation and logical analysis. Readers could follow the detective's reasoning process without needing background in chemistry or biology. This approach had an unexpected educational effect. Many readers learned about scientific methods through Holmes's stories, often without realizing they were getting a science lesson, along with their entertainment. The stories helped popularize the idea that rational scientific thinking could solve complex problems, contributing to the growing public respect for scientific methods. The Victorian belief that human behavior followed logical patterns that were understandable and predictable also influenced Holmes's approach to crime solving. If you studied someone carefully enough, Holmes suggested, you could understand their motivations, predict their actions, and solve the puzzles they created. This was a reassuring message for readers who were living through a period of rapid social change and uncertainty. The scientific accuracy of Holmes's methods varied, of course. Some of his deductions were based on solid observational principles, while others were more fantastical. But Arthur was careful to ground even his most dramatic solutions in plausible scientific reasoning. He wanted readers to believe that Holmes's methods could actually work, even if they were sometimes exaggerated for dramatic effect. What's particularly remarkable is how many of Holmes's fictional forensic techniques eventually became standard police procedure. Arthur's imagination frequently foresaw real scientific advancements, proposing investigative techniques that would not gain widespread acceptance for years or decades. In many ways, the Holmes stories served as a kind of training manual for future detectives, showing them possibilities they might not have considered otherwise. The scientific foundation of Holmes's methods also helped establish the credibility of detective fiction as a genre. These weren't just wild adventure stories. They were logical puzzles that could be solved through careful reasoning. This intellectual respectability helped elevate crime fiction from mere sensational entertainment to a more sophisticated form of literature. As we reach the end of our cozy journey through the origins of Sherlock Holmes, it's worth pondering why this character has refused to stay buried in the Victorian era where he was born. Like a particularly persistent ghost, Holmes has haunted every generation since Arthur first dreamed him up, adapting to new times while somehow remaining eternally himself. The remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to transcend his original time and place. You can transplant him to modern-day London, give him a smartphone and access to the internet, and he's still fundamentally the same character. His methods change. He might use DNA analysis instead of tobacco ash identification, but his essential nature remains unchanged. He continues to be a brilliant outsider who perceives what others overlook, a man capable of bringing order to chaos through sheer intellect. This adaptability suggests that Arthur tapped into something deeper than just Victorian anxieties about crime and urban life. He created a character who represents timeless human desires, the wish to make sense of a confusing world, the hope that intelligence can triumph over evil, and the comfort of knowing that there's someone out there who can solve problems that seem impossible to the rest of us. Every generation has found its reasons to love Holmes. During the World Wars, he represented British resilience and the triumph of civilization over barbarism. In the 1960s, he became a counterculture hero, the ultimate individualist who refused to conform to social expectations. In our current age of information overload, he's the person who can cut through the noise and find the signal, who can separate truth from the overwhelming flood of data that surrounds us. The stories themselves have taken on a life that goes far beyond what Arthur ever imagined. There are more than 25,000 Holmes stories that have been written by other authors, creating a vast literary universe that continues to expand more than a century after the character's creation. Holmes has appeared in every medium imaginable. Radio shows, television series, movies, video games, and even virtual reality experiences. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to become more real than many actual people. You can visit 221B Baker Street in London, where there's a museum dedicated to the fictional detective. The Royal Mail issues stamps featuring Holmes. The British government has given him an official address. There are societies around the world dedicated to studying his methods and analysing his adventures, as if they were historical documents. This blurring of the line between fiction and reality would have amused Arthur, who spent so much of his later life trying to convince people that Holmes was just a character in stories he'd written. But the public's insistence on treating Holmes as a real person speaks to something profound about the power of outstanding fictional characters to capture our imaginations and become part of our shared cultural reality. The influence of Holmes on real-world detective work has been enormous. Police departments around the world have adopted methods that Holmes used in fiction decades before they became standard practice. The careful examination of crime scenes, the scientific analysis of evidence, and the psychological profiling of suspects. These techniques that seem obvious to us now were revolutionary when Arthur first wrote about them. Holmes has also influenced how we think about problem-solving in general. His method of careful observation, logical deduction, and systematic analysis has been applied to fields far beyond criminal investigation. Business leaders, scientists, and educators have all found ways to apply Holmesian thinking to their challenges. As you settle back into your comfortable chair, and perhaps close your eyes for a moment, consider this. Somewhere in the world right now, someone is discovering Sherlock Holmes for the first time. They're experiencing that same sense of wonder that readers felt more than a century ago when they first encountered the tall, thin detective with his piercing eyes and incredible deductive abilities. The character that Arthur Conan Doyle created in frustration, developed with reluctance and tried to kill off in exasperation, has become one of the most enduring figures in all of literature. Holmes represents our eternal hope that reason can triumph over chaos, that careful observation can reveal hidden truths, and that there's always a logical solution to even the most baffling mystery. In a world that often seems random and senseless, Holmes offers the comforting assurance that everything makes sense if you just know how to look at it properly. He's the friend we all wish we had, the mind we all wish we possessed, and the reassurance we all need that somewhere out there, someone is smart enough to solve the problems that baffle the rest of us. Picture London on a warm evening in late August 1939. The sun is setting over the Thames, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that reflect off the river's surface like liquid copper. Street lamps are beginning their nightly ritual, that gentle flickering as they come to life one by one, creating pools of yellow warmth along the pavements. Shop windows glow with displays of summer dresses and wireless sets, casting rectangles of light onto the sidewalks where couples stroll arm in arm, their shadows long and lazy in the golden hour. You can hear the particular sounds of a city in its evening mode, the rumble of red double-decker buses, the clip-clop of delivery horses making their final rounds, and the cheerful ting of bicycle bells as workers pedal home for supper. From open windows comes the smell of cooking, roast dinners, boiled potatoes, and the yeasty warmth of fresh bread. Radios play dance music, the kind with horns and steady rhythms that make your foot tap without thinking about it. In Paris, the cafes are filling with their usual evening crowd. The Eiffel Tower stands illuminated against the darkening sky, its iron lattice outlined in electric brilliance like a piece of jewellery against velvet. There are neon signs advertising aperitifs, warm light coming from restaurant interiors, and the headlamps of Citroëns and Renaults making rivers of light along the Champs-Élysées. Street musicians play accordions on corners, their cases open for coins that clink with a satisfying metallic ring. Berlin too is bathed in light. The grand buildings along Unter den Linden are floodlit, their neoclassical facades standing proud and imposing. The shops stay open late, their windows full of goods that speak of prosperity and order. Electric trams hum along their tracks, their interiors bright and modern, filled with passengers reading newspapers or chatting about their days. These cities have spent decades building their electrical infrastructure, stringing miles of cable, installing countless fixtures, and creating networks of illumination that have become as fundamental to urban life as running water or paved streets. The age of electric light is barely 50 years old, still young enough to feel miraculous. People who grew up with oil lamps and candles now flip switches without thinking, banishing darkness with a casual gesture that would have seemed like sorcery to their grandparents. But on September 1st, 1939, everything changes. Germany invades Poland, and within hours, Britain and France are making preparations that have been planned in secret for months. Government officials retrieve documents from locked safes, civil defence workers report to their posts, and ordinary citizens receive instructions that will alter the appearance of their world in ways both profound and peculiar. The blackout is coming. You might wonder why darkness would be chosen as a defence strategy. The logic is straightforward but chilling. Bombers navigating at night need visual reference points to find their targets. A city ablaze with light is as easy to spot from the air as a lighthouse on a dark coast. Remove that light, and the bombers are flying over an invisible landscape, unable to distinguish a munitions factory from a residential neighbourhood, or a railway junction from a park. So the decision is made. When night falls, the lights must go out. Not just some lights, or most lights, but all lights. Every window must be covered, every street lamp extinguished, and every car driven with hooded headlamps that cast only the faintest glow. The great cities of Europe will disappear from view, pulled beneath a blanket of darkness as complete as any medieval village knew. The preparations happen with remarkable speed. Shops sell out of black fabric within hours. Hardware stores run out of paint, tape, cardboard, anything that might be used to block light. The government has printed millions of leaflets explaining the regulations, and these appear in letterboxes like strange invitations to a backwards party, where the goal is to extinguish rather than illuminate. You can imagine the conversations happening in homes across Britain that first weekend of September. Families standing in their parlours, looking at their windows with newfound assessment, calculating how many yards of material they'll need, whether thick curtains will suffice, or if they'll need something more substantial. There's an odd domesticity to these calculations, as if they're redecorating for some peculiar aesthetic preference rather than preparing for war. The instructions are specific and somewhat overwhelming. Windows must be covered so thoroughly that not a crack of light escapes. This includes skylights, glass doors, and even the tiny windows in bathrooms. The penalty for showing light is not insignificant. Fines that could strain a working family's budget, and more importantly, the social pressure of knowing that your carelessness might endanger your neighbours. On September 3rd, Britain officially declares war on Germany. That evening, as darkness approaches, the blackout begins in earnest. It's a Sunday, traditionally a day of rest, of family dinners and evening strolls. But this Sunday evening will be different from any the nation has known in living memory. The sun sets at approximately 7:30 p.m. on that first blackout evening in early September 1939. As twilight deepens, you would notice something extraordinary happening, or rather, not happening. The usual sequence of lights awakening across the city simply doesn't occur. The street lamps remain dark, shop windows stay unlit. The familiar glow that typically begins to define buildings and streets remains absent. Instead, there's a collective dimming, as if someone is slowly turning down the brightness control on the entire world. As the last and natural light fades from the western sky, darkness arrives with unusual completeness. Not the partial darkness of a normal night, punctuated by human-made illumination, but something approaching the darkness of the countryside or wilderness. The kind of dark that city dwellers might encounter only on camping trips or during power outages. The psychological impact is immediate and disorienting. Human beings have an ancient, hardwired response to darkness. We are diurnal creatures, adapted for daylight activity, and our nervous systems treat darkness as a signal for rest or potential danger. For thousands of years, darkness meant retreat to shelter, gathering around fires, and ceasing productive activity until sunrise. Electric light changed all that, extending the day artificially, allowing cities to function around the clock. Now suddenly, that ancient relationship with darkness is restored, but in an urban context where it feels profoundly unnatural. You're surrounded by buildings and streets, the infrastructure of modern civilization, yet experiencing a darkness that belongs to a pre-industrial era. It creates a kind of temporal vertigo, as if you've travelled backward in time while remaining physically in the present. The first challenge is simply moving around. Walking down a familiar street becomes an exercise in careful navigation. Your eyes strain to distinguish shapes in the gloom, the outline of a pillar box, the curve of a curb, the silhouette of another person approaching. Curbs and steps become hazards. More than one person trips over their own doorstep in those early blackout evenings, misjudging distances in the absence of light. Cars and buses face even greater challenges. Vehicle headlamps must be fitted with special covers that restrict their light to a tiny slit, casting only the weakest beam onto the road ahead. Imagine driving at walking speed, peering through your windshield at a street you can barely see, watching for pedestrians who appear as mere shadows, and trying to avoid other vehicles that are equally difficult to spot. The accident rate in these early blackout days spikes alarmingly. Collisions between vehicles, cars striking pedestrians, and people walking into lampposts or falling into gutters. There's a particular comedy to some of these mishaps, though nobody finds them funny at the time. Respectable citizens stumble into hedges. Delivery boys cycle into parked cars. A bishop walking home from evening service mistakes a stranger's front gate for his own and spends several confused minutes trying to unlock it before realising his error. These little disasters become part of the blackout experience, stories to share over tea, and evidence that everyone is struggling with the same strange new reality. The government's air raid precautions wardens, quickly nicknamed ARP wardens, begin their patrols. These are ordinary citizens, volunteers and part-timers, given the authority to enforce blackout regulations. They walk the streets with masked torches, watching for any violation, any crack of light that might betray a city's presence to aircraft overhead. The wardens develop a certain reputation for zealousness. They'll knock sharply on doors at the faintest glimpse of light, their voices carrying through the darkness with urgent whispers, "Put that light out." The phrase becomes so common it turns into a kind of catchphrase, repeated in music halls and radio comedies, a verbal symbol of the blackout's intrusion into private life. Inside homes, families are adapting to their new evening routines. The process of preparing for blackout becomes a nightly ritual, performed as twilight approaches. You would rise from your chair, set down your tea, and begin the systematic covering of windows. Some families use elaborate curtain systems, heavy fabric on tracks that slide into place. Others make do with simpler solutions, blankets pinned over frames, sheets of cardboard wedged into place, and layers of newspaper taped to glass. The effect on interior space is claustrophobic. With windows covered, rooms lose their connection to the outside world. You can't glance out to check the weather, can't see the comforting glow of neighbouring houses, and can't watch the moon rise or stars appear. Your home becomes a sealed box, cut off from the usual visual reference points that orient you in time and space. Lighting inside must be carefully managed too. Many families reduce their use of electric lights, partly from habit, saving resources for the war effort, and partly from an almost superstitious fear that somehow light will escape despite their precautions. They rely instead on single dim bulbs or return to older technologies, oil lamps, candles and gaslight where it's still available. The quality of light changes, becoming warmer but weaker, creating deep shadows in room corners, making reading difficult and turning evening hours into something quieter and more subdued. There's an economic dimension to this darkness too. Electric companies reduce their output as demand plummets. Coal consumption drops as power stations throttle back. street maintenance crews no longer need to service lamps. The entire infrastructure of urban illumination, built up over decades, sits idle. It's as if a major technological achievement has been suddenly paused, put on hold for the duration. But perhaps the most striking aspect of these first blackout nights is the quiet. With activities constrained by darkness, with people staying indoors more, and with traffic reduced to a cautious crawl, cities become genuinely hushed, in a way they haven't been since the 19th century. Standing on a London street at 9 o'clock on a blackout evening, you might hear sounds that normally drown in the urban cacophony. Wind rustling through plane trees, the distant hoot of an owl in a park, your own footsteps echoing off building facades, the creak of your shoe leather and the whisper of your coat. This quiet has its own peculiar quality, different from the silence of the countryside or wilderness. It's a metropolitan quiet, the sound of millions of people deliberately hushing themselves, suppressing their normal activities and existing in a state of communal restraint. It feels pregnant with potential, as if the city is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen or not happen. As September progresses into October, and October into November, the blackout stops being a shocking novelty and becomes instead the new normal. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, and people develop strategies, habits, and even preferences around their darkened existence. Shops adjust their hours, opening earlier to catch morning light and closing well before darkness makes shopping impractical. The rhythm of commercial life shifts backward, becoming more diurnal, more aligned with natural light cycles. Markets bustle at dawn in ways they haven't for generations. Office workers arrive earlier and leave earlier, trying to complete their commutes while the sun still offers some guidance. Fashion adapts to darkness with unexpected creativity. People begin wearing white or light-coloured clothing in the evenings, making themselves more visible to others navigating the gloom. Women carry their white handbags rather than darker ones. Men sport white handkerchiefs in their breast pockets. Some particularly safety-conscious individuals paint white stripes on their clothing, looking rather like zebras as they hurry along pavements. The practice extends to inanimate objects. Curbs are painted white to make them visible. The trunks of trees lining streets receive white bands. Pillar boxes get white stripes. Even dogs acquire white collars so they can be spotted in the darkness. The effect, glimpsed in whatever dim light is available, is oddly festive, as if the city has been decorated for some backward celebration, where white rather than bright colours provide the decoration. Businesses find innovative ways to continue operating despite the darkness. Restaurants use dim red lights that supposedly don't carry as far as white light. Cinemas schedule more matinee showings. Pubs install double-door systems. Small enclosed lobbies where patrons can enter and close one door before opening the second, preventing light from spilling onto the street. These little airlocks become social spaces in themselves, places where strangers pause together in compressed transition zones, sharing apologetic smiles in the darkness before one of them ventures to open the inner door. The entertainment industry adapts with characteristic resilience. Radio becomes even more central to evening life, providing entertainment that requires no light beyond what's needed to see the dial. Families gather around their wireless sets in dimly lit rooms, following dramas and comedies, listening to news broadcasts that have taken on new urgency. The BBC develops new programming specifically suited to blackout conditions. Gentle, calming content for people sitting in darkened rooms, trying not to think too much about why they're sitting in darkened rooms. Reading becomes more challenging. Even with curtains drawn and no light escaping, many people find it difficult to read by the dim bulbs they allow themselves. Books are held closer to faces, causing eye strain. Some people rediscover the pleasure of reading aloud, with partners or family members taking turns performing stories or newspaper articles for each other. It's a practice that had largely died out with widespread literacy and individual reading lights, now resurrected by necessity and turning out to be rather pleasant. a return to the old tradition of communal storytelling, updated for the 20th century. Children adapt to the blackout with the flexibility of youth, though it complicates their lives in numerous ways. School days reorganise around available daylight. Evening activities, scouts, girl guides and youth clubs either move to afternoon hours or take on a different character as participants gather in carefully blacked out halls. Games and activities shift toward those that don't require good visibility. Card games become popular. Board games experience a revival. Radio quiz shows inspire living room competitions. The blackout creates unexpected opportunities for mischief too. In the darkness, it's easier to stay out later than your parents realise, to slip away unseen, and to conduct the small rebellions of adolescence with reduced risk of detection. More than one teenager discovers that the blackout, for all its restrictions, offers a kind of freedom that comes with reduced surveillance. For young couples, the darkness provides both challenges and possibilities. Traditional courtship rituals, evening strolls, cinema visits, cafe dates, must be reconsidered. Walking together requires linking arms, not just romantically but practically, for navigation and safety. The darkness creates a kind of intimacy by default, a closeness born of necessity that might not otherwise develop so quickly. First kisses happen in deeper darkness than any previous generation experienced, unobserved by passers-by who can barely see their own feet. Workers in essential services face particular challenges. Doctors making house calls navigate by memory and guesswork, their medical bags bumping against their legs as they feel their way along streets. Nurses on night shifts move through hospital corridors lit only by shielded lamps, checking on patients in wards kept darker than anyone finds comfortable. Fire brigades drill extensively for responding to emergencies in near-total darkness, developing systems of communication that rely on sound and touch rather than visual signals. The postal service continues its rounds, though postmen learn to sort mail by feel as much as sight, their fingers developing sensitivity to different paper stocks and envelope sizes. Milk deliveries continue in the pre-dawn darkness, the clink of bottles and the rattle of crates providing a kind of alarm clock, announcing the coming day to those awake early enough to hear it. Public transportation becomes an exercise in faith and routine. Bus conductors develop an almost supernatural ability to recognise stops in the darkness, calling them out with confidence born of long familiarity. Passengers learn to count stops and to listen for landmarks, a particular church bell, the sound of the river, and the change in echo as the bus passes between buildings of different heights. Regular commuters develop mental maps so detailed they could navigate their routes blindfolded, which is essentially what they're doing. As the months progress and Britain settles into what becomes known as the Phony War, a period when war has been declared but major fighting hasn't yet reached British soil, the blackout reveals unexpected dimensions. What began as an emergency measure starts to disclose peculiar beauties and strange pleasures that coexist with the anxiety and inconvenience. The night sky becomes visible in ways that city dwellers haven't experienced in decades. Without the light pollution that normally obscures all but the brightest stars, the full glory of the cosmos appears overhead. On clear nights, stepping outside is like discovering a lost artwork that's been hanging in your home all along, hidden behind a curtain you didn't realise was there. You can see the Milky Way from central London, that cloudy band of distant stars stretching across the darkness like a river of light. Constellations appear not as isolated bright points, but as part of complex star fields, patterns within patterns, depths, and layers that electric light normally renders invisible. The moon, when it's up, seems preposterously bright, casting real shadows, turning streets into silvered mazes, and making you understand why poets and lovers have obsessed over it for millennia. Some people find this revelation of the night sky almost worth the inconvenience of the blackout. Astronomy clubs form, taking advantage of viewing conditions that rival rural observatories. Amateur stargazers set up telescopes in parks and gardens, sharing glimpses of Jupiter's moons, Saturn's rings, and the craters of the moon in unprecedented detail. There's something hopeful about this. People looking upward at beauty and vastness while preparing for conflict that feels petty and small by comparison. The darkness also reveals the bioluminescence that normally goes unnoticed. On damp nights, decaying wood in parks glows with foxfire, that eerie green phosphorescence produced by certain fungi. People discover it by accident, initially alarmed by the spectral light, then fascinated by this natural illumination that requires no electricity. Some gather pieces of glowing wood, bringing them home like captured fairy lights, watching them pulse and fade in darkened rooms. Sound takes on new prominence in the absence of visual stimuli. Your hearing becomes more acute, more attentive to the acoustic environment. You notice the different sounds that shoes make on different surfaces, the crisp click of leather on pavement, the softer scuff on dirt, and the hollow echo when crossing a bridge. You become aware of how sound reflects off buildings, how it carries differently in cold air versus warm, and how wind affects what you can and cannot hear. Music heard in the blackout takes on different qualities. A piano played in a darkened room, with only the faintest light to illuminate the keys, seems to fill the space more completely. The notes appear to have more presence, more weight. Street musicians, fewer now but still present, create pockets of melody in the darkness, and pedestrians pause to listen in ways they might not in daylight, when vision provides so many competing distractions. Church bells continue to mark time, but their sound travels differently through the quieted city. Without traffic noise to muffle them, bells carry for miles, their various tones creating unintended harmonies as different churches mark the hours. Some people begin to navigate by bell sound, using familiar patterns to orient themselves even when visual landmarks are invisible. The blackout also amplifies smell. Without visual distraction, your nose provides more information than usual. You become aware of the particular scent of rain on stone, of fog carrying hints of the river, of coal smoke from chimneys, and of cooking from various houses, creating an olfactory map of your neighbourhood. Bakeries become locatable by scent before sight, the yeasty warmth of fresh bread serving as a beacon that draws customers through the darkness. But alongside these unexpected pleasures runs a constant undercurrent of unease. The darkness that reveals stars also conceals potential threats. Every shadow could be an obstacle, and every sound might signal danger. The human imagination, deprived of visual input, tends to fill in missing information with worst-case scenarios. That bump in the darkness is probably just someone's elbow making accidental contact, but for a moment your heart rate spikes with more primal fear. Women particularly feel vulnerable in the darkness. The reduced visibility that offers privacy to courting couples also provides cover for harassment and assault. Reported incidents of such crimes increase during the blackout, though it's unclear whether the actual rate rises or if darkness simply enables crimes that would happen regardless. Many women alter their routines, travelling only in groups, carrying whistles or other noisemakers, and avoiding certain areas that feel particularly threatening in the absence of light. The blackout also creates social isolation in unexpected ways. Without being able to see into neighbours' windows to note the comforting glow of occupied homes, people feel more alone. The physical proximity of urban life continues. You're still surrounded by thousands of other humans living their lives just beyond thin walls. But the visual confirmation of that presence disappears. Your neighbour might be 3 feet away on the other side of a wall, but in the darkness and quiet they might as well be miles distant. This isolation is particularly hard for the elderly and infirm. Those who already struggled with mobility find the darkness actively dangerous. The simple act of walking to a corner shop becomes fraught with hazard, unseen curbs to stumble over, obstacles to collide with, and the constant possibility of becoming disoriented and lost on familiar streets. Many older people choose to stay home more, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, accepting a constricted life as preferable to the risks of navigating the shadowed city. Mental health professionals notice an increase in reports of anxiety and depression. The darkness, combined with war stress, creates a psychological burden that some people struggle to manage. Sleep patterns disrupt. Some people sleep better in the deeper darkness, while others lie awake listening to every small sound, unable to relax into vulnerability. Dreams become more vivid for many, possibly because the darkness and quiet create fewer distractions from internal mental activity. Yet there's also a strange coziness to it all, a sense of communal experience that transcends the inconvenience and danger. Everyone is facing the same challenge, making the same adjustments, and developing the same odd competencies for navigating darkness. There's a camaraderie and shared difficulty, a democratic levelling that occurs when lord and labourer alike must feel their way along the same invisible street. Inside the blacked-out homes of Britain, family life reorganises itself around new limitations and possibilities. The blackout curtains that seal windows become daily fixtures, their operation as routine as making tea. Each evening, as natural light begins to fade, someone rises to perform the ritual, drawing heavy fabric across windows, checking for gaps, and ensuring no betraying gleam will mark the house from above. The rooms, once sealed, feel different, smaller somehow, even though their physical dimensions haven't changed. The absence of visual connection to the outside world makes interior spaces feel more like caves or cocoons, enclosed, inward-facing, and separate from the larger world. This can be comforting or claustrophobic depending on temperament and circumstance. For some, it creates a pleasant sense of snugness, everyone tucked safely together. For others, it feels confining, a nightly imprisonment in their own homes. Lighting becomes a subject of surprising complexity and importance. How much light is enough? Too little strains eyes and hampers activities, but too much feels wasteful, almost reckless. Families develop their own standards and practices. Some maintain just one or two lights in the most used rooms, leaving hallways and lesser used spaces in darkness. Others attempt to maintain something closer to their pre-war lighting levels, valuing normalcy over conservation. The quality of light matters too. Incandescent bulbs cast warm yellow-orange light that feels friendly and domestic. Gaslight, where it's still available, flickers slightly, creating moving shadows that some find nostalgic and others find eerie. Candles produce beautiful light but require attention. Someone must trim wicks, watch for drips, and ensure nothing catches fire. Oil lamps smell distinctive, a petroleum scent that becomes associated with winter evenings and the crackle of the wireless. Mealtimes adjust to the blackout's rhythms. Dinner happens earlier, while natural light still assists with cooking and table setting. The ritual of evening tea shifts backward too, or transforms into a simpler affair taken in dimly lit rooms. Some families find themselves eating more cold meals in the evening, avoiding the complexity of cooking in reduced light, and making do with sandwiches, leftover pie, cheese and crackers. Yet there's also an increased emphasis on making evening meals special, a conscious effort to maintain normalcy and comfort despite the circumstances. Mothers and wives take extra care with presentation, setting tables nicely even if the dining room is dim, using good china, and creating small ceremonies that assert civilization's continuity. These gestures matter more than they might seem. They're acts of resistance against the disruption, declarations that ordinary life persists despite extraordinary circumstances. After dinner, families gather together more than they might have before. With fewer options for individual entertainment, with darkness making it impractical to pursue separate activities in different rooms, people congregate in the best lit space, usually the sitting room or kitchen. This enforced togetherness recreates patterns of family life from earlier eras, before electric light allowed household members to scatter to different rooms pursuing individual interests. The wireless becomes the evening's focal point, its dial glowing like a small campfire, gathering the family around its broadcast voices. Programs structure the evening. The news at 9, followed by entertainment, then perhaps music before bed. Listening becomes a communal activity, something shared and discussed with reactions exchanged in real time. When something funny happens in a comedy program, the family's laughter mingles together in the dim room, creating a shared memory, a small moment of joy amidst anxiety. Games and puzzles experience a renaissance. Families bring out jigsaws, card decks, and board games that had been gathering dust in cupboards. These activities work well in dim light and accommodate multiple participants. The social dynamic shifts during gameplay. Hierarchies flatten, children can beat adults through luck or skill, and everyone participates on more equal terms. These evening game sessions create their own satisfaction, simple pleasures that don't require technology or brightness. Conversation, too, becomes more central to family life. Without the visual stimulation of bright rooms and varied activities, people talk more, tell stories, and share their days in greater detail. Parents discuss things with children that might normally be postponed or abbreviated. Siblings who might typically ignore each other in favour of separate pursuits find themselves actually conversing, getting to know each other better in these enforced periods of proximity. Reading aloud becomes a nightly ritual in many households. Father might read from the evening paper, sharing news and editorials, sometimes with commentary. Mother might read from novels, performing different voices for different characters, creating entertainment that doesn't require visual props. Older children might take turns reading, developing their expression and comfort with performance. These sessions revive an oral tradition that had been fading, turning literature back into something communal rather than solitary. Bedtime routines simplify in some ways. Without bright lights, the natural drowsiness that comes with darkness isn't artificially suppressed. Children get sleepy earlier, their circadian rhythms responding to environmental cues that electric light normally overrides. Parents find it easier to get little ones to bed when the whole house is already dim and quiet, when there's not much exciting happening to miss. But the darkness also introduces new nighttime fears, especially for children. The shadows in a dimly lit bedroom seem deeper, more ominous. The usual reassurance of "there's nothing there" becomes harder to verify when you actually can't see into corners and closets. Some parents leave candles burning, accepting the fire risk as preferable to childhood terror. Others develop new bedtime rituals, longer tucking-in sessions, stories told in soothing tones and songs hummed until sleep arrives. For parents themselves, the blackout creates its own intimacy and distance. Once children are asleep, couples have the evening to themselves in ways they might not have before, when evening activities might scatter family members to various entertainments. Yet the darkness and quiet also emphasize their isolation. Two people in a sealed house on a darkened street, living through history without knowing how the story ends. Some couples use this time for serious conversations that daylight and distraction had allowed them to postpone, discussions about money, about plans for possible evacuation, about fears and hopes, and about what they'll do if the war intensifies. Other couples deliberately avoid heavy topics, preferring to maintain lightness to protect their evening hours as refugees from worry. They play cards, listen to music, and simply sit together in comfortable silence, taking comfort from physical proximity. The blackout affects married life in unexpected ways. The darkness provides privacy even in homes with thin walls and multiple inhabitants. Intimacy becomes easier when visual privacy is assured, when darkness guarantees discretion. Some couples find their relationship strengthened by the enforced closeness and the shared experience of adapting to strange circumstances. Others find the proximity without escape grating, the inability to retreat into separate activities, creating friction that might otherwise dissipate. Elderly family members, often living with their adult children, face particular challenges. Many older people have always relied heavily on visual cues, and the reduction in light makes everything harder: reading, knitting, even just moving around the house safely. Families must decide how to balance their elders' needs for light with blackout requirements and conservation concerns. Compromises emerge: brighter lights in grandmother's room, even if the rest of the house remains dim. Extra candles placed strategically, more assistance with evening tasks that darkness makes difficult. The blackout also reveals class differences in domestic experience. Wealthier families can afford heavier curtains, better blackout materials, and perhaps even specially designed blackout systems with multiple layers. Their homes might have more rooms, allowing family members more privacy despite the enforced evening togetherness. They might maintain closer to normal lighting levels, considering the extra electricity expense and acceptable cost for comfort. Working-class families make do with cheaper solutions, blankets nailed over windows, newspaper pasted to glass, and curtains sewn from whatever fabric could be afforded. Their smaller homes mean less privacy, more enforced proximity, and everyone living in each other's pockets even more than usual. Economies in lighting hit harder when you're already budgeting carefully for every shilling. Yet there's a democratising element too. Rich and poor alike must darken their homes. The Duke in his mansion and the docker in his terrace row both spend their evenings in dimmed rooms. Both must navigate the same darkened streets. The blackout is one of the few wartime measures that truly applies equally across social strata, creating a rare moment of shared experience across class lines. As 1939 turns into 1940, and the blackout continues month after month, something remarkable happens. People stop thinking about it quite so much. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through sheer repetition. The nightly ritual of darkening windows transforms from a conscious process into a habit, performed with the automaticity of brushing teeth or locking doors. Innovations accumulate, small improvements that collectively make the darkness more manageable. Enterprising individuals develop gadgets and solutions that spread through communities like helpful folklore. Someone discovers that painting stair edges with luminous paint makes them safer to navigate. The idea spreads, and soon glowing stair edges become common, little safety features that cost pennies but prevent countless falls. Shops begin selling specially designed blackout accessories, torches with narrow beams and red filters that supposedly don't compromise night vision. Reflective armbands and badges for pedestrians, luminous buttons that can be sewn onto coats, white-painted walking sticks. The commercial world adapts to serve the darkened consumer, finding profit even in darkness. Fashion truly embraces the blackout aesthetic. Designers create clothing with safety features built in, white piping on dark coats, reflective threads woven into fabrics, and light-coloured accessories that serve the dual purposes of style and visibility. Women's magazines run features on blackout beauty, suggesting makeup and hairstyles suited to dim lighting. The advice is practical and sometimes absurd. Lighter face powder is recommended because it's more visible, while dark lipstick is warned against lest you become a pair of disembodied lips floating in the darkness. Restaurants and pubs develop elaborate workarounds for the blackout restrictions. Some establishments paint their windows opaque black, but install elaborate interior lighting, creating spaces that feel almost normal once you're inside. Others embrace the dimness, installing red or blue lights that create atmospheric spaces while technically complying with regulations. Nightclubs in particular find that dim lighting can be romantic or mysterious, transforming a restriction into a feature. The entertainment industry becomes increasingly creative. Cinemas develop complex procedures for seating people in darkness, ushers with covered torches, luminous floor markers, and spaced entry times to prevent traffic jams in the lightless aisles. Some theatres experiment with matinee-only schedules, accepting reduced evening business rather than dealing with blackout complications. Others thrive precisely because they offer bright escapism inside while maintaining complete darkness outside. Radio programs evolve to suit their audience's circumstances. Content becomes more domestic, more suited to family listening in dimmed rooms. Comedy programs emphasize verbal humor over visual gags. Dramas rely on sound effects and voice acting to create vivid mental images. The BBC becomes increasingly sophisticated in its understanding of how to create entertainment for a population sitting in the dark, unable to do much else besides listen. Local communities develop collective coping strategies. Neighbourhoods organise blackout socials, gatherings where people can meet and commingle despite the darkness. Churches host evening services that become social events as much as religious ones, providing both spiritual comfort and human connection. Community centres run activities specifically designed for low-light conditions, music sessions, discussion groups, and collective listening to important broadcasts. Street communities become more tight-knit through the shared experience. Neighbours who might previously have exchanged only perfunctory greetings now check on each other, help each other with blackout preparations, and share resources and solutions. The darkness creates a kind of frontier mentality, a sense that you're all in this together, facing common challenges that require mutual support. Children, remarkably resilient, turn the blackout into play. They invent games suited to darkness, elaborate versions of hide and seek, treasure hunts that rely on touch and sound rather than sight, and theatrical performances put on in dimmed rooms where imagination fills in for visual spectacle. The blackout becomes normalised in their experience, not a temporary disruption, but simply how the world works, as natural as rain or school or Sunday roast. Teachers adapt their lesson plans, incorporating blackout realities into education. Science classes discuss astronomy with newfound relevance. Students can actually see what they're learning about. History lessons draw parallels to medieval life, helping children understand that most of human history occurred without electric light. Art classes experiment with low-light media, charcoal drawings, shadow puppets, and projects that work despite limited visibility. Physical coordination improves across the population as people develop better spatial awareness. Your proprioception, that internal sense of where your body is in space, sharpens when visual input becomes unreliable. People learn to move more carefully, more consciously, developing a kind of bodily intelligence that modern life had allowed to atrophy. The simple act of walking becomes more mindful, more present, and less the unconscious automatic process it had been. Health effects emerge, both positive and negative. Accident rates from the darkness remain elevated. People continue to trip, collide, and stumble into objects. But there are unexpected benefits too. The earlier evening schedules mean people get more sleep, and their circadian rhythms are more aligned with natural light-dark cycles. The reduction in artificial light at night might be improving sleep quality, though nobody's conducting formal studies to verify this. The enforced indoor evenings mean less exposure to cold and damp for some, potentially reducing winter illness. Seasonal variations in the blackout create different challenges and experiences. Summer evenings, with their late sunsets, require shorter periods of blackout, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours. People can enjoy long twilights and extended time outdoors while it's still light enough to see. Picnics and garden parties adapt to earlier schedules, wrapping up before darkness makes them impractical. But winter brings longer blackout periods, sometimes 16 hours or more of required darkness. The psychological weight of this is considerable. Waking in darkness, working through short daylight hours, returning home to more darkness. It feels oppressive, endless. Seasonal affective disorder, though not yet named or officially recognised, surely affects many. The lack of light combines with war anxiety to create periods of genuine depression for some. December 1939 brings the blackout's first winter holiday season. Christmas presents unique challenges. How do you maintain festive cheer in compulsory darkness? Families rise to the challenge with determination that borders on defiance. Christmas lights, those strings of coloured bulbs that normally decorate windows and trees, must be abandoned or drastically modified. Some people create elaborate interior displays, decorating trees in rooms with completely blacked out windows, creating private festivals of light that can't be seen from outside. Carol singing adapts to blackout conditions. Groups carry covered lanterns as they move from house to house, their voices rising in the darkness, creating moments of beauty and connection that feel more precious for the surrounding gloom. The ancient hymns about light coming into darkness take on new resonance. Silent night feels especially appropriate when nights are so profoundly silent and dark. Gift-giving focuses on practical items suited to blackout life. Torches, luminous paint, warm clothing, and books for reading aloud. But there are frivolous gifts too. Deliberate assertions of normalcy and joy despite circumstances. Dolls and toy soldiers for children, perfume and stockings for wives, and pipes and tobacco for husbands. These gestures matter enormously. Small defiances against the war's restrictions, declarations that life and pleasure continue. New Year's Eve presents its own strange circumstances. The traditional celebrations, gathering in public squares, watching for midnight, and the explosion of noise and light as the new year arrives, must be reimagined. People celebrate in darkened homes, listening for church bells, gathering around wireless sets for special broadcasts. When midnight comes, they might step outside into darkness, hearing distant voices calling greetings they cannot see, feeling connected to invisible neighbours through sound alone. The turn to 1940 brings renewed determination. The blackout will continue, but people have learned to live with it. The initial shock has worn off, replaced by practiced competence. You know how to navigate your street in darkness. You know how long your blackout preparations take. You know which activities work in dim light and which don't. The learning curve has been climbed, and what remains is simply persistence. The blackout continues through 1940 and beyond, lasting in various forms until September 1944, when regulations finally relax as the threat of bombing diminishes. But even before official relaxation, the blackout evolves and becomes less absolute. As military technology improves and bombing strategies change, the strict requirements loosen slightly. Dim lights become permissible in some circumstances. The complete darkness of those first months gradually lightens to a more manageable gloom. The first relaxations are tentative, almost apologetic. Regulations allow heavily shielded street lighting in some areas, not the full illumination of pre-war years, but enough to prevent the worst accidents and to make navigation possible without constant hazard. These new lights cast pools of dim radiance that seem extraordinarily bright after years of complete darkness, even though they are actually quite faint by historical standards. People's reactions to these first returns of public lighting reveal how much the darkness has affected them. Some feel immediate relief, an easing of tension they hadn't quite realised they were carrying. The simple ability to see where you're walking, to recognise faces, to orient yourself visually, these feel like luxuries, gifts restored after long deprivation. Others feel oddly uncomfortable with the light's return. After years of darkness, even dim lighting can feel exposing and vulnerable. Some people have grown accustomed to the anonymity that darkness provides, the sense of being unseen as you move through public spaces. The return of light, however faint, removes that protective invisibility. The gradual restoration progresses through 1944 as Allied forces push across Europe and the threat to Britain recedes. More lights return, regulations relax further, and the familiar glow of evening civilization begins to rebuild. Shop windows light up first, just modestly, but enough to display goods and to create welcoming spaces. Then street lamps return to more normal operation, their familiar yellow-orange light painting pavements and facades. For those who remember the change, and by this point young children have lived their entire conscious lives under blackout conditions, the restoration of light feels almost magical. Streets that had been navigated by memory and faith suddenly reveal themselves in detail. Buildings show their full architectural character. Faces become readable from a distance. The urban landscape recovers its visible complexity. The psychological impact of restored lighting is profound and multifaceted. There's certainly celebration, relief, and joy at this tangible symbol of the war's waning. But there's also a strange sadness, an unexpected nostalgia for something that everyone complained about constantly while it was happening. The blackout years, for all their difficulty, had created a kind of fellowship, a shared experience that had bound communities together. With the return of light comes the return of normal urban anonymity, the dissolution of that intense mutual dependence. Some of the innovations and adaptations developed during the blackout persist, even after they're no longer necessary. People who learn to navigate by sound and memory retain those skills. Families who discovered they enjoyed evening read-aloud sessions continue them even when bright lights would permit individual reading. Communities that drew together in darkness maintain some of that closeness, those relationships that formed during shared difficulty. The physical traces of the blackout persist too. White-painted curbs and tree trunks remain, their purpose obsolete but their presence continuing. Blackout curtains stay up in many homes. Why take them down when they're already installed, when they're useful for privacy, when they're a reminder of survival? Architectural features designed for the blackout era, those double-door entries on pubs, the carefully positioned lighting fixtures, remain as fossils of a particular historical moment. The ecological effects of the blackout years gradually reverse. As artificial light returns, the night sky slowly disappears again behind its veil of urban glow. The stars fade from easy visibility. The Milky Way withdraws. The darkness that had revealed celestial beauty is pushed back by human illumination. Some people mourn this loss, realizing that the blackout had given them a gift they'll never receive again, the regular sight of the universe above their heads. The generation that lived through the blackout carries memories that shape their relationship with light and darkness for the rest of their lives. Those who were children during the blackout often develop either a strong preference for darkness, finding comfort in the nighttime environment they knew as children, or an equally strong preference for abundant light, a kind of overcompensation for years of enforced dimness. The blackout leaves its mark on British culture in subtle ways. A certain comfort with dimmer lighting persists. British homes and public spaces tend toward more modest illumination than their American counterparts, a preference that may trace partially to this period of enforced darkness. The idea that too much light is wasteful, even slightly vulgar, becomes embedded in aesthetic sensibility. The historical memory of the blackout carries multiple meanings. It becomes a symbol of British resilience, of the Home Front's contribution to the war effort, and of collective sacrifice for a common cause. Politicians and cultural commentators invoke the blackout as an example of what a society can endure when properly motivated, when united by shared purpose. But the blackout also serves as a reminder of war's intrusion into civilian life, of how conflict transforms ordinary existence in ways both large and small. It demonstrates that warfare is not just distant battles fought by soldiers, but also the accumulated small deprivations and adjustments that everyone must make. The nightly ritual of darkening windows, the cautious navigation of familiar streets, and the adaptation of every evening routine to accommodate the absence of light. For modern observers, the blackout offers a peculiar window into a world that's simultaneously recognisable and alien. The Britain of 1939 had electricity, radio, automobiles, and cinema, all the technological fixtures of modern life. Yet the deliberate removal of just one element, artificial light after dark, transformed daily experience in ways that connected people backward to pre-industrial patterns of living. There's something almost meditative about contemplating the blackout years, this period when millions of people deliberately darken their world, sitting in dimmed rooms, navigating shadowed streets, and learning to experience their environment through senses other than sight. In our current era of constant illumination, when light pollution is so pervasive that many children grow up never seeing the Milky Way, when cities glow so brightly that they're visible from space, there's something oddly appealing about this historical moment of chosen darkness. The blackout reminds us that our relationship with light and darkness is not fixed or natural, but historically constructed, shaped by technology, regulation, and social practice. For most of human history, darkness was inevitable. You made the best light you could with fire or oil, but ultimately night meant darkness. Electric light changed this, pushing darkness back and extending the day artificially. The blackout briefly reversed this transformation, restoring darkness not through technological failure, but through deliberate choice. As you lie here now, warm and comfortable, in a room where light is available at the flick of a switch, it's worth contemplating what the blackout reveals about human adaptability and resilience. The people of Britain in 1939 didn't know how long the war would last, whether the blackout would be needed for weeks or years, or whether their cities would survive or be destroyed. Yet they adapted, persevered, and found moments of beauty and connection amidst the enforced darkness. The blackout demonstrates something essential about human communities, that we can endure significant disruption to normal life when we understand the purpose behind it, when we believe we're contributing to something larger than our individual comfort. The nightly ritual of darkening windows became a form of participation, a tangible action that connected each household to the national effort. There's something deeply human about gathering in darkened rooms, about families coming together around dim lights, about community supporting each other through shared difficulty. These patterns recur throughout human history, around ancient campfires, in medieval great halls lit by rushlight, and in pioneer cabins on winter evenings. The blackout temporarily restored these older patterns, using modern technology to recreate pre-modern conditions. The sensory richness of the blackout experience, the visible stars, the amplified sounds, the heightened awareness of smell and touch, suggests that our normal brightly lit existence may diminish certain forms of awareness and experience. We gain practical benefits from abundant light, certainly, but we may lose other kinds of perception, other ways of experiencing our environment and each other. The blackouts enforce slowdown, its requirement for more careful movement, more deliberate action, and more time spent in quiet domestic settings. These create a quality of life that many people found surprisingly satisfying despite the circumstances. The frantic pace of modern life, the constant visual stimulation, the ability to pursue individual activities in separate rooms with independent lighting. All these innovations have costs as well as benefits. Consider how the blackout changed social interaction. In darkness, you couldn't judge people by their appearance quite so readily. Conversations happened without the constant visual feedback we normally rely on. People learned to listen more carefully, to pay attention to voice tone and word choice rather than facial expressions and body language. This created different kinds of intimacy and different patterns of connection. The democratizing effect of the blackout, the way it affected rich and poor alike, created a rare moment of genuinely shared experience across social classes. The Duke and the Doctor both navigated the same darkened streets, both sat in dimmed rooms, and both faced the same challenges of maintaining normal life despite abnormal conditions. This shared experience contributed to the social solidarity that characterized Britain during the war years. The blackout also reveals something about the relationship between freedom and security. The regulations represented a significant restriction of personal liberty. You couldn't light your own home as you wished, couldn't move freely at night without risk, and face penalties for violations. Yet most people accepted these restrictions as legitimate and necessary, a reasonable trade-off for collective safety. The balance between individual freedom and common security is never simple, never permanent. It must be constantly negotiated and renegotiated. The innovations and adaptations that emerged during the blackout, the luminous paint, the white-marked curbs, the hooded headlamps, the double-door entries, represent human creativity responding to constraint. Necessity truly does mother invention, and the blackout years produced countless small solutions to the problems that darkness created. These innovations demonstrate that restrictions can inspire, rather than merely limit, that working within constraints can generate creativity. The return of light after years of darkness must have felt like emerging from a long tunnel. The familiar world revealed again the simple pleasure of seeing clearly, of moving without constant caution. of windows that connect rather than seal. Yet along with this relief came the loss of something too, that peculiar intimacy that darkness had created, that sharpened awareness, that sense of shared endurance. For those who lived through it, the blackout becomes one of those formative experiences that shape perception for a lifetime. They carry memories of navigating darkness, of families gathered in dim rooms, of stars brilliant overhead, and of the particular quality of silence that descended on cities designed for noise. These memories become stories, then history, then legend, part of the narrative that nations tell themselves about their past. As we come to the end of our journey through the blackout years, as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing slows, let's gather the gentle lessons that this history offers for your own rest tonight. The blackout teaches us that darkness is not necessarily something to fear, but rather a natural state that humans lived with for millennia before electric light became common. Those wartime Britons learned to find comfort and even beauty in darkness. The visible stars, the heightened awareness of sound and smell, and the coziness of dimly lit rooms where families gathered close. As you prepare for sleep, you're participating in the same ancient human practice, voluntarily entering darkness, trusting it to hold you safely while your consciousness dims. The darkness of sleep is restorative, necessary, and a gift rather than a threat. Like those blackout nights, it offers a time of rest, of withdrawal from the constant stimulation of waking life, and of renewal that comes through quiet and absence of light. The blackout families who learn to slow down, to move more carefully, to pay attention to senses beyond sight, they discovered rhythms that sleep requires too. The winding down, the gradual dimming, the shift from activity to stillness. These transitions matter. They prepare body and mind for the darkness of sleep, just as blackout preparations readied homes for the darkness of night. The resilience of those blackout years reminds us that humans can adapt to almost anything and can find peace and even pleasure in circumstances that initially seem impossible. If they could learn to thrive in darkened cities, you can certainly trust yourself to the darkness of your bedroom, to the natural process of sleep that your body knows how to perform. The community and connection that emerged from the shared blackout experience suggests something about the importance of letting go, of accepting limitations, and of working with rather than against circumstances. Sleep requires this same surrender. You cannot force it, only create conditions that welcome it. Like those families dimming their lights and settling into evening quiet, you prepare the space and then allow the darkness to do its work. Those visible stars during the blackout, the celestial beauty that emerged when artificial light withdrew, remind us that darkness reveals as well as conceals. In sleep's darkness, dreams emerge, unconscious processes do their necessary work, and the mind sorts and files and heals in ways that can't happen in waking light. Trust the darkness to show you what you need to see. The gradual adaptation to the blackout, the way fear transformed into competence and then comfort, mirrors the journey into sleep that you make each night. At first, letting go of consciousness can feel vulnerable, even frightening. But with practice, with trust, it becomes natural, even welcome. The darkness becomes familiar, safe, and a friend rather than a threat. As the blackout eventually lifted and light returned, so too will you wake tomorrow to light and activity. But for now, like those wartime families settling into their dimmed homes, you can embrace this time of darkness and quiet. Let your eyes close like blackout curtains drawing shut. Feel your awareness dim like lights turning down. Allow yourself to sink into stillness like a city going quiet under the night sky. The people of the blackout years survived not through constant vigilance, but through acceptance, adaptation, and the ability to find peace in altered circumstances. They learned that darkness could be endured, that it brought gifts along with its challenges, and that life continued and even flourished under its cover. Your sleep tonight is your personal blackout, a time of chosen darkness, of withdrawal from the world's demands, of rest and restoration. Like those wartime Britons, you don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, but you can trust that this period of darkness will prepare you for whatever light reveals. The last lesson of the blackout is perhaps the most important, that sometimes the most valuable thing we can do is simply stop, darken our world, and rest. Not as defeat or retreat, but as necessary preparation for continuing. Those nightly blackout rituals weren't just safety measures, they were acknowledgements that activity must balance with stillness, that light needs darkness as a counterpoint, and that life requires periods of quiet and rest. So let yourself rest now. Let the darkness hold you as it held those millions of people through their blackout years, safely, gently, preparing you for whatever tomorrow's light will bring. Your eyes are growing heavy. Your breath is slowing. The darkness around you is peaceful, protective, and appropriate. Sleep well, knowing that you're participating in one of humanity's oldest and most natural practices. The darkness is your friend tonight, just as it became the friend of those who learned to live through the great blackout. Rest easy, rest deep, rest well. And when morning comes, when light returns, you'll wake refreshed as those blackout families woke to another day. Resilient, adapted, and ready to continue. For now though, just darkness, just quiet, just rest. Sleep well. Picture yourself on the front porch of a house in a small town in America on October 31st, 1909. It's about 5 o'clock in the evening, and the light in the fall has that special quality that photographers spend their whole lives trying to get golden slanting, making everything it touches look like it belongs in a painting you'd find in your grandmother's parlour. The air is cool like it is in October, which makes you happy to have a cardigan or wool jacket, but not so cold that you need to hurry inside. You can't make the smell in the air artificially. It's a mix of wood smoke from someone's chimney and the earthy smell of leaves that fell yesterday and got wet in the rain. Underneath it all, there's that smell of autumn that can't be put into words. You could be in any number of towns like Oberlin, Ohio, Concord, Massachusetts, or Galesburg, Illinois. In 1909, these towns all had tree-lined streets with maples that were putting on their annual fireworks show of colour. Houses that were close enough to feel like neighbours but far enough apart for privacy. And a pace of life that modern people would find either relaxing or maddeningly slow, depending on their mood. Most of the houses on your street are made of wood and are painted in sensible colours like white, grey, or sometimes a bold cream. These are not the perfectly restored Victorian homes you see in historic districts today. These are homes that people live in, and some of them need a little paint touch-up, while others have porches that sag a little in the middle from years of use. But they're all well taken care of, with walkways that are swept and windows that catch the evening light like amber. The big party that October 31st, 1909 would become wasn't yet a big deal. People still called it Halloween or Halloween, which is a cute old-fashioned way to say it. But it wasn't a day that needed to be planned weeks in advance or taken off work. Kids went to school like usual, adults went about their daily lives, and the parties that night mostly took place in homes and church social halls instead of turning entire neighbourhoods into haunted displays. At this time of day, the streets are starting to quiet down. Men are coming home from work, stores and offices. They are walking home because in a town like this, most things are close enough to walk to. They're dressed up in suits, but not because it's a special occasion. That's just what men wore to work. They wore dark wool suits with vests, pocket watches on chains, and hats that they would hang on coat racks as soon as they got home. Women can be seen through lit windows, moving around their kitchens in the strange dance of making dinner. In 1909, cooking dinner didn't mean following an online recipe, or reheating something from the store. It was a big deal that needed constant attention, coal or wood stoves, ingredients that had been picked out the day before or that morning, and skills that took years to learn and were passed down through generations like family heirlooms. The kids are all excited, and this is where Halloween starts to show itself. Their parents are trying to keep them calm until after dinner. There will be parties tonight after dinner and the dishes are done. Not the kind you're thinking of, with loud music and lots of people you don't know. These are gatherings in parlours and church basements where games will be played, fortunes will be told, and the line between the normal world and something a little stranger will seem to blur for a few hours. You can tell it's fall from the porch as the evening gets darker. There are things that make it clear that this is fall, no matter what year it is. There are pumpkins on the porches. These are not the carved jack-o'-lanterns that will become popular later. Instead, they are whole pumpkins, some of which are quite large, that were bought from local farms to be used as decorations and eaten later. Some might have simple faces carved into them, but just as many are left whole. The orange colour is enough to make them look like Christmas. People have tied corn stalks to the railings of their porches and the posts of their fences. They're already dry and rustling in the light evening breeze, making a sound that is both sad and somehow comforting. Some homes have put them together in shocks, which are tent-like structures that farmers use in fields but are smaller for decoration. You might also see gourds in different shapes, autumn leaves tied together in bundles, and maybe some pots with late-blooming chrysanthemums in them. The decorations from 1909 are handmade, seasonal and temporary, which shows a different way of thinking about material goods. There are no plastic or mass-produced items here. Everything has been made, bought or found locally. These decorations won't be put away in labelled storage bins for next year when November comes. Instead, they'll be composted, burned or returned to the ground, and new ones will be made in October. When it starts to get dark, which happens around 6 o'clock in late October 1909 without daylight saving time, you can see candles being lit in windows. In 1909 there are electric lights, but they aren't everywhere, especially in small towns and rural areas. A lot of homes still use gas lights or kerosene lamps. Even homes with electricity might choose candles tonight to set the mood. These aren't the fake flameless LED candles you have now, or even the scented candles that come in pretty jars. These candles are made of tallow or beeswax, and some are hand-dipped while others are moulded. They all give off a warm, slightly flickering light that makes every room look like a painting by a Dutch master. The light doesn't fill rooms like electric bulbs do. Instead, it makes pools of light surrounded by soft shadows, which makes homes look both cosy and mysterious. To get a better idea of what Halloween meant in 1909, you need to go back even further in time, to when this night had other names and served other purposes. Don't worry, this won't be a boring history class. Think of it more like figuring out the layers of tradition that have built up on this date over time, like rings on a tree. Each layer adds meaning without completely erasing what came before it. Like many stories from October, this one starts with the ancient Celts, who lived in what is now Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and parts of France thousands of years ago. Samhain was a festival that people pronounced Samhain, like the female pig, not Samhain, which is what most people think. The Celts thought of winter as a time of death, just like they thought of spring as a time of life. Samhain marked the end of the harvest season and the start of winter. But from your cosy spot in the present, here's what makes Samhain interesting. It wasn't mostly a scary holiday. Yes, the Celts thought that the line between the living world and the world of the dead became less clear on this night. Yes, they believed that spirits could cross over, but they didn't respond with fear. Instead, they were friendly but careful. They left food out for wandering spirits, lit bonfires to help the souls of the dead find their way, and were happy to be able to talk to their ancestors who had died. Picture this. Once a year, the barrier between you and your beloved grandmother who died becomes so thin that she can come over for dinner. You wouldn't lock the doors in fear. Instead, you'd set an extra place at the table and hope she'd share her knowledge with you one more time. That was more like the spirit of Samhain than the scary Halloween we know today. As Christianity spread through Celtic lands, which took hundreds of years and wasn't a single dramatic conversion moment, the church did something smart that they had done with many pagan festivals. Instead of trying to get rid of Samhain completely, they just took it in and made All Saints' Day on November 1st and All Souls' Day on November 2nd. All Hallows' Eve was the night before All Saints' Day. Over time, it became Halloween. This Christian layer didn't get rid of the older traditions, instead it baptized them, giving them new meanings while the old ones still echoed underneath. It became a Christian tradition to light candles for the dead, but it wasn't that different from the Celtic bonfires. The idea that the dead were somehow closer on this night stayed the same, but it was seen through a different religious lens. When these customs got to America, mostly through Irish and Scottish immigrants in the 1800s, they had already changed a little from where they came from. The immigrants brought memories of home that were part real folk practice and part romanticised nostalgia. They remembered the parties, the games, the fortune-telling, and the general feeling that this night was special, even if they weren't sure why it had started. Halloween in America is still figuring out who it is in 1909. It won't be a holiday for kids to get candy until the 1950s. Instead, it's mostly an evening for teens and young adults to hang out, play games, and most importantly, tell fortunes about love. One of the most common beliefs about Halloween, which has changed over time, is that it was a good night to find out what your love life would be like in the future. People who celebrated Halloween in 1909 probably didn't know much about Samhain's history, or the complicated theological talks that went on in the medieval church. They know that their grandparents and parents celebrated this night, that there are certain things you do on Halloween, and that there's something nice and mysterious about a night when you look into the future and realise that the world might be stranger than it seems. You could say that this is Halloween in the middle of a change. It has changed a lot since its folk roots, but it hasn't yet become the commercial powerhouse of your time. It lives in this interesting middle ground where folk traditions mix with Victorian parlour games, rural harvest celebrations mix with urban social entertainment, and real belief in the supernatural turns into playful superstition. Once the sun goes down in your 1909 neighbourhood, the real work of getting ready for Halloween begins inside the houses. This is where you'd see how people celebrated holidays in the past compared to now. There are no costume shops, no places to buy a lot of pre-made decorations, and no party supply warehouses. You have to make everything by hand for tonight to be special, and making things is part of the celebration itself. Let's take a look inside a normal home that is hosting a Halloween party. The parlour has changed. If you don't know what a parlour is, it's the formal sitting room where guests were entertained. In homes of working class or middle class people, this might be the only room besides bedrooms that is used for both everyday living and special events. In wealthier homes, the parlour was used for guests, while the family used a less formal sitting room for everyday life. The everyday furniture has been moved around to make more room for tonight's gathering. The heavy upholstered chairs and settees, which are made to last for generations and weigh about as much as modern cars, have been pushed back against the walls. The middle of the room is open for games that might require some movement, but not too much. Keep in mind that this is 1909, and Victorian manners are still affecting how people act, even though the Edwardian era is making things a little more relaxed. The decorations show both creativity and a lack of it. Black and orange construction paper chains hang from the corners and loop across the ceiling. Someone, probably the teenage daughter of the house and her younger siblings, spent the afternoon cutting strips of paper, making them into circles and sticking them together with flour paste. Some of the circles in the chains are more perfect than others, which gives them the charming imperfection of things made by hand. There are cutouts of black cats, witches on broomsticks, and crescent moons on the walls. These were probably copied from templates in women's magazines like Ladies' Home Journal or Woman's Home Companion, which often had craft projects for holidays. The silhouettes are simple and easy to recognise, and they make the room feel festive without being too scary. This decoration is meant to make you feel playful and mysterious, not scared. The jack-o'-lantern is probably the most atmospheric decoration, but in 1909 it might have been a turnip lantern, or a hollowed-out gourd instead of a pumpkin. The custom of carving vegetables into lanterns started in Ireland and Scotland, where they used turnips and rutabagas at first. Irish immigrants brought the tradition to America and found that pumpkins worked even better because they were bigger, softer, and easier to carve. The jack-o'-lantern on the table or mantelpiece has a face that is more funny than scary. The features are simple, A triangular nose and eyes, a gap-toothed grin, and a lot of patience and a strong knife. A candle flickers inside, making the face look like it's moving and dancing in the low light. The smell of slightly burnt pumpkin flesh adds to the mood, mixing with the other smells of the night. Speaking of smells, the house is full of them, which might be too much for someone who is used to modern air conditioning and places that don't smell. The smell of wood smoke from the stove, the tang of apples from a bowl waiting to be used in the evening's games, the sweet spicy smell of cider warming on the stove, and the smell of a house that has been closed up against the cooling evening. It's a mix of wood, fabric, old paper, and people living there that isn't bad but is very alive. People are getting ready for the snacks that will be served later in the dining room or kitchen. This isn't a full meal. Guests would have eaten dinner at home before coming. Instead, it's what people of this time called light refreshments. This usually means cider, both regular and maybe some spiked for the adults, cookies or small cakes, candied apples, popcorn balls, and maybe roasted nuts. The kitchen is a place where people work hard. The stove, whether it's a coal range or one of the newer gas models, has been going for hours, keeping the right temperature for each dish. In 1909, baking was more like chemistry done by instinct and experience than following exact recipes. A woman who has been in charge of a household for years can tell if the oven is at the right temperature by how quickly a piece of paper browns. She can also tell if bread is done by the sound it makes when tapped on the bottom. The treats being made are based on both tradition and what is going on in farming in October. Apples are a big part of this time of year because it's the height of apple season, and they've been a big part of Halloween for hundreds of years. Some apples are being candied by dipping them in a mixture of sugar, corn syrup, and red food colouring, and then letting them harden on waxed paper. It's a sticky and somewhat difficult process that makes treats that are so sweet they hurt your teeth, and so hard you have to work hard to chew them. Some apples are meant for games instead of eating. They've been polished until they shine and put in a big metal tub or wooden barrel that will be filled with water for apple bobbing. This is one of the most traditional and popular Halloween activities, even though it's hard and not very dignified. A big pot on the stove is making popcorn. The kernels were bought in bulk from a general store and are kept in a jar in the pantry. You have to keep an eye on the pot and shake it hard to keep the popcorn from burning in 1909. After they pop, the fluffy white kernels will be shaped into balls and held together with molasses or sugar syrup. These treats are part candy, part snack, and all seasonal. Usually more than one generation works together to make these drinks. The grandmother of the house might be in charge while her daughter does the harder work. The kids can help with easy tasks like polishing apples or counting out cookies onto serving plates. Even getting ready is a kind of visit, since family members work together and talk about the day's events, gossip and opinions. As the time for guests to arrive draws near, probably around 7 or 7:30 in the evening, a final check of the preparations is made. Are there enough seats? Is the jack-o'-lantern in a place where people can see it, but not accidentally knock it over? Are the games set up? Is the fire in the fireplace keeping the room warm without making it too hot? The house is as ready as it's going to get. It's changed from how it usually looks into something special. The change isn't big. No one would think this is anything other than a nice middle-class home, but there is a purpose behind it, and it seems like effort has been made to make the place feel right for this mysterious night. As guests start to arrive, walking through the darkening streets because most people live close enough that they don't need cars, the real heart of a 1909 Halloween party starts to show itself. This is a night mostly for games, but not just any games. These games are meant to show you what your romantic future will be like. These days, Halloween is less about costumes and candy, and more about young people trying to figure out who they might marry. You need to know what's going on in society to understand why this is so important. Romantic relationships in 1909 were both more limited and more important than they are now. Young men and women didn't date a lot of people at once, live together before getting married, or spend years trying to figure out what they wanted. Courtship was a serious matter that had real effects on people's lives and finances, and marriage was the most important thing that happened to most people, especially women. So an evening of games that might show you your romantic future wasn't just a fun way to pass the time, It was a way to deal with a real worry through the socially acceptable form of light-hearted superstition. No one really thought that bobbing for apples could tell them who their future spouse would be, but no one really didn't believe it either. It was in that comfortable space between what is certain and what is possible that makes folklore work. The host family greets the first guests at the door, and for a brief moment people move from the cold October night to the warm, candlelit inside. People take off their coats and hang them on the coat tree in the hall. Hats are carefully put on the right surfaces. People greet each other properly, which may seem stiff to modern people, but gives social interactions a comfortable structure. Most of the guests are young people in their late teens and early 20s, but some older friends or family members might come along to keep an eye on them, or just because community social events aren't as age segregated as they will be later. Everyone is wearing their best clothes, which aren't fancy formal clothes, but nicer day or evening clothes that show respect for the event and the hosts. The games start when enough people are there to make a real party, and the first game is almost always apple bobbing, which is an old game that somehow manages to be both silly and serious at the same time. The apples are floating on the surface of the big tub or barrel of water. They bob up and down slowly, making them look like they are easy to catch. The rule is simple. You can only catch an apple with your mouth, not your hands. The truth is that it's a lot harder, especially when you think about how strict fashion and propriety were in 1909. The young women wear blouses or dresses with high collars and fancy fronts that absolutely cannot get wet without causing real social problems. The young men wear collars that will wilt right away if they get wet, ruining the carefully starched look they had before. So the game is all about trying to keep your dignity while you dunk your face into cold water and chase slippery apples around with your teeth. The first brave person to try usually walks up to the tub with confidence, but that confidence quickly fades after the first try. The apple moves away just as your mouth gets to it, pushed by the ripples your own movement makes. You come up sputtering and your friends laugh at you. Your hair is wet and your pride is a little hurt. But social pressure and real fun make you want to try again. And if you're lucky or persistent, you finally win with an apple in your mouth. Tradition says that the first person to bob an apple will be the first person in the group to get married. This is where the romantic fortune-telling part comes from. It doesn't really matter if anyone believes this. The attempt is fun, the success is a small win, and the prophecy gives you something to laugh about for the rest of the night. Another fun game is to hang donuts or apples on strings that are attached to a rod or the ceiling. People have to eat the treat that is hanging without using their hands, which is harder than it sounds because the target moves away with each bite. The good thing about this game is that it keeps everyone's clothes mostly dry, while still being funny and hard. There are also quieter, more mysterious games that use real divination instead of just playing to win. One of the oldest ones is to sit in a dark room in front of a mirror, eat an apple by candlelight, and look over your shoulder into the mirror as midnight approaches. People say that if you look in there, you will see the face of your future spouse. Not many people take this ritual seriously. They usually laugh, make nervous jokes, and feel better when nothing strange happens. But the attempt shows that Halloween is supposed to be a night when the normal rules are broken and you might see something beyond normal reality. Putting nuts on the hearth of the fireplace is another way to tell the future. 2 nuts are named after a couple, and as they heat up, their behaviour is supposed to show what will happen in the future of the relationship. The relationship will be good if the nuts burn quietly next to each other. If they pop and jump apart, the love is over. The fact that nutty behaviour when heated probably has more to do with moisture content than mystical revelation doesn't make anyone less interested in seeing their romantic future supposedly revealed in little explosions. Another way to tell the future is to peel apples. The goal is to peel an apple in one long unbroken strip of skin and then throw the peel over your shoulder. The way the peel lands is said to make the first letter of your future spouse's name. You need to be good at peeling apples and have a lot of imagination to figure out what the shapes mean, since they don't usually look like letters. In between these more traditional activities, people play card games and parlour games. People play games like charades, progressive euchre, and other guessing games that were popular at the time. The games are meant to help people who don't know each other well get to know each other better. They are social, not solitary, and competitive, but not cutthroat. The entertainment for the evening shows a different way of dealing with boredom and fun than you're used to. When conversation slows down in 1909, there are no TVs, phones, or internet to look at. People have learned how to make entertainment instead of just watching it, and they have the skills and patience to do things that require a lot of focus and engagement. This means that charades, which might seem old-fashioned or boring to someone who is used to constant digital stimulation, can be really fun when it's the only thing to do, and the audience is good at both acting and guessing. The slow pace of the evening, getting games ready, playing them and finishing them, feels nice instead of boring, because no one is always comparing it to faster-paced options. As the evening goes on and the parlour games come to a natural end, someone suggests one of the most popular Halloween traditions of the time, a walk through the night. This wasn't a planned event like trick-or-treating would later become. Instead, it was an unplanned trip into the dark that served many purposes at once. For the teens at the party, a night walk gave them something rare in a time when adults were always watching them, some privacy. Chaperones might go with the group, but once everyone was spread out along a dark country road or village street, couples could drift apart a little and have short conversations without old people watching every move. It wasn't exactly scandalous, but it was a rare chance to be alone with someone in a world where most courtship happened in public. The group meets in the front hall and gets their coats and wraps from where they left them earlier. The women put on wool cloaks or coats, and sometimes shawls to keep warm. The men put on their suits and overcoats, as well as the hats that no respectable person would go outside without. Someone lights a lantern, either an oil lamp or a flashlight if they are lucky enough to have one of those newfangled devices. The moon, if it is visible, also provides surprising light once your eyes get used to it. Going outside is like going to a whole new world. The air has that crisp, clear quality that autumn nights have, and the temperature has dropped a lot since sunset. The cold feels good instead of bad. When you breathe, you make small clouds that quickly disappear. The smells from earlier in the evening, like wood smoke and damp leaves, have gotten stronger. You might even be able to smell frost, even though it hasn't gotten cold enough yet. It's hard to imagine how dark it was in 1909 in most places today. There aren't any streetlights in neighbourhoods, porch lights that stay on all night, or shopping centres or office buildings that give off light. The windows of individual homes let in warm light, but these little spots of light only make the darkness around them seem deeper. If the sky's clear, the stars are beautiful. Lots of light that people in your time usually only see in planetariums. The group leaves without a specific destination in mind. They walk along streets and paths that everyone knows during the day, but that look different at night. Landmarks that are easy to find turn into strange shapes. The tree that marks the edge of someone's property becomes a shadowy figure against the sky, which is a little lighter. You don't notice the fence you pass every day until you trip over it and need to pay attention to it. Voices sound different at night than they do during the day. They sound clearer and farther away. The group's talking makes a bubble of human sound that is surrounded by the sounds of the night, like the rustling of leaves, the barking of a dog in the distance, the hooting of an owl, and the wind moving through bare branches with a sound like running water. These natural sounds aren't scary. They're more like friends, reminding us that the dark is full of life going about its business. While the group is walking, someone might tell ghost stories or stories about the area. In 1909, every town had these things. The house where someone died in a strange way 50 years ago. The crossroads where a headless horseman is said to ride. Washington Irving's story was published in 1820 and had become very popular, and the cemetery where lights are sometimes seen floating among the graves. These stories aren't meant to scare you. Remember, it's a gentle Halloween. They're meant to remind you that there might be mysteries in the world that you don't see every day. The storyteller talks in a low voice, not to scare everyone, but because it seems right to talk quietly about these things in the dark. The people who hear it laugh nervously and shiver a lot, showing fear more than feeling it. If the group goes past a cemetery, which is often close to homes in small towns, they might stop at the fence. Not to go in, because that would be disrespectful to the dead, but to recognise the place and maybe think of friends and family who are buried there. The Victorians and Edwardians had a complicated relationship with death. They were more familiar with it than people today because it happened at home instead of in hospitals and the death rate was higher. They were also more sentimental about it. The walk could take you to a place that is important to the area, like a hilltop with a view of the countryside, a bridge over a stream, or a big old tree that has been a landmark for generations. At these places, the group might stop, not for any planned reason, but just to enjoy the night, the October air, and being young, alive, and part of a community. This night walk gives some of the group a chance to think about the deeper meanings of Halloween. It's easier to believe that the veil between worlds is really thinner, and that those who have died are really closer when you stand in the dark under the stars. These thoughts don't have to be scary. It's comforting rather than scary to think that your grandmother or a friend who has passed away might be nearby. The practical parts of the walk are charming in their own way. Women walk through the dark while wearing long skirts that get caught on plants and shoes that aren't meant for rough ground. Men offer their arms to help women over hard places, which is both practical and romantic. The person carrying the lantern becomes important for a short time. They hold the light that keeps everyone on the path and draw the group's attention. Eventually the group goes home because it's too cold, it's too late, or they're just too tired from all the fun they had that night. The walk back often seems shorter than the walk out, which is what happens when you walk home. People might be talking less now and thinking more, and the energy from earlier in the evening has turned into satisfied tiredness. As they get closer to the house where the party started, the warm light coming through the windows looks especially inviting after being in the dark for a while. The group is grateful for the warmth and light when they come back in, especially since it's so cold and dark outside. This change from dark to light and cold to warm is small, but it touches on something deep down that makes a home feel like a safe place. Once back inside the warm house, with cold cheeks and hair that had been messed up by the wind, the conversation often turns to the spooky parts of Halloween. But in 1909, beliefs in the supernatural are in a strange place between real faith and fun, between old-fashioned beliefs and new-fashioned doubt. You should know that 1909 is an interesting time in history for people who believe in the supernatural. This is an age of growing scientific knowledge, widespread education, and technological progress that is changing how people live every day. Spiritualism, the idea that the dead can talk to the living through mediums, was very popular in the late 1800s and still has a lot of followers. The ghost stories and gothic literature of the last 100 years have made supernatural encounters seem very romantic. As a result, most educated people in 1909 don't really believe in the Halloween superstitions, but they don't completely disbelieve them either. You might not believe in astrology, but you still know your zodiac sign and feel good when your horoscope says good things are coming. The supernatural is one of those things that probably aren't real but could be, and it's fun to think about them anyway. In 1909, Halloween folklore was mostly about spirits of the dead, not demons or other evil beings. People believe that the night is a time when people who have died can come back to see the people and places they loved in life. Instead of being scary, this is usually shown as a soft, even beautiful chance. The custom of leaving food for the dead, which goes back to Celtic Samhain, is still going on, but in a less strict way. Some families might set a place at the table, or put out a plate of treats to show that their loved ones who have passed away are welcome to come by if they want to. You don't do this out of fear or dread. You do it out of the same kindness you would show to living relatives who might stop by without warning. The stories told at Halloween parties are more likely to be sad than scary. Someone might tell a story about a grandmother who died and whose favourite perfume was in her old room on Halloween night, or about a father who died and whose pocket watch, which had stopped at the moment of his death, rang once at midnight on All Hallows' Eve for no reason. These stories talk about loss and grief, but they also say that love lives on after death. The ghosts in Halloween stories from 1909 aren't the evil ghosts that show up in later horror stories. They're more like kind spirits who might help or comfort you if you treat them with respect. The fortune-telling games that were played earlier in the evening seem to call on these spirits as sources of information about the future. When you look in the mirror and hope to see your future spouse, you're asking the spirits to show you what they know. Even the scary parts of Halloween these days are very mild compared to what they used to be. There are black cats and witches in the decorations, but they are more stylized and decorative than scary. The witch on a broomstick isn't a bad old woman who eats kids. She's a symbol of folk magic and wisdom from the countryside. The black cat isn't a sign of bad luck. It's a creature that is linked to mystery and the line between home and wild spaces. Most of the time, the local legends told at night are about strange things that happen, not real horror. The lights in the cemetery could be spirits or marsh gas. The fact that it's not clear what they are is part of what makes them interesting. The strange sounds near the old mill could be ghosts or the wind and one's imagination. The fact that we don't know for sure is what makes the story interesting instead of just scary. Halloween also has a lot of what we might call protective folklore. There are ideas about how to tell the future, and there are also ideas about how to keep yourself safe from bad things that might happen on this night. Evil spirits will be confused if you turn your clothes inside out. Having a little salt in your pocket will keep you safe. Walking around your house in the direction of the sun, clockwise, before bed will keep it safe. These protective customs are done with a wink and a smile as if to say, just in case, and they don't cost anything and might help. You don't really believe that these things matter, but the ritual of acknowledging them connects you to generations of people who found comfort in these small protective gestures. It's like how you might avoid walking under ladders or feel a small superstitious pleasure in finding a penny heads up. In 1909, Halloween had more religious meaning than it does now when it is more commercialised. The name itself, All Hallows Eve, which means the night before All Saints' Day, keeps the link to Christian tradition, even though the holiday has many older pagan elements. Some families go to special church services on November 1st to remember saints and family members who have died. This makes Halloween part of a longer time of remembering and spiritual reflection. Most people don't seem to mind that Christian and non-Christian elements live together. The Christian calendar has always been open to including local customs and folk practices. By 1909, this mixing of cultures is so common that most people don't even think about it. You can honour Christian saints and also bob for apples to see what your love life will be like in the future without any problems. The lack of light adds to the supernatural feel of the night. Keep in mind that electric lights aren't common yet, and even where they are, people don't use them very often. There are candles, oil lamps, and maybe even the light from the fireplace in the parlour. This makes the kind of lighting that filmmakers spend a lot of money trying to copy. Shadows that change and move. Faces that come out of the dark and into pools of light, and corners of rooms that stay mysterious. In this light, it's easy to think that you might see something strange. A shadow that moves in a strange way could be an effect of the candlelight, or it could be something else. That feeling of being there when you're alone in a dark room could be your mind playing tricks on you, or it could be a loved one who has passed away checking in. The uncertainty is part of the experience, and it seems that most people in 1909 are happy to leave it that way, instead of insisting on either total belief or total doubt. The fact that people in 1909 were more comfortable with not knowing about the supernatural shows a bigger cultural difference between then and now. In today's world, there is a lot of pressure to put things into one of two groups: scientifically proven facts or superstitions that aren't true. But in 1909, people are more okay with the idea that some things can't be known, that mystery has value, and that not everything needs to be explained or explained away. As the night goes on and people settle into comfy chairs with cups of warm cider, the conversation might turn to the idea of thin places, which are places where the line between the normal world and something else seems to be very thin. There are such places in every town: the old churchyard, the crossroads at the edge of town, the ancient tree that was already old when the first settlers came, and the spring that never freezes even in the coldest winter. People don't think these thin places are dangerous. Instead, they think they are special and should be respected and given attention. People don't stay away from them. Instead, They go to them knowing that they might find something strange there. Halloween is a time when people believe that the veil between worlds gets thinner. This makes the whole night feel like a thin time when anything could happen. The party is now in its last phase, the calm time before midnight when everyone is tired but not too tired to have fun. The group has enjoyed the snacks, played the games, and had their fortunes told, with varying levels of faith in how accurate they were. Then they went outside into the October night and came back safely. This is the time for quieter activities, for talking that has become more personal as the night went on and people let their guard down, and for thinking about what Halloween means beyond the games and traditions. If the family is rich enough to have a piano, someone might be playing soft music that fits the time of day. There are both popular songs from the time and older songs that have been passed down through the years. If you listen to music from 1909, it will sound very old-fashioned to you. The lyrics are sentimental and the melodies are simple, showing how people thought in the Victorian era, but with a more positive view of the Edwardian era. But in this case, with the October night pressing against the windows and the candles burning low in their holders, the music does its job of setting the mood and giving people something to do with their attention that isn't as demanding as games or deep conversation. Some guests have already left, especially those who have to walk a long way home or whose strict parents are waiting up for them. The elaborate politeness rituals of the time mark their departures, thanking their hosts several times, putting on their outdoor clothes, making last jokes, and promising to see each other soon at church or around town. Those who are still there are the strong ones, the ones who haven't quite let go of the magic of the night yet. The mother of the host family might be in the kitchen, quietly starting to clean up the mess that can't wait until morning. She might be putting away food that will spoil, washing cups and plates, and banking the fire in the stove. This work is done without complaint or martyrdom, just because it's part of being a host. There will be more cleaning up in the morning, but the worst of it can be done now while guests are still there but busy. If there are any younger kids in the house, they have long since gone to bed. However, they may still be awake in their rooms, trying to stay alert for any supernatural visits, or just excited by the strange sounds of a party going on late into the night. They will remember this night in their own way. The strange shadows cast by the candlelight, the guests' laughter, the special snacks they got to eat before bed, and the feeling that something important and magical was going on, even though they weren't old enough to fully take part. As the clock, whether it's a mantelpiece clock, a wall clock, or someone's pocket watch, gets closer to midnight, people often take a moment to acknowledge it. Halloween night is traditionally the most powerful time of the year, and midnight is when the veil between worlds is thinnest, spirits are most likely to be present, and divination is most likely to be accurate. The group might stand by a window and look out at the night, which is now very still and dark. As families go to bed, most of the lights in nearby houses have gone out. If you can see the moon, it has moved across the sky since the party started. The wind could have gotten stronger or weaker. The temperature has definitely dropped even more, and by morning there will probably be frost. In some places, people have a tradition of being quiet when the clock strikes midnight, and listening for sounds that might not be from this world. We do this with open hearts, not scared ones, because we know that if spirits are around, this is when they might show themselves. The silence is friendly, not tense, and the only sound is the clock's mechanism getting ready to strike 12. When the clock strikes midnight, there is often a small collective exhale, as if everyone has crossed a line. This can be marked by chimes, bells, or just the quiet agreement of those checking their watches. All Saints' Day has started, which means that Halloween is over. The magical time is over, and while people were aware of and welcomed the spirits, no one seems to be upset that nothing dramatic or supernatural happened. What mattered was the possibility, being open to the unknown rather than knowing it. Someone might raise a glass with the last of the cider or other drink. The toast could be to all saints, to friends who can't be there, to the winter that everyone needs to get ready for, or just to the success of the night's events. People raise their glasses or cups and drink the toast, which makes the party feel like it's over. Now is when the last departures really start. Even the most dedicated partygoers know that the night has come to an end and that tomorrow, technically today, will come soon with its demands of work, school and other daily tasks. The front door opens several times to let groups of guests out into the night. Each time they say thank you and goodbye and remind everyone about upcoming community events. For the host family, there is a strange mix of tiredness and happiness that comes from having successfully entertained. The house is a mess, the candles are almost out, and there is still work to be done, but the evening did what it was supposed to do: bring people together, honour tradition, acknowledge mystery, and give young people a chance to hang out in a safe, structured way. When the last guests leave for the night, the house becomes quiet in a different way. It's not the quiet of waiting for the party to start. It's the quiet of an event that has ended. The parents and maybe some older children who helped host the party start the process of turning the house back into a home. This process has its own calm rhythm. One by one, the candles go out and the light gets dimmer and dimmer until there are only 1 or 2 lamps left to work by. The decorations will stay up for now. They'll come down tomorrow or in the next few days. The furniture, on the other hand, is starting to move back to its normal places. The cushions are fluffed, the windows are checked to make sure they're properly latched against the night air, and the front door is locked with a solid sound that lets everyone know the house is ready for sleep. The last cleaning in the kitchen is done quickly because of years of practice. The stove heats the water for washing dishes, and the towels that have been warming up nearby dry them off. Then, the dishes are put back in their places in the cupboards. The leftover food is looked at to see what can be saved, what should be eaten tomorrow, and what can be given to the chickens if the family has them. In a world where most families live much closer to the edge of subsistence than we do today, there was no such thing as waste. The mother of the house does one last check of the rooms where guests are, making sure there are no forgotten items, that the candles are really out and don't pose a fire risk, and that she knows what needs to be done in the morning. This isn't obsessive caretaking, it's just the responsible oversight that comes with running a household. It requires a lot more attention to safety and maintenance than modern conveniences do. The father might go outside one last time before bed, partly to make sure everything is safe and partly for that private moment under the October stars that men of his age liked. He might smoke one last pipe on the porch or in the yard, thinking about the night and the season. Everyone can feel that winter is coming in the colder night air. There are still things to do to get ready. Hang storm windows, split and stack wood, and get the garden beds ready for their winter sleep. Climbing the stairs to bed. Most of the time, bedrooms were upstairs in houses with a second floor in 1909, made me feel good about the day. The stairs might creak with familiar sounds. The banister feels smooth under your hand, and the darkness of the upstairs feels cosy instead of strange now that Halloween is over. By today's standards, bedrooms were cold in 1909. Most homes don't have central heating. Downstairs rooms might be warmed by stoves or fireplaces, but upstairs rooms get most of their heat from the rising warmth of daytime fires, which has long since gone away on a late October night. People expect bedrooms to be cold, and they are for sleeping, not lounging around. Getting ready for bed includes both cleaning up and relaxing rituals. People wash their faces by pouring water from a pitcher into a basin. Indoor plumbing is common in cities, but not everywhere. Tooth powder or paste is used to clean teeth. Women especially do the ritual of brushing their hair 100 times, which was thought to be good for hair health. Taking off clothes carefully and either folding them up to wear again if they're clean enough or putting them in the laundry. In 1909, nightclothes were heavy. Women wore long nightgowns, men wore nightshirts, and they might have sleeping caps and bed socks when it was cold. People sleep with more clothes on than you're used to, partly because it's cold and partly because modesty standards apply even when you're sleeping. Earlier in the day, the bed was made with smooth sheets and arranged blankets, and quilts were added or taken away depending on the season. When you slip between the sheets, they are cold at first but will warm up from your body heat. For a moment, your body can finally rest after hours of standing, walking and performing socially. The pillow is just right, the blankets are heavy and warm, and the bedroom is completely dark in a way that modern people don't often experience. There are no LED lights from electronics, no streetlights shining through the curtains, and no ambient urban light. In this darkness and quiet, thoughts might go back over the events of the evening, the games and laughter, the talks and flirting, the time spent outside under the stars realizing that life may be more mysterious than it seems, and the comfort of community and tradition. These thoughts mix with the start of dreams as consciousness lets go and sleep comes. Morning comes like it does in November, late and unwilling, with grey light that seems to come from the air itself instead of from a specific direction. The first person to wake up has to start the fire again by cleaning out the ashes, putting down new kindling and coaxing flames from embers or matches. This will gradually build the fire that will warm the house and cook breakfast. The light on November 1st shows that the house is still decorated for Halloween, but in the light of day the decorations look less mysterious and more like what they are: paper and vegetables arranged for a short time. These decorations will be taken down in the next day or two. You could cut the pumpkin up for pies or stews. The paper decorations will be carefully taken down and either stored or burned in the stove, since new ones will be needed next year anyway. But today, All Saints' Day, for those who follow the religious calendar, there's no need to break up the magic from last night right away. Every day people have to make and eat breakfast, do their chores, and go back to their normal lives. But the memory of the party is still fresh, giving people something to talk about at breakfast, and when they run into neighbours and friends during the day. On November 1st, the town feels a little different than it did on October 31st, but someone looking in from the outside might have a hard time figuring out what has changed. It's partly because the calendar has changed to a new month, partly because the weather is getting colder, and partly because the feeling that a holiday, no matter how small, has come and gone and taken its special quality with it. People who went to Halloween parties the night before might be a little tired from staying up later than usual, but it's a nice tiredness that comes from having fun with friends rather than from stress or worry. People will talk about different parties at work and school, share funny stories, wonder if the fortune-telling games were right, and tease those whose romantic futures were supposedly revealed by apples, nuts, or looking in a mirror. For those who go, the church service on All Saints' Day is a more serious counterpoint to the fun of Halloween. This day is for remembering the dead, recognising the communion of saints, and thinking about death and faith. There may be prayers for the dead, hymns that talk about eternal life and meeting again in heaven, and the reading of the names of church members who died in the past year. There is no conflict between the games from last night and the seriousness of this morning. Halloween and All Saints' Day are both ways to remember the dead. Halloween does this with fun and hope, while All Saints' Day does it with respect and prayer. Both of them know that death doesn't end a relationship, it just changes it. As November 1st goes on into the afternoon and evening, the change of seasons becomes more obvious. The sun sets noticeably earlier than it did just a few weeks ago, even though it is already low in the sky at noon. The evening comes on with that special kind of November darkness that isn't as golden as October's but is more complete. This kind of darkness will last for the next few months. Farmers and people with gardens are getting ready for winter. Before a killing frost ends the growing season, the last hardy vegetables need to be picked. You need to dig up and store root vegetables like turnips, carrots and potatoes. You need to get rid of any dead plants in your garden beds. You can either add them to compost piles or let them break down over the winter. The change from October to November also helps people get ready for the holidays. There will be a series of holidays coming up: Thanksgiving, Christmas and New Year's. These will break up the dark months. But on November 1st, those holidays still seem far away. For now, the main thing to do is get used to the fact that winter means shorter days, colder weather, and having to spend more time inside. Families start to think about winter projects, or things they can do when they can't work outside. Women might plan sewing projects, like making quilts, fixing or changing clothes, or making new clothes. During the winter, when they have to stay inside, men might have to fix things, sharpen tools, or finish projects in barns or workshops. Kids know that school days will start and end in the dark, and that recess might be too cold for them to play outside comfortably. As the months get darker, remembering Halloween night is a bright spot to look back on. The games, the laughter, and the time spent under the stars in October all become stories that can be told again and again, and private memories that can be enjoyed. Depending on your mood and beliefs, the predictions made by fortune tellers can be funny or serious. The party helped people feel like they were part of a community, which makes the coming winter feel less lonely. Now that it's been over 100 years since that Halloween night in 1909, it's worth thinking about what was lost and what was kept, as Halloween changed into the holiday you know today. In many ways, Halloween 1909 was the end of an era. It was the last time the holiday kept its folk character, before commercial interests changed it into something completely different. At first, the change happened slowly. By the 1920s, Halloween was becoming more about kids. Schools and community groups were throwing parties that were like the ones that happened in Holmes in 1909, but they were more organised and less mysterious. Trick-or-treating as we know it started in the 1930s, but it didn't become popular until after World War II. In the 1950s, Halloween became a candy holiday for kids, with store-bought costumes and decorations. Every change had its pros and cons. Halloween today reaches more people, gives millions of kids fun memories, and makes people really happy and excited. But when folk traditions turned into a commercial holiday, something was lost. The real sense of mystery, the connection to ancestors and traditions that go back hundreds of years, and the focus on fortune-telling and romantic futures that made Halloween special for young adults. The Halloween of 1909 was a part of a cultural history that couldn't last. It needed a slow pace of life so that people could make decorations by hand and play long games. It needed communities that were small enough for most people to know each other and feel comfortable meeting in homes. It needed a connection to darkness and the supernatural that more electricity and science education would weaken. It needed a social structure for dating and marriage that would change because of how gender roles and romantic freedom changed in the 20th century. But the main ideas behind Halloween in 1909 are still there in modern versions of the holiday. The desire to play with fear in a safe way, the appeal of changing through costumes, the joy of celebrating the seasons, and the recognition that the line between life and death needs to be respected. All of these things are still around, but in different ways. The fortune-telling games that were such a big part of Halloween in 1909 are mostly gone now. This is because people's views on marriage have changed. People move around more, and people are less likely to believe in divination. But their spirit lives on in the silly superstitions that still surround Halloween, like the idea that some costumes bring good luck, the rituals that go along with eating candy, and the small thrill of staying up late and walking around neighbourhoods after dark. Modern Halloween events like harvest festivals at churches, school parties, neighbourhood trick-or-treating routes that get people out of their homes at the same time have kept the focus on community gathering. Even adult Halloween parties are like the social events of 1909, but with less fortune-telling and more costumes. The link to the supernatural has changed instead of going away. Modern Halloween focuses on fake scares, like haunted houses, horror movies, and scary decorations, instead of real interactions with the idea of spirits. But even though commercial horror is scary, there is still a recognition that death deserves to be remembered, that the line between worlds can be playfully crossed, and that darkness and mystery are a part of being human. From your point of view, the most interesting thing about Halloween 1909 is how gentle it is. The spirits were nice, the darkness was friendly, the fortune-telling was more fun than serious, and the celebration brought people of all ages and interests together instead of separating them. It was a holiday that recognised mystery without requiring belief, that respected tradition without being strict about it, and that made room for love, hope, and connection with others. This gentleness shows that people in this culture had a different view of fear and the supernatural than they did later in the 20th century. Even though people say the Victorian and Edwardian eras were very strict, they were actually very open about death and spirits. People talked about death fairly openly, and it was a part of life through mourning rituals and memorial practices. The thought that the dead might come back for a visit wasn't scary. It was comforting. It was like saying that love and connection live on after death. By making death a medical issue and taking it out of the home, culture in the later 20th century made it both less familiar and more scary. Halloween changed to reflect this, becoming more about fear and horror than about gentle mystery and family ties. People stopped being careful about the supernatural and started to be afraid of it. Spirits turned into scary beings instead of loved ones coming back. But that October night in 1909, when we spent time together, Halloween was still the same as it had always been. It was a night for young people to dream about their romantic futures, for communities to come together in warmth and light while acknowledging the cold darkness outside, for traditions to be honoured and passed on, and for the possibility of mystery to be acknowledged without needing proof. As you get ready for bed, with your own October night pressing against your windows, think about what parts of that Halloween in 1909 might be worth keeping or getting back. Not in a nostalgic way that tries to bring back the past, because that past had its own problems and limitations that we shouldn't romanticize. Instead, we should think about what human needs those traditions met, and how those needs might still be relevant. The decorations made by hand in 1909 were both necessary and creative. In a world where holiday decorations are made in factories, the idea of making your own decorations, even simple ones, is appealing. For example, cutting out shapes from paper, carving pumpkins with care, and arranging autumn leaves and corn stalks into arrangements that celebrate the season. The fortune-telling games were silly and fun, but they had a point: to remind people that the future is unknown, and to give them a chance to think about their hopes and dreams in a fun way. We don't often let ourselves play with uncertainty like this because modern life is so focused on planning and control. There may be merit in pursuits that amalgamate amusement with mild contemplation of our aspirations. The night walks of 1909 made it possible to experience darkness, which is becoming less common in modern life. When was the last time you walked in real darkness, without streetlights, flashlights, or phone screens? When was the last time you felt what it was like to be a human being for thousands of years? It's good for you to get away from artificial light every now and then and experience the natural rhythms of day and night. The community aspect of Halloween in 1909 met people's needs for connection and belonging that don't go away just because we have social media and texting. Even in our connected age, it's still worth it to share physical space, play games together, and make memories in real time instead of writing them down and posting them later. The most important thing about the 1909 Halloween is its relationship with the supernatural. It was open to possibilities without needing to be sure, and it accepted mystery without being scared of it. This is a good way to deal with the unknowns in life. We live in a time when everything needs proof and evidence, which is useful in some situations but not in others. Some experiences, such as love, beauty, meaning, and the potential for something beyond everyday reality, elude empirical validation, yet remain significant to human existence. That Halloween night in 1909, with its candles and cider, games and gatherings, walks in the dark of October and back to the warm light, and the idea that spirits might be near without being scary, was a way of being in the world that focused on connection, community, mystery, and gentle joy. You might picture yourself at that 1909 party as you fall asleep. After coming in from the cold night, you can feel the warmth of the parlour. Apple cider has a sharp sweetness that you can taste. Listen to the laughter as someone tries to bob for apples with more enthusiasm than skill. You can see the candles flickering and the shadows dancing on the walls that are covered in hand-cut paper. You can smell the wood smoke, the fall air, and that hard-to-describe smell of a house full of people celebrating. You're part of a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. It connects you to the Celts who lit bonfires at Samhain, the Christians who prayed for the dead on All Hallows' Eve, the fortune-tellers who looked into mirrors in the Victorian era, the 1909 gathering where young people laughed and played and hoped for happy futures, and every Halloween celebration that has recognised that mystery and darkness, and the chance to connect with others beyond the normal world. November will keep moving toward winter tomorrow, but tonight, in the space between waking and sleeping, you can rest in the kind spirit of that Halloween in 1909, when spirits were friendly, darkness was kind, and the future was uncertain but full of hope. Sleep well, surrounded by the customs of those who came before and those who will come after. These customs connect us across time because we all need to mark the changing of the seasons, gather together to stay warm against the cold, hope for good things to come, and remember that the world may hold more mystery and magic than we see in our daily lives. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamoured with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different. The cool rationality of the scientist-explorer, the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitized heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life-or-death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3rd, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear, but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings, it responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem-solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner-cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. "Career taught me that complex events resist simple explanations," he told a Naval Aviators Reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, they overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was. Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program, the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in NECIE archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half-second before the vehicle crashed, and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision, the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work, where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognize when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's astronaut corps in 1962 as part of the New Nine, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognized that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled flight director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formerly simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. The rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant: a systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and maneuvering system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilized the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. 3 aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8's performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander. Flight director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem-solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dick Coos. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing, when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the Moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, director of flight crew operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing, when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown, a framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, this brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realized the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-meter-wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analyzed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although mission control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see. Late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and mission control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation and a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one. It also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers showed disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, flight director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon, reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records, but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of ambience. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 72% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche in 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasized facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. "I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible." Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolized human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasized in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education that taught how to analyze facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realised that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress." Tonight, we explore the life and contributions of Rosalind Franklin, the brilliant scientist whose pioneering work in X-ray crystallography was instrumental in the discovery of the DNA double helix. Her dedication to science and her role in one of the most significant breakthroughs of the 20th century continue to inspire generations of researchers today. So before you relax, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if our content helps you. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We're always open to requests for stories, boring and interesting. If you guys ever have any in mind, let us know. Now get rid of those bright lights, turn on your fan if you have one, and let's begin. Rosalind Franklin's name often appears as a footnote in the story of DNA, overshadowed by the fame of James Watson and Francis Crick. Yet her life was neither trivial nor easily summarised. Born in London in 1920 to a prominent Jewish family, she grew up when few encouraged women to pursue rigorous science. Even as a child, she displayed a fierce hunger for knowledge that defied social norms. Her father, Ellis Franklin, supported her education yet worried about her independent streak. At St. Paul's Girls' School, she excelled in math, chemistry and languages, while her peers aimed at more conventional futures. A scholarship to Newnham College, Cambridge, put her among mentors who valued her promise but questioned women's roles in labs. Undeterred, she poured energy into research, proving her place through diligent work. When World War II broke out, Britain needed scientists. She joined the British Coal Utilisation Research Association, studying carbon's microstructures. There, she discovered a passion for methodical experimentation. She also encountered X-ray crystallography, a technique aligning perfectly with her meticulous nature. After the war, a fellowship in Paris brought her to Jacques Méring's lab, where she refined her skill in X-ray diffraction. Her high standards and exacting methods yielded notable papers on carbon structure, establishing her as a rising star in crystallography. By the early 1950s, King's College London offered her a position to study DNA. Maurice Wilkins and his team believed X-ray diffraction could unlock the molecule's secrets. Franklin arrived armed with expertise, determined to implement new protocols and improve equipment. Lab tensions surfaced quickly. Wilkins had expected a collaborator. Franklin insisted on autonomy. Some colleagues admired her precision, while others found her difficult. Still, she pressed on, convinced that careful data could cut through any confusion. Working with her student, Raymond Gosling, she captured a series of images, the most famous labelled Photo 51, revealing a striking helical pattern. She wanted more evidence before announcing a conclusion, preferring thoroughness over speculation. Yet behind the scenes, her data slipped into other hands. Unbeknownst to her, a colleague showed Watson and Crick her diffraction results. Already pursuing a helical model, they seized her findings as key confirmation. Franklin, for the moment, was focused on perfecting her analysis, unaware that her painstaking work was fueling a major discovery elsewhere. Even so, the tension at King's grew. Franklin's direct style clashed with Wilkins's reserved manner. She believed in complete control over her research methods, irritating those accustomed to a more hierarchical lab, but she remained steadfast, adjusting humidity levels and rechecking angles to sharpen her images. Each improvement hinted she was on the brink of a monumental revelation. That revelation, however, would not bear her name alone. While Franklin refined her data, Watson and Crick raced forward, preparing to unveil their model of D. She had no inkling of the behind-the-scenes drama. In the darkroom, her camera captured crystal patterns that would change biology. She trusted her data to speak for itself, unaware that the world soon would hail Watson and Crick as the architects of DNA's double helix. At this stage, Franklin's story was poised between breakthrough and overshadowing. Her rigorous approach had delivered vital clues to life's molecular code, yet social dynamics and academic politics threatened to rob her of due credit. In the realm of science, data does not always guarantee recognition for the one who gathers it. Rosalind Franklin had produced a priceless glimpse into DNA's form, setting the stage for history to unfold in ways she could not have predicted. She was born into a family of philanthropic tradition, with her uncle serving as the first Jewish mayor of London. From a young age, she was taught the importance of service and intellectual rigour, a combination that would shape her character. In her teenage years, she gained a reputation for sharp wit and an unwavering focus on academic goals. These traits did not always endear her to peers who expected more demure behaviour, but she was undeterred. She had glimpsed a future in which women could stand at the frontier of discovery, and she was determined to claim it. In her journals, she expressed a love for puzzles and a fascination with structure. Whether examining minerals or deciphering abstract problems, she found solace in unravelling complexities. This mindset translated seamlessly into her later work, where precision became both her shield and her compass. It also fueled her tenacity, driving her to pursue every question until she reached its hidden core. Rosalind Franklin's arrival at King's College London came with grand hopes, but the lab's culture soon tested her resolve. She joined Maurice Wilkins, who believed they would share DNA research duties. Franklin's forthright style, however, clashed with Wilkins' quieter approach. Worse, the leadership chain for the DNA project remained vague, fostering confusion about who was truly in charge. Despite these challenges, Franklin pressed on, exploring how DNA fibres changed under varying humidity. She distinguished between A and B forms of the molecule, and her fastidious X-ray diffraction work produced the famed Photo 51, which showed an unmistakable helical pattern. Franklin acknowledged the significance of the image, yet she refrained from making hasty assumptions. She spent hours perfecting exposures, checking angles, and analysing the precise details etched onto photographic plates. Meanwhile, across town at the Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, James Watson and Francis Crick took a contrasting approach. Model builders at heart, they chased the DNA structure by trial and error, fueled by snippets of data gleaned from various sources. When Wilkins revealed Photo 51 to Watson, unbeknownst to Franklin, the evidence dovetailed perfectly with their double helix hunch. By early 1953, Watson and Crick completed a model that would make scientific history. Their publication in Nature was concise yet transformative, announcing a double helical structure that explained DNA's replication mechanism. Wilkins and Franklin each contributed supportive papers, but the spotlight fell squarely on Watson and Crick. Franklin's images and calculations, though pivotal, were presented as secondary confirmations rather than driving forces. She felt the sting of exclusion, yet pressed on, finalising her analyses of the molecule's geometry. This period at King's grew more strained. Franklin's rapport with Wilkins had cooled. She seemed unwilling to compromise on rigorous standards, and he resented her independence. The department itself provided limited support, content to bask in the sudden acclaim for the DNA breakthrough. Franklin, meanwhile, was left to grapple with how her painstaking data had been used without her direct consent. Recognising that her future lay elsewhere, she began seeking a new post where she could direct her research on her terms. Opportunity arose at Birkbeck College, headed by crystallographer John Desmond Burnell. Though the facilities there were humbler, the atmosphere promised greater autonomy. Franklin decided to leave King's, taking with her a wealth of expertise and the resolve to avoid another scientific turf war. She briefly concluded her work by publishing her final observations on the structural nuances of DNA. While Watson, Crick, and Wilkins basked in growing accolades, Franklin exited quietly, determined to reorient her career. She did not wholly abandon DNA. Friends and colleagues occasionally asked for her insights, and she answered candidly, yet she had no desire to entangle herself further in debates about authorship or recognition. The overshadowing she experienced became a cautionary tale. In science, data is currency, and the one who controls its dissemination wields significant power. Franklin preferred to move forward rather than dwell on what might have been done differently. In her last months at King's, she remained cordial but distant, focusing on practical tasks. Her colleagues recognised her departure as a loss. Her techniques had been central to illuminating DNA. Still, few openly acknowledged the imbalance that had allowed others to leap ahead with her findings. Privately, Franklin harboured disappointment at the missed chance for genuine collaboration, yet she rarely indulged in public complaints, believing the project's success should outweigh personal grievances. She fully engaged in planning her new life at Birkbeck by the mid-1953. She aimed to pivot to viruses, which she saw as a logical extension of molecular biology. If DNA held the code, viruses manipulated it for replication. It was a fresh frontier, free of the swirl around the double helix. Some wondered if she might regret turning away from a molecule that had just earned global fame. But Franklin's mind was already set. She craved an environment where precision and exploration mattered more than departmental politics or star power. In this decision, Rosalind Franklin demonstrated a fierce independence that would define her future endeavours. The DNA story continued to unfold, with Watson, Crick, and Wilkins moving into the scientific limelight. Franklin, meanwhile, headed for new challenges, confident that her diligence and clear-sighted approach would again yield groundbreaking discoveries. The transition set the stage for the next chapter of her life, a chapter in which viruses, not DNA, would become her primary focus. Rosalind Franklin's move to Birkbeck College in 1953 allowed her to escape the tensions around DNA and forge a fresh path in virus research. Under John Desmond Bernal, she found greater independence for her meticulous approach. While viruses lacked the immediate fame of DNA, Franklin considered them equally vital. If DNA was life's blueprint, viruses were intruders capable of hijacking that plan. Her chosen subject, the tobacco mosaic virus, TMV, presented unique challenges. Franklin painstakingly prepared samples to ensure uniformity, using X-ray diffraction to decode TMV's rod-like structure. She teamed up with Aaron Klug and others, methodically interpreting diffraction patterns. Even as a smaller lab, Birkbeck became a haven where Franklin could shape projects by her exacting standards. She still carried scars from King's College. Some wondered why she had shifted from DNA to viruses, but Franklin pressed forward. Drawing parallels to her earlier work, she again insisted on data-driven analysis, never rushing to publish before confirming every detail. Her lab environment combined intensity with a collaborative spirit, offering trainees an unparalleled education in crystallographic rigour. Between 1954 and 1955, Franklin's group made steady gains. They confirmed TMV's protein subunits arranged in repeating units around the viral RNA. These findings, though less glamorous than the double helix, garnered respect among structural biologists. Unfazed by the overshadowing DNA narrative, Franklin kept expanding her scope. She ventured into spherical viruses, hypothesizing that structural symmetry might unify diverse pathogens. Her reputation grew, and she presented at conferences, describing how the same methods that had illuminated DNA could unpack viral design. Publicly, Watson and Crick dominated headlines, but within crystallography circles, Franklin was acknowledged as a leading figure. She rarely spoke of the DNA controversy, though colleagues sensed unresolved feelings. Instead, she concentrated on perfecting viral data. Believing scientific progress mattered more than personal credit. Outside the lab, Franklin led a quiet life. She enjoyed travel and found respite in the outdoors, but her main passion remained the quest to visualize biological structures. Funding was tight, and she often lobbied for grants to buy better equipment. Each new insight strengthened her conviction that viruses, small yet formidable, merited the same painstaking scrutiny as DNA. By 1956, her work expanded further. Collaborators like Aaron Klug advanced diffraction analysis, revealing intricate protein shells encasing viral RNA. Franklin believed these advances might guide future strategies against viral diseases. The thoroughness she had applied to DNA now propelled virology forward, an accomplishment overshadowed by the double helix's spotlight but crucial to understanding viral replication. Yet signs of illness emerged. She dismissed bouts of pain as stress, unwilling to slow down. Unbeknownst to her, she faced a serious condition that would soon escalate. For the moment, research remained her anchor, and she pressed on, analysing each image that emerged from her diffraction apparatus. Her dedication ignited excitement at Birkbeck, motivating younger scientists to follow in her footsteps. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins gained prizes and public adoration for DNA, Franklin never openly displayed envy. Friends noted she remained courteous about the double helix, maintaining the stance that data, not politics, fueled real progress. In her lab, she was known for forging new ground in virus structure, determined that careful work would eventually earn its acknowledgement. Amid these virus studies, Franklin's commitment to excellence never wavered. She had departed King's to find a more supportive environment, and at Birkbeck, she discovered purpose in unravelling new puzzles. The breakthroughs she spearheaded may not have led to global headlines, but they contributed significantly to the emerging field of molecular virology. All the while, her health concerns simmered beneath the surface. She continued to travel and lecture, sharing insights and forging collaborations. Researchers worldwide adapted her techniques, marvelling at how the same X-ray approach used on DNA could dissect viral architecture. Each success confirmed her choice to abandon the fame of DNA and explore a less explored path. Rosalind Franklin's years at Birkbeck stand as a testament to her resilience and intellectual drive. Where others saw missed fame, she saw a chance to deepen knowledge on a frontier with vast implications for medicine and agriculture. This period defined her as more than the woman behind Photo 51. She became a leading light in virus crystallography, advancing an entire field through tireless devotion. By late 1956, Rosalind Franklin could no longer dismiss her discomfort as mere fatigue. Severe abdominal pain sent her to a specialist, where she received a stark diagnosis: ovarian cancer. News of the disease hit hard. She was only in her mid-30s, with a thriving lab at Birkbeck and an unrelenting drive to uncover the secrets of viruses. She tackled the situation with the same unwavering determination that characterized her scientific pursuits. Franklin underwent surgery, followed by radiation treatments that left her exhausted. Remarkably, she insisted on working whenever she felt even a little strength. Her laboratory colleagues witnessed a woman who, despite obvious pain, maintained precise standards and pressed forward with X-ray diffraction experiments. Some urged her to rest, but she believed that meaningful research could serve as a form of hope, both for herself and for the broader scientific quest. Meanwhile, her research group continued its progress on tobacco mosaic virus. Aaron Klug and John Finch helped manage day-to-day tasks, but Franklin remained the intellectual force behind the projects, analysing data from her hospital bed when necessary. She had always been meticulous, but now her instructions became even more methodical, as if every experiment needed to be double-checked due to the uncertainty of time. Medical treatments showed initial promise. Franklin's health rebounded enough for her to attend conferences and deliver lectures with renewed vigour. In early 1957, she travelled to the United States to discuss her virus findings. Colleagues there marvelled at her clarity of thought and appreciated her willingness to share data and techniques. She returned to London with fresh ideas for comparing the structures of different plant viruses, convinced that a unifying principle might exist across various shapes and sizes. Her perseverance garnered admiration from both peers and subordinates. Many had witnessed how overshadowed she'd been in the DNA story, yet here she was, forging new breakthroughs under the most challenging circumstances. In private, Franklin confessed occasional frustration about the slow recognition for her virus work, but she rarely let bitterness creep into daily lab interactions. Instead, she strove to uplift younger researchers, reminding them that quality data was the bedrock of scientific progress. That year, she initiated a project examining the poliovirus structure, though she knew it would be demanding. Polio remained a global health concern, and Franklin hoped that precise diffraction studies might reveal new angles for vaccine development. She collaborated with researchers at other institutions, coordinating sample exchanges and cross-checking results. The effort required significant energy, but Franklin refused to lower her standards. By mid-1957, however, her health took another downturn. Hospital visits became more frequent, and her doctors suggested further treatments. This time, the prognosis was darker. She confided in a few close friends, admitting she feared she might not complete her most ambitious projects. Still, she held on to the lab as her anchor, juggling medical appointments with diffraction sessions that extended late into the night. In August, a sudden improvement sparked renewed optimism. She joked with colleagues about planning a celebratory trip once she fully recovered. Letters to friends abroad show her balancing gratitude for extended life with a scientist's inherent curiosity about her illness. She compared cancer's invasion to a virus infiltrating a cell, determined to observe and fight it with all the tools available. Yet the disease progressed relentlessly. By fall, pain flared again, and even routine tasks became difficult. Franklin's unwavering determination masked its severity to most outsiders. She drafted research notes from her bed, outlining next steps for her team. In an act of foresight, she delegated leadership roles, ensuring that ongoing experiments wouldn't falter if she had to step away. Those around her admired this quiet resilience. Despite her personal struggles, Franklin never overlooked the wider impact of her research. She viewed viruses as intricate pieces of nature, with each discovery serving as a crucial tool for comprehending disease and safeguarding human lives. Observers found her courage extraordinary, though she rarely framed herself as heroic. In her view, she was simply continuing what she had always done, methodically gathering data, refining conclusions, and believing in the power of science to uplift humanity. As 1957 came to an end, Rosalind Franklin found herself at a pivotal point. Her lab is brimming with fascinating research on viruses that may help unravel biological mysteries. She had a disease that no amount of scientific rigor could cure. Early 1958 brought new waves of uncertainty as Rosalind Franklin's health deteriorated. Yet within the Birkbeck lab, momentum persisted. She had established a system of shared responsibilities, ensuring that vital experiments continued even if she needed hospitalization. Aaron Klug and others stepped up, organizing data from the tobacco mosaic virus and now the polio virus studies Franklin had launched. Despite her weakened state, she remained mentally sharp, offering guidance from her bedside in carefully written directives. Franklin's presence was palpable during her occasional visits to the lab. Sporting a lab coat over her frail frame, she would scrutinize the latest diffraction photographs, pointing out slight anomalies in symmetry or angle. Colleagues found it both inspiring and heartbreaking. Here was a world-class mind refusing to yield, even as her body faltered. She updated notebooks with unwavering clarity, as though the act of writing itself could keep her tethered to the work she loved. Her medical team advised rest, but Franklin pressed on, citing not mere stubbornness but an ethical drive. In her view, scientific progress was a collective venture. If her findings could improve the understanding of viruses, she owed it to the broader community to see them through. When friends gently questioned whether it was wise to push so hard, she confessed that focusing on data helped stave off despair. The lab was her sanctuary, a place where logic and discovery overshadowed personal anxieties. One highlight came in February 1958. A journal accepted her team's detailed paper on TMV's structural transitions, lauding Franklin's rigorous methodology. She allowed herself a quiet moment of satisfaction, knowing such recognition was hard-won. A few days later, she penned letters to collaborators, proposing further investigations into spherical virus shells. Though physically diminished, her intellectual curiosity knew no bounds. Outside the lab, Franklin's close circle began preparing for the possibility of bad news. Her father, Ellis, had passed away years earlier, but extended family members rallied around her. She maintained stoicism, rarely discussing prognoses. Instead, she inquired about others' well-being, asked about the latest scientific gossip, and meticulously planned the next steps for her virus research. In quieter moments, she reflected on how a woman once overshadowed in the DNA saga had found renewed purpose. She never openly declared regret, though some friends perceived a lingering sadness that she might not see the end of certain viral inquiries. Rumours circulated about potential nominations for significant awards. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins had gained global fame, a few scientific bodies recognised Franklin's independent contributions. Nothing concrete materialised, however, and she expressed little interest in accolades. She believed real achievement lay in the data itself, the patterns, the angles, the consistent results that built a foundation for future work. As spring approached, her symptoms worsened. Sharp pains returned, and another surgery was scheduled. This time, medical intervention offered diminishing returns. Franklin faced the prospect that her life might be cut short, yet she approached this possibility with the same methodical calm she brought to her experiments. She revised her will, setting aside funds for scientific causes and ensuring that certain personal items went to cherished friends. She also took steps to safeguard her research, instructing Klug and others on how to best archive her notebooks and X-ray films. On excellent days, she still made brief appearances at Birkbeck. One morning in April, she examined new images of the polio virus. noting symmetrical patterns that hinted at a uniform protein arrangement. The conversation that followed, held in hushed tones behind a cluttered desk, brimmed with excitement. She encouraged her colleagues to pursue further refining of these samples, convinced the results might be pivotal. Yet by mid-April, her hospital stays grew longer. In a final letter to a mentor in Paris, Franklin described a sense of urgency. She felt every hour counted. She signed off with a mixture of humour and resolve, quipping that illness might slow her body but never her mind. The note ended abruptly, suggesting that even writing had become laborious. Still, the spirit that had guided her from St. Paul's Girls' School through King's College and Birkbeck remained intact. She had consistently emphasised the importance of data over speculation. Now, as life's uncertainties narrowed, she held to that principle more fiercely than ever. Every experiment completed, every photograph taken, was a small triumph over the frailties of the human condition. In that sense, she transformed her final months into a testament to scientific dedication, a brief but shining era when personal adversity bowed before the truth. Rosalind Franklin passed away on April 16, 1958, at the age of 37. The immediate shock rippled through her colleagues at Birkbeck and beyond. Many had witnessed her stubborn fight against illness, but news of her death still felt sudden, as though a brilliant light had been snuffed out too soon. She had left behind half-finished projects on the structure of viruses, along with meticulously kept notebooks that offered clues for future breakthroughs. Tributes poured in from across the scientific community. John Desmond Bernal lauded her unwavering devotion to exacting research. Aaron Klug, who had worked closely with her, publicly credited Franklin's methods for pushing their studies of TMV and poliovirus forward. Even Maurice Wilkins, whose relationship with Franklin had been tense, expressed regret that they never truly reconciled. In hushed conversations, some recalled how her DNA data had been pivotal to Watson and Crick's success, lamenting that she never saw the global accolades that might have been hers under fairer circumstances. Outside these professional circles, however, the name Rosalind Franklin barely registered. Watson and Crick's double helix model had claimed the public's imagination, casting other contributors in peripheral roles. Newspapers printed short obituaries, focusing mainly on DNA pioneer dies young, but offered scant detail about her virus research. In one sense, Franklin's passing mirrored her life, vital work overshadowed by a louder narrative. Yet for those who understood her impact, the mourning came with resolve. Aaron Klug led efforts to preserve her virus samples and continue her research lines. He believed that Franklin's legacy deserved more than a fleeting eulogy. Scholars at Birkbeck and elsewhere vowed to finish the task she had begun, analysing the protein shells of various viruses and refining the diffraction methods she had pioneered. In their hands, her notebooks became living documents, guiding new experiments and interpretations. Meanwhile, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins navigated a complex emotional space. The broader public saw them as the DNA triumvirate. Privately, they acknowledged that Franklin's data had accelerated their discoveries. Wilkins, in particular, hinted in letters that he wished circumstances had played out differently. Yet the train of recognition had long since left the station. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine loomed on the horizon. Franklin, no longer alive, was ineligible under the rules of the Nobel Committee, leaving many to debate whether her name would have appeared on that honour had she survived. Franklin's work on viruses started to yield results in a distinct area of science. The structural insights gleaned from her approach informed the eventual creation of vaccines and treatments. Subsequent generations of researchers, delving into polio and other viral pathogens, cited her pioneering methods. Over time, references to Franklin's approach or Franklin's precision surfaced in published papers. In these specialised circles, her influence quietly grew. Yet in the popular imagination, her role in DNA remained a buried footnote. The double helix story, retold in magazines and television specials, typically highlighted the eureka moments of Watson and Crick. Rarely did they emphasise the behind-the-scenes images or the quiet researcher who died young. To her friends, the loss was both painful and unsurprising. They recognised that history often favours the bold personalities who announce breakthroughs, not the meticulous minds working in the shadows. Still, there were flickers of recognition. A handful of articles in scientific periodicals praised her for bridging chemistry and biology. Female scientists, in particular, found in Franklin a model of perseverance. She had, after all, navigated a male-dominated field with unflinching dedication. Her story suggested that brilliance alone does not guarantee acclaim, especially when personal politics and timing intervene. In the months following her funeral, Bernal and Klug compiled her unpublished data, releasing some of it in collaborative papers. These publications helped virology advance gradually, even though they didn't make the front page. Franklin's name appeared on the author lists, a silent reminder that her drive and insight continued to shape new discoveries, even beyond her death. Thus, Rosalind Franklin's physical presence vanished in the final tally of 1958, but her methods and findings endured. Scientists who encountered her meticulous records spoke of feeling her presence. Each measured angle, each note on humidity, each reference to precise conditions. In that precision lay her enduring signature, a blueprint for doing science with exactitude and grace. The world at large might have moved on, but in small labs scattered across the globe, Franklin's influence quietly persisted, seeding the breakthroughs of tomorrow. In the decades after Rosalind Franklin's death, her legacy evolved in slow, transformative ways. During the 1960s and 1970s, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins became household names, culminating in their shared Nobel Prize in 1962. Franklin, omitted from that honour by both death and circumstance, remained largely in the shadows of popular history. Yet among certain scientists, her reputation for precision and perseverance quietly grew. At Birkbeck College, younger researchers carried on the virus studies she had pioneered. Aaron Klug's eventual Nobel Prize in Chemistry recognised his work on protein nucleic acid complexes, a pursuit deeply rooted in Franklin's methodology. In interviews, he pointedly credited her meticulous techniques for guiding his path. References to Franklin's X-ray approach began appearing in virology circles, an acknowledgement that her role extended beyond DNA. Still, mainstream awareness lagged. School textbooks celebrated the double helix as Watson and Crick's triumph. Only a handful of paragraphs, if any, acknowledged Franklin's Photo 51 or the King's College drama. A shifting social climate, however, sparked renewed interest in lesser-known female scientists. Feminist scholars and historians began probing archival materials, determined to uncover the stories of women whose contributions had been eclipsed. By the 1980s, a wave of re-examinations cast a spotlight on Rosalind Franklin. Journalists and academics scrutinised correspondence, lab notes, and memoirs from her colleagues. They unearthed the reality that Franklin had not just assisted, but been instrumental in unravelling DNA's structure. The evidence showed that her data, shared without her full approval, had crystallised Watson and Crick's thinking. Popular media picked up on the controversy, framing Franklin as the wronged heroine of the DNA saga. While this characterisation sometimes veered into caricature, it revived her name. Simultaneously, interest in her virus research flourished among specialists. A new generation of molecular biologists rediscovered her Birkbeck work, amazed at how she had tackled the complexities of viruses with the same tenacity she brought to dinner. A series of papers analysing her notebooks revealed that her approaches to sample preparation and diffraction analysis were decades ahead of their time. Pharmaceutical researchers aiming to combat viral outbreaks drew inspiration from her methods, demonstrating that her impact reached far beyond a single molecule. By the 1990s, Rosalind Franklin became a symbol for women in STEM. Universities established fellowships and awards bearing her name, each designed to support female researchers in fields like chemistry, crystallography, and molecular biology. Statues and plaques appeared at King's College London and in her hometown, celebrating her achievements. Though many tributes still focused on DNA, the deeper picture of her broader scientific passion began to take shape. Documentaries and books offered more nuanced portraits. A brilliant scientist who navigated the prejudice of her time, worked herself to exhaustion, and died young, leaving a treasure trove of insights. Debates about ethics and credit allocation continued, with some championing Watson and Crick's accomplishments, while also acknowledging the injustice done to Franklin. The complexities of her relationships at King's, her shift to Birkbeck, and her brave fight against cancer found their way into mainstream awareness, painting a portrait of a woman whose intellect defied the era's constraints. Today, Rosalind Franklin stands as a beacon of unyielding dedication. Her story resonates with those who value precision, resilience, and collaborative respect. Museums showcase her notebooks, featuring the small details that once seemed inconsequential, meticulously labelled film plates, humidity logs, and carefully drawn diagrams. Each artifact testifies to her belief that every scrap of data mattered. In academic circles, Franklin's name now holds genuine weight. She is cited not as a footnote, but as a pioneer who bridged chemistry and biology, advanced crystallography, and helped birth modern virology research. Initiatives encourage young scientists, especially women, to follow her example, embodying curiosity, discipline, and the courage to question norms. The arc of Rosalind Franklin's reputation thus reveals a broader truth. Recognition in science can be capricious, delayed, or uneven. What was once overshadowed can, through persistent re-examination, rise to its rightful place. Franklin's data lit the path for one of the greatest discoveries in biology, and her virus research paved the way for critical future breakthroughs. Generations after her passing, the full story of her contributions has come into clearer focus, ensuring that her voice, once muffled, now echoes across labs and lecture halls worldwide. And just like that, we've reached the end of our main story tonight about someone who was truly brilliant with science. Hopefully you've already drifted to sleep by now, but if not, I know my insomniacs when I see them. We got your back with stories of different types in case this wasn't something interesting to you. I hope you have a fantastic day and get the best rest that you deserve. Sleep peacefully, my friends, and as always, good night. Charles Darwin, one of the most influential figures in science, is often remembered for his groundbreaking work on evolution. But his journey to understanding the origins of life on Earth was anything but straightforward. Born in 1809 in Shrewsbury, England, Darwin grew up in a world where scientific exploration was on the rise, but the idea of evolution was not yet widely accepted. His life was filled with scientific curiosity, challenging ideas, and a journey across the world that would forever alter the way humanity viewed itself. Darwin was born to a family of notable individuals. His father, Robert Darwin, was a wealthy physician, and his mother, Susanna, came from the Wedgwood family, known for their pottery business. Tragically, Darwin's mother passed away when he was just 8 years old, leaving a profound impact on him. His father, who had high hopes for him to follow in his footsteps as a physician, sent him to medical school at the University of Edinburgh when he was 16. But Darwin's interests lay elsewhere. He found the practice of medicine distasteful, particularly surgery, which he thought was barbaric. But it wasn't just medicine that failed to capture his imagination, it was the traditional academic curriculum. Instead, Darwin was drawn to the natural sciences, particularly geology and biology, subjects that were not typically emphasised in the medical field. He would spend his free time collecting specimens and studying the natural world around him. However, despite his deepening passion for natural history, Darwin did not excel in his medical studies. His father, frustrated with his son's lack of progress, sent him to Christ College in Cambridge, hoping that he might find a new direction in life. It was there that Darwin's fascination with natural history truly took off. Under the guidance of influential professors, including botanist John Stevens Henslow, Darwin began to focus his attention on the study of nature, a decision that would eventually lead him to the discovery of the theory of evolution. During his time at Cambridge, Darwin formed a close friendship with Henslow, who encouraged him to pursue a career in natural history. Darwin graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1831 and, despite having no formal training in the field, decided to join the HMS Beagle on a voyage around the world. It was on this journey that Darwin would begin to develop his ideas about natural selection and the evolution of species. The voyage of the Beagle began in 1831 and lasted nearly 5 years, taking Darwin to places as far as South America, the Galapagos Islands, Australia, and Africa. The trip provided Darwin with an unparalleled opportunity to observe the natural world in its most diverse forms. He meticulously collected specimens of plants, animals, and fossils, and took detailed notes on his observations. It was during his time in the Galapagos Islands, however, that Darwin made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the finches on the islands were all similar, but had distinct variations in their beaks depending on the type of food available. This observation led him to question the idea that species were fixed and unchanging. Darwin began to develop a theory that species were not created in their present form, but evolved over time, adapting to the environment in which they lived. He proposed that the differences between species were a result of small changes accumulated over generations, with those organisms better suited to their environment surviving and passing on their advantageous traits. This idea, known as natural selection, became the cornerstone of Darwin's theory of evolution. Upon returning to England in 1836, Darwin began to work on his observations from the voyage. He spent the next several years analysing his findings, corresponding with other scientists and developing his ideas. It was a slow and meticulous process. He was reluctant to publish his ideas, knowing that they would be controversial. The scientific and religious communities of the time were heavily invested in the idea of creationism, the belief that life was created by a divine being in its present form. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged this deeply held belief, and he feared the backlash that would come with publishing his ideas. In 1859, after more than 20 years of research, Darwin finally published his most famous work, On the Origin of Species. The book outlined his theory of evolution by natural selection, and it quickly became one of the most influential scientific works of all time. The reaction to the book was mixed. Many scientists praised Darwin's work, recognizing the evidence he had gathered and the implications of his theory. However, the religious community was outraged, and the book sparked a fierce debate that continues to this day. One of the most significant aspects of Darwin's theory was its challenge to the traditional view of creation. Prior to Darwin, the widely accepted belief was that species were fixed and immutable, created by God. Darwin's theory of natural selection suggested that species could change over time, and that all life on Earth shared a common ancestry. This idea was revolutionary, and it provided a scientific explanation for the diversity of life on Earth that did not rely on divine intervention. Despite the controversy surrounding his work, Darwin continued to defend his theory and expand upon it throughout his life. In addition to his work on evolution, he made important contributions to fields such as geology, biology, and anthropology. He was also a vocal advocate for the importance of scientific inquiry and the need to question established beliefs. His work laid the foundation for modern biology and helped to shape the course of scientific thought in the years that followed. Darwin's personal life was not without its struggles. He suffered from various health problems throughout his life, including chronic illnesses that plagued him for much of his adulthood. Some historians believe that these ailments were a result of the stress and anxiety caused by the controversy surrounding his work. Darwin was also deeply affected by the death of his beloved daughter, Annie, in 1851. Her death, at the age of 10, profoundly impacted Darwin, and he became more reclusive in the years that followed. Despite these personal challenges, Darwin continued to work on his research and ideas. In his later years, he published several additional works, including The Descent of Man, in which he explored the implications of his theory of evolution for human beings. He also continued to correspond with scientists and researchers around the world, exchanging ideas and collaborating on scientific projects. Charles Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. His death marked the end of a remarkable life dedicated to understanding the natural world. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a testament to the profound impact his work had on the scientific community and the world at large. His theory of evolution by natural selection continues to shape our understanding of biology, genetics, and the history of life on Earth. Though Darwin's ideas were controversial in his time, they have since become widely accepted and have fundamentally altered the way we view the natural world. His work has influenced generations of scientists, philosophers, and thinkers, and his legacy continues to live on today. Charles Darwin may not have had all the answers, but his relentless curiosity and dedication to scientific inquiry have left an indelible mark on human history. As we reflect on the profound impact of Darwin's life and work, it's important to consider not only his scientific contributions, but also the broader implications his ideas had on society. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged not just the scientific community, but also deeply held beliefs about human existence, our place in the world, and the origins of life itself. At the time Darwin published On the Origin of Species, the idea of evolution was not new. The concept had been suggested by other thinkers before him, such as Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and Alfred Russel Wallace. However, it was Darwin who provided the most compelling evidence and a cohesive theory of how evolution occurred, through natural selection. His work brought together ideas from various fields of biology, geology and paleontology, making a case for evolution that was based on observable evidence, rather than conjecture or religious dogma. While the controversy surrounding Darwin's ideas was significant in his time, it's also important to understand how these ideas influenced the course of modern science. Today, the theory of evolution is a cornerstone of biology, and its principles apply to everything from genetics and genetics-based medicine to the study of animal behavior in the environment. Evolution has shaped how scientists understand the relationships between species, the mechanisms of genetic inheritance, and the patterns of life on Earth. But Darwin's influence extends far beyond biology. His ideas have left an indelible mark on philosophy, ethics, and even social sciences. For instance, Darwin's theory of natural selection has had a significant impact on discussions around human nature and society. His ideas were taken up by social theorists like Herbert Spencer, who coined the term survival of the fittest, though it's important to note that Darwin himself never used this term in relation to human society. In the years following the publication of On the Origin of Species, Darwin's ideas became increasingly important in various fields. The study of genetics, which would come to prominence in the early 20th century, provided further support for Darwin's ideas as it became clear that inheritance patterns followed the principles of evolution. Additionally, the study of fossils and ancient life forms revealed a more complex and nuanced picture of the history of life on Earth, further validating Darwin's theory. However, despite the acceptance of Darwin's theory among the scientific community, challenges to his work have remained. One of the most enduring debates centres on the concept of human evolution. While the evidence for evolution among animals is overwhelming, questions about the specifics of human evolution, particularly the origins of human consciousness, continue to be explored and debated by scientists. While Darwin may never have fully anticipated the extent of his impact, his work laid the groundwork for numerous scientific advancements in the 19th, 20th and 21st centuries. His life serves as a reminder of the power of curiosity and the importance of asking bold questions, no matter how challenging the answers may be. As we continue to advance our understanding of life on Earth, Darwin's legacy continues to inspire new generations of scientists to think critically, explore deeply, and challenge established norms. Darwin's work was not without its personal struggles, as we have mentioned. His health issues, combined with the weight of the controversies surrounding his ideas, made his life difficult at times. Yet, his perseverance in the face of these challenges is something that stands as a testament to his dedication to science. Darwin's story reminds us that even in the face of opposition, persistence and a commitment to truth can lead to monumental discoveries that change the world. Looking at Darwin's life, it's clear that scientific discovery is not a lone pursuit. While Darwin's genius played a pivotal role in shaping his ideas, he was not working in isolation. He exchanged ideas with other thinkers, and his work was built upon the contributions of countless others, from the fossil discoveries of Georges Cuvier to the evolutionary ideas of Lamarck and Wallace. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was a product of collaboration and cumulative knowledge. His ability to synthesize diverse information into a comprehensive theory is part of what makes his work so enduring. As we think about the life of Charles Darwin, it's helpful to consider how his legacy continues to shape the way we view the world. The theory of evolution is more than just a scientific idea. It's a lens through which we can understand the complexity and interconnectedness of life. From the smallest microbes to the most complex animals, the principles of evolution offer us insight into the forces that have shaped life on Earth. And as we relax, letting these thoughts wash over us, it's also worth remembering that Darwin's journey was not just about intellectual achievement, it was also about a lifelong pursuit of understanding the natural world, a curiosity that led him to travel to remote corners of the world, observe the diversity of life, and contemplate the profound questions about existence that we all share. In the end, Charles Darwin's story is a reminder that the quest for knowledge is a never-ending journey, and that even the most revolutionary ideas come from a deep sense of wonder and exploration. His life encourages us to question, to observe, and to appreciate the mysteries of the natural world, all while being open to new ideas that challenge the status quo. It's important to consider not only his revolutionary scientific theories, but also the broader context in which his work unfolded. Darwin lived in a time of significant social, political and intellectual change, and his ideas both reflected and contributed to these shifts. The 19th century was a period marked by advances in industrialization, the expansion of the British Empire, and the rise of new scientific disciplines. It was also a time when traditional beliefs about the natural world were increasingly being challenged, as new discoveries in fields such as geology, astronomy, and biology began to question the long-held notions of creation. In the years leading up to Darwin's voyage on the HMS Beagle, Europe was undergoing a scientific revolution. Scientists were increasingly looking beyond religious explanations for natural phenomena and seeking empirical evidence to understand the world. The work of figures like Sir Isaac Newton, who had established the laws of physics, and James Hutton, who had developed the theory of uniformitarianism in geology, set the stage for Darwin's own discoveries. Hutton's idea that the Earth was shaped by slow, gradual processes over time influenced Darwin's thinking on the gradual nature of evolution. Darwin's voyage aboard the Beagle in the 1830s was not just a scientific expedition, it was an intellectual journey that would shape his worldview. The places he visited, from the volcanic islands of the Galapagos to the diverse ecosystems of South America, provided him with a rich tapestry of evidence that would help him piece together the theory of evolution. However, Darwin's observations were not just about collecting data, they were about questioning the nature of life itself. As he witnessed the diversity of species and the variations within them, he began to realize that the differences were not merely superficial, but were the result of deep, underlying processes that could be understood through science. One of the most striking aspects of Darwin's work is the way he combined observation, experimentation, and theory. His meticulous attention to detail and his ability to synthesize information from various fields, botany, geology, zoology, and more, allowed him to develop a comprehensive theory of evolution. This interdisciplinary approach set Darwin apart from many of his contemporaries and paved the way for future scientific exploration. Yet, despite his groundbreaking ideas, Darwin was deeply aware of the potential repercussions of his work. He knew that the implications of his theory would challenge not only the scientific community, but also the broader cultural and religious views of the time. Darwin was not the first to suggest that species might evolve over time. Lamarck had proposed an early theory of evolution, and Wallace had arrived at similar conclusions independently. However, Darwin's theory of natural selection was different, because it provided a mechanism for how evolution occurred. Unlike Lamarck, who suggested that organisms could pass on traits acquired during their lifetime, Darwin argued that natural selection, whereby the fittest individuals survive and pass on their advantageous traits, was the driving force behind evolution. Darwin's caution in publishing his ideas is often noted by historians. He spent more than 2 decades refining his theory before releasing On the Origin of Species, in part due to the anticipated backlash. When the book was finally published in 1859, it created a storm of controversy. While many scientists, particularly those in the emerging fields of genetics and paleontology, quickly embraced Darwin's ideas, the religious community vehemently opposed them. The idea that humans were not created in the image of God, but were instead the result of a long process of natural selection was, and still is, a deeply contentious issue. This opposition did not deter Darwin, though. He continued to defend his ideas and engage in public debates, ultimately cementing his place as one of the most influential scientists in history. One of the reasons Darwin's theory has remained so influential is its ability to explain the complexity of life in a coherent and scientifically rigorous manner. Today, with the advent of modern genetics and molecular biology, Darwin's theory has been supported and expanded upon in ways he could not have imagined. The discovery of DNA and the understanding of genetic inheritance have provided a detailed mechanism for how traits are passed down through generations, supporting the concept of natural selection. In this way, Darwin's ideas have stood the test of time, evolving alongside new discoveries and technologies. Yet, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting Darwin's theory, there are still those who continue to reject it. The debate over evolution remains one of the most contentious issues in modern society, particularly in the United States, where creationism and intelligent design are still promoted by some as alternatives to the theory of evolution. This ongoing debate highlights the intersection of science, religion, and education, and underscores the enduring power of Darwin's ideas to spark discussion and challenge existing beliefs. As we consider Darwin's impact, it's also important to recognise the personal sacrifices he made for his work. His health, which had always been fragile, deteriorated further in the years following his publication of On the Origin of Species. Some historians suggest that Darwin's chronic illnesses were exacerbated by the stress of the intense public scrutiny and the isolation he felt from his scientific peers. In addition, the death of his daughter Annie, whom he was very close to, left him devastated and further deepened his reclusiveness. Darwin spent the remaining years of his life largely withdrawn from public life, focusing on his research and writing. Yet even in his seclusion, he continued to contribute to the scientific community, publishing additional works, including The Descent of Man, which applied his theory of evolution to human beings. Darwin's contributions to science were not limited to his work on evolution. He also made important discoveries in the fields of geology, plant biology, and zoology. His observations on the geology of the Beagle's voyage contributed to the development of uniformitarianism, the idea that the Earth's features were shaped by slow, continuous processes. His studies of barnacles and the fertilization of orchids also provided valuable insights into the world of natural history. Today, Charles Darwin is regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of science. His work has influenced fields ranging from biology and genetics to psychology, anthropology, and even philosophy. His legacy extends beyond his scientific contributions. However, Darwin's life is a testament to the power of curiosity, persistence, and critical thinking. It reminds us that even in the face of doubt and controversy, it is often the most challenging questions that lead to the greatest discoveries. As we close the story of Charles Darwin, we can take a moment to reflect on his journey, not just as a scientist, but as a person who dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the natural world. His work has changed the way we view life on Earth and has opened up new avenues of inquiry that continue to shape our understanding of the world around us.